Sucks for you, doesn't it? Yo, what's up, Sean? What's up, Shawnee? Yo, give me a second, buddy. I just gotta go check the oven real quick. Alright? I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, welcome to the humble abode. Welcome. What's up, Ward? Yo, take a hit. You gotta give me a sec here to warm up this, you know. You gotta give me a sec to warm up that nail, brother. Mm. That was a good taco. Goddamn. Mm. All right, sorry, I had to plug in my email, bro. Yeah, we're token, boys. We're token. Don't worry, we're gonna take a toke. We just gotta wait for the email to heat up. We just waiting for the nail to heat up, boys. Mm. Bro, these tacos are so good. Holy shit. Oh. Tell me that nail is hot enough. All right, I'm taking one more bite of this, and we're smoking a toke chat. All right, you guys ready?
So Mario Chalmers caught some heat last year after saying players don't fear LeBron. During a recent appearance on the big podcast, Shaq echoed those sentiments.
So I've heard players say, including myself, I feared Mike. I've heard players in your generation say they feared Kobe. I've never really heard any players say they fear LeBron.
And you know, I got killed for that.
Why is that? You're not gonna get killed here. I'm just
saying, when I first said that, people killed me for that.
I'm with you.
I didn't think players really feared LeBron like they did Jordan.
I never heard anybody
Cheers.
say it.
And it's not that
Cheers.
you shouldn't fear Bron. I just think at the end of the day, Bron has been through so much that he wanted to be like. So it was kind of like,
And he's a nice guy.
yeah, I'm gonna do things now where like people like me, people respect. I mean, you're always gonna respect what he did, but you actually like Bron and want to be a fan of him. So I think that's what that was.
Never a dull moment in Gil's arena about underdog fantasy. Whoop, whoop. Thought Gil was about to relapse. So, players don't fear LeBron. Facts or cap? Kenyon, we'll start with you.
No, I remember Rio said it. People were like, damn, he hating, like shit like that. Like, no, I don't think the masses look at LeBron as a killer. Despite the stats, despite the resume.
So.
He's a
I had 100 milligram edible, like
guy.
250 milligram edibles earlier.
He's a
Them shits didn't even phase me.
Yeah. So with that regard, I just don't think
even though he's put teams to bed, he's went on runs and the shit he did to Detroit when he was young, like, you know, he's had situations that he could be looked at as that and be feared, but I just think the fact that everybody likes LeBron, right? Most people like LeBron in this era. Yeah, so I don't, teammates as well, so I don't think I agree with him. Like, I just know, in the sense of basketball, he's a bad man. But it's just
100.
optics.
No, each thing was a.
difference.
Here, I'll show you.
So you're saying that people don't think LeBron has that killer in him just by his
Like, go ask his teammates, right? Go talk to Mike. Well, we know the way Mike teammates think about him. We've heard what Kobe teammates had some, like, it's not the same thing in the locker room, right?
Well, I
Yeah, you
ate
got
2
your-
of them
you
bad
got
boys,
the
100
Warriors,
milligrams.
But it's just not
Didn't
the
even
same
really
thing.
phase my ass.
But, no, it just the bad man on the basketball floor, but it's just a difference with hoopers and the conversation.
Okay.
I think.
So, Brandon, players don't fear LeBron, facts or cap?
I mean, it's facts. But why does it matter if they fear him or not? Like, I mean, he's changed the game. He's done things to the way he wanted to do it. I just feel like when you got the gun and, you know, the NBA is giving you everything, it's all about how you want to, you know, everything to go. But, I mean, I don't really care for the whole thing about him being feared or all that. Like, that shit don't mean nothing. Like, at the end of the day, get between his lines, and at the end of the day, let's win. And at the end of the day, what type of men are walking around being feared by the next man? Anyway, in anything. Can no man fear me? Like, you might be better, you might have more money, but fear? The fuck? You put on one shoe just like me every day. So, I don't know. That's just my take on it.
So, Gil,
We done with the 90s.
players don't fear LeBron,
We
facts?
done with the 90s, bro.
Shout out Mike Pick.
Because they letting you know exactly what their mindset was.
Well, he said Kobe too.
Huh?
He said Kobe too. So
Who was the one man that, what they tell Kobe when he first got in the league? Don't look him in his eyes. And Kobe said, what?
who?
Don't look who in the eyes.
Yeah. So that
Right?
yeah.
So
another killer.
that lets you know what kind of this is the toughest era in basketball. They're scared of the dude. They're fearful of the dude. They're shaking because the dude, number 23, oh shit, I gotta guard MJ. That's what they're telling you.
Yeah.
They're telling you the dude with the number 23 on, we're scared of him. We respected his game so much that we're afraid of him.
Damn.
I'm sorry. That lets me know y'all are some hoes.
Yeah, I'm with
'Cause
you.
Kobe at 18 came in and said, don't look him in his eye.
Who? Him?
Oh, he looked human. I'm not scared of this dude. That's the only
That's
thing
nuts.
I can go
Yeah, a
from.
little
I'm
bit.
looking from the vision of a real killer. Yeah. Jordan was the killer. Everybody else he killed. And they're running around telling you, don't look him in his eye, he gonna kill you. And then another killer faced up like, nah, I'm gonna look him in his eye because I'm a killer too.
Isaiah Thomas, killer.
So the fact that that's what you want to run around and say nobody is scared because there's more killers today that says, nah, we're not gonna be scared of a dude. He gonna have to guard me like I'm gonna have to guard him. That just lets me know mentally y'all was weak in that era then.
I just think like throughout the duration of it, just whatever. But yeah, I see both sides of it.
Right? I mean, that's what I say. You came in, you hooked the dude and said, oh, this what y'all, I'm not worried about y'all.
Yeah.
Next?
Right?
Like, next one?
But
Next?
think about when you get, that's what you're saying. Like, I hooked them, waiting for some action, and then nothing happened. Oh, they weak.
No, yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying is,
Everybody ain't built that way.
Huh?
Everybody ain't built like everybody don't have.
so the fact that y'all going out as grown-ass men talking about, he's a black cat, he, oh, shit, he coming.
Yeah.
Don't look. Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't look up, nigga.
Bro, y'all are tripping.
Don't look up.
Oh, my God, y'all are scared. Y'all really believed in the boogeyman
Hey,
then.
what Eddie Murphy say about the Prince shit?
Yeah.
What was it, Eddie Murphy or no, was it Jamie Foxx? Say you looked in his eyes, didn't you? Say, shit, what happened? Shit, I've been fucking him for 6 months. Yeah. Nigga said, don't look in his eyes.
But yeah, I don't like that whole fear thing with Bron. Like, just like stop. It don't matter.
But that's what I'm saying. You're trying to discredit someone, but you're making yourself look
Come on.
stupid at the same time.
Come on.
Yeah, like who cares?
Yeah, you can't discredit him because the body
Hi,
of work
buddy.
is what it is, right?
Hi.
So whether guys did or they didn't,
Oh.
when he first came in, wasn't nobody going in our era. He was a good basketball player, but when we came in, ain't like, ain't nobody, yeah, but he was still doing, the Pistons was supposed
Excuse
to
me.
be the toughest, and then you see what he did to them.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, they didn't fear him, I'm pretty sure. And
Paul Pierce didn't fear me either. You see what happened.
yeah, so no, it ain't even about that. But I'm just like, like I said, just ask the teammates, and then you'll get a clear understanding on what this conversation is. Because I never played with either one of them. You never been on
what the fuck?
Yeah, so it's just, but you go talk to their teammates, I think it'll be a different.
No one fears Shea right now. No one fears Luka right now. And
Giannis,
and obviously, them motherfuckers whooping y'all ass. So, you know what I mean? It's a different time. Like,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Saying it out loud makes you look bad. That you are a grown ass man in the NBA scared of another NBA player. Just
Right.
Yeah, I was looking at some shit earlier, like Mike was really out here touring with motherfuckers though. Like that. Yeah, you saw the highlight earlier. Yeah.
What am I doing?
Brett Price.
yeah.
Motherfucker just moving the ball on there.
Like a little midget sitting there just waving and shit. Like, come on, dog, don't do that, man. He just make you look stupid out there.
Yeah, he was real out here touring with them.
It was afraid. It was afraid.
Yeah, because they had, like, to everybody, like, they had never
You're a
seen
good boy, Rocky.
anything like this. They can say all that shit they want Dr. J was doing when he came out. Cool. It wasn't doing that.
They didn't
Like,
see it. They didn't see it move like this.
Not at all. Not in the air, not with grace, not with, like, just some of the layups. Like, this shit was like, yo, I was like, yo, this man was out here really toying with y'all, man. Like, we knew it, but the more you see how, the more they
You're a good
dig in
boy.
crates and finding shit like, yo, this dude.
Like when we played, I'd say, like, we can see you. They was afraid of Mike, afraid of Kobe, afraid of Shaq.
Absolutely.
I mean, the whole league was afraid of Shaq.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the rules was afraid of Shaq. Like, we had to put in extra bodies and rules, no handshake. They was trying to figure out how to, and then AI.
I'm alerting it, but I'll be popping in and out. All right, bro. Appreciate you, Sean.
We was with the Nets.
God bless,
He
bro.
told the management, he said,
Stay out of
"Y'all
trouble,
sure
man.
I couldn't guard Shaq?" He was like, no. He said, no, that ain't the reason. He said, shit, because I was going to tell you, shit, the Kimbe can't guard him neither. Right.
Nah, but I think the thing about fear with Bron is like
Rocky
should
the
fear way he came into the
champion.
league,
Yes,
how
sir.
how
He wanted some love, so I had to give it to him, you know?
To get on outside of like doing it the way everybody else wanted to do it. You know, putting Rich on, putting Mav, putting all his boys on. I think that's the more of the fear of anything.
He wanted
The
love.
next youngin coming up, you know, looking at how he removed it around the league for 20 years and doing it next. Because he did it his way. That's a lot of his hate, too. A lot of people hate him because he did it his way with his own friends.
We're going
That's the
to.
fear. If you want to fear, you better fear the next youngin that sees that.
I mean, we talk about the fear. I don't think fear is a man, right? Obviously, but
We are going to try and
how they can embarrass
get our
humiliate.
bag
It's more
extension
like
for this place.
You're more afraid of, let's say, like,
Excuse me?
like, you're more afraid of Kyrie than you would Shea. And Kyrie averaged about 24, Shea averaged about 31.
Yeah.
Because Shea is going to just get buckets, right? Kyrie's moves will embarrass you, put you on Sports Center,
Yeah.
you know, shit like that. That's what you're afraid of. You're afraid of the embarrassment. Like, I was afraid of, like, if I had to guard someone, like, I don't want to, like, be on the
Damn,
highlight
no
with
gold off that?
Steve Francis. Right, because one, he gonna do something, try to throw it between your legs and flick it and sit here and bop you.
3 off of that one?
Laying off the Western and like, no, I want to be on Sports Center. And the motherfucker had a total of 8 points, but it looked like he had 45.
Yeah.
But that's what like, you know what I mean? Like, it ain't really like, no one fears Joker.
You think people?
No, you don't fear him.
His game doesn't make you fearful. Well, you think I'd give a shit if he gave 20 assists out?
Like, you know who got
20 assists, 30 rebounds.
Derrick
What the
Rose.
fuck they got to do with me individually?
So you more
He got to the rebound.
46.
He scores 22 to 23 points. Oh, I'm not scared of that.
46, so we need
people fear
44.
Luka then,
No.
but you don't get that 70.
Because it's the game. It's the game.
Yeah,
What I'm saying, it's
44.
the style of play.
Okay.
That
So
you're
we need
afraid
47
of.
total.
You're afraid of more of Embiid.
Giannis.
We need 47
Giannis, coming
total.
down the lane, you're rotating
Gold
the lead the
Nuggets.
whole time.
Listen,
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
downhill motherfucker coming at you all game.
Yeah. But in this,
See, you're more afraid of Wemby than you are most of the NBA because his style of play is just different. He might throw it between your legs. He might give you the sham god, and like you're afraid of that style versus some of this other stuff.
yeah, because also these guys, we can also come back at these guys. In the 90s, of course they're going to fear Mike. They ain't coming back down and getting the ball.
Yeah, they ain't
So
getting
you
the
getting
ball.
cooked every time.
Oh, they can get the ball, but it don't look like that.
Yeah.
I can tell you that
Yeah,
shit.
but they got a pat. Like, they ain't got the green light like Mike. Today, man, nigga, Luka come down, I'm coming right back down.
Right back at
getting
you.
right back at it. Like, back then in the 90s, man.
Like, no, I'm saying whoever the move when he played the Nets, he jumped outside the paint, went through the hole. Whoever had the green light on that team ain't doing motherfucking that. Goddamn.
I want to know. We gotta talk to the era when AI came in with that crossover.
When he hit MJ, oof.
Ooh, I know they was. Oh my God, just him just loading up for it. I know you was afraid of that. He was yanking the hell.
Yeah.
Listen, they had to take it away from him because it looked so bad.
Yeah, like, I want to ask somebody who actually played in that game.
Yeah.
Like, yo. I mean,
What was
I
you
mean,
thinking?
yeah.
Like,
or somebody who was
even
there.
even Jay Will in this passing, people were scared of the things he was gonna do.
And then Shaq for more of a physical just domination standpoint.
Yeah, nobody. I'm not even gonna listen. Look, we sit in the locker room and they talk about like, hey man, so you gonna sub me when?
Y'all had bigs.
we have.
Y'all had bigs.
We was loaded up on them.
Y'all had bigs.
I think my first matchup was kind of
Yo,
like, whoa, was.
Was you on the team with Jahadi White?
Yeah.
If Jahadi was taller, right? He the only person that probably physically could have had a chance.
Yeah,
If he was a couple inches taller.
Yeah.
Him and Aaron Williams. Few inches taller, far as just pure strength, probably only a couple people had a chance. Like, Train was strong as shit. He just 6'6".
Six.
Yeah. Right? Strong as goddamn ox. But yeah, no, shit, like I said before, man, Father Time guarded Shaq. Nobody guards Shaquille O'Neal. Trust me, man.
Shaq was just so big that his body wore down so fast. That's like his biggest
Shaq
downfall.
would've ate right and worked and ran and all that shit and kept that weight around certain. Good luck. God damn it. I'm tell you right now.
I mean, shit, we even saw what he was doing, you know, when he
Shaquille O'Neal with Stephen Curry's 3 prowess.
Fearful.
Jeez.
I remember we
Best
played,
basketball player ever right there.
and he didn't even show up for 2 games. He said, "For what?" You're right. We didn't have nobody to stop him. He just figured that we didn't. I don't need to go out there and play. I'm just
play the home game.
Y'all are terrible. What team was he on? He was with Miami Heat. We just beat the Bulls. We had to play them in the second round, and those first 2 games.
Yo,
we didn't even play
Aleeks,
no more.
what's up?
Yeah, we sweeping y'all. Hey, you're right. Yeah, we thought we wanted y'all.
Aleeks. I had the opportunity to go out tonight, but I was just like, seemed pretty bleak. The idea. We were gonna go to a fucking pool bar.
Every time I look at someone,
You're so
see
choked?
flashes of images of me killing them in numerous ways. And numerous
That's fucking rough.
doing terrible things. I can't help it. It's just what comes into my head when I see them. I want to hurt people. I want to kill people, but I don't want to want that. So, how would you kill me? Choking you to death with your tie, beating your face into the mirror until it broke, smashing your face into the wall. Nothing personal.
When he was just 12 years old, Daniel Marsh was publicly recognized for saving his father's life after he suffered a medical emergency while driving. But just a few years...
There's one I gotta watch. What's it called? We'll throw it on right now. If it's one with children, I'm not particularly fond of that. Just saying. Try and avoid those ones as much as possible. A 15-year-old mass killer looks like? Oh, God. My kids and parents got me? Yeah, that shit makes me sick. Just hearing what they do sometimes just makes me sick. I'm not even joking. Until I guess I know I'm normal. You know? Bro, that kid looks dead when he's alive, for fuck's sakes. What's going on here, boy? No XP waste. Oh, this guy? 32 mil? I've watched that one before. Oh. I've watched that one before.
Every time I look at someone, I see flashes of images of me killing them in numerous ways, in numerous horrible ways, doing terrible.
That's the one where Buddy just like went and shot his family and like pretended that he was over at his buddy's house or whatever.
I want to hurt people. I want to kill people, but I don't want to want that. So, how would you kill me? Choking you to death with your tie, beating your face into the mirror until it broke, smashing your face into the wall. Nothing personal.
When he was just 12 years old, Daniel Marsh was publicly recognized for
When
saving
teen
his
killers
father's life
realized they got
after
caught.
he
Didn't we
suffered
just
a
watch that
medical-
one this morning? I'm pretty sure that's the one we literally just watched this morning. Close this shit. No, it's completely different. Oh god. I like how you've just been sitting here watching them. You just know exactly which one I'm talking about. It's fucking hilarious. That is funny. One gold nugget. We need 47 total. Oh, there's another gold nugget. Let's go. He's making suggestions? No, I'm down. I'm down. I just gotta keep this XP rate going, you know? Yo, get the fuck off of my rocks, you little cock-sucking motherfucker, bro. I swear to God. If you come over here, Danny okay, I can't even get mad with that name. Danny Love Ito. Oh my goodness. That's just too iconic. Too iconic. What was the name of this one? When teen killers realize. When teen copy. Let me go like this. Boom. Bang. What? Yeah, this one. When teen killers realize that they've been caught. I literally just watched this one this morning. That's the one with the guy Mike or whatever, and this fat redhead kid sitting there like squealing on everybody. And they got the guy Soto there. Min max and his double XP times. Yeah, that buddy's sitting there. Buddy's sitting there and he's just like, he's playing with his tongue and his fucking teeth. It's disgusting. After they burned him up. You know what I mean?
Like, let's be Bonnie and Clyde.
So that.
Yeah.
Oh, yo, what's up,
And,
Dunce?
I could hear my grandpa.
Yeah, I want to do the
yelling,
test.
them fighting, and then I started getting the rush. I started just.
Let's go, baby. You and me, girl.
beating her head
What
with
comes
it.
next? Loaf of bread.
Because she was like scared.
I'm a star pupil. Oh, it's a fruit. Let's go, baby.
Because in the past, she's eventually been able.
Bar of gold. Let's go.
Upper hand. What was different this time?
I've always been in control.
By April 2017, the police in Gwinnett County, Georgia were well acquainted with 17-year-old Cassandra Bjorge and her criminal history. But when she found the self-proclaimed Clyde to her Bonnie and Johnny Ryder...
Yeah. Watch that one. Yeah. That was a good one.
What began with an attack would lead the
Pretty
police
sinister.
to discover something far
Actually,
more heinous, including
they're all
horrifically
sinister,
the couple living in a house with dead bodies nearby. But even this was only the beginning of their shocking depths of depression.
Yo, what the fuck? That guy on the right looks like someone I know. All these murderers look like people I know. Should I be scared or something? Like, what the fuck?
Including a licensed
Is that a sign?
psychologist, a licensed professional counselor, and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor. Chaos.
Is that a sign that I should, like, get new friends?
Shortly after 8:30 p.m. when police received a call from Tomoko Ryder, Johnny's mom, who had just walked in on an assault in progress in her home.
Damn.
Though none of the responding officers could have possibly known, they were now investigating a bizarre string of violence, and a case that would come to encompass so much more than assault. Mindy Ryder, Johnny's
By the sounds of
sister,
it,
provided
murder.
attack, starting when she and her boyfriend Kevin returned home to eat.
Make this bitch a little bit bigger here.
Sure what time it was. But we're about
How's the audio for everybody? Audio's good and whatnot?
My room is trashed. Like, everything's been flipped out. Like, all my purses have been went through, and I told my brother, I know you did this. You and your girlfriend are the only ones that have been home. Like, just own up to it. Like, just own up to it and tell me. I won't call the cops.
700 for the next year. Let him suck my left nut, bro. There's no way. Suck my left nut and call me Sally. There's no way.
And I hung up on the police. Like, I already died.
Audio is solid. Alright,
And
good.
then all of a sudden he goes out and comes back to me and sprays us.
Suck my left nut and call me Sally.
He starts hitting us and tells his girlfriend to go grab the bat.
19-year-old Johnny and his girl.
Yo, God bless Eric. How you been, brother?
Then sprayed Mindy and Kevin in the face with bear repellent, which is stronger than typical pepper spray. The attack only escalated from there.
And
Suck
I
my
see her
left
coming
nut
from
and
the
call
back,
me
but she just
Sally.
hit me across my back. And I try to grab it from her, and then she hits me on the head and keeps kicking me in the stomach. And Kevin and Johnny are fighting in my room, so I chase her out to the living room.
Message from
And I
Crooks
turn on
tonight.
the bat,
A
and
message
I
from
hear
Crooks tonight. Listen to this.
Kevin begging my brother, like, Johnny, please don't do this. You don't have to do this. And I went in the
I'm
room
just about to eat and I'm gonna get changed and get ready to head out. I'm like, alright. Hey, dress decently and shit. We might even run into some bitches depending where we go.
I started hitting my brother, telling him to let go. And then I handed the bat to Kevin. And then Kevin was going to hit my brother, but my brother caught the bat. And then we all fought over the bat. And it was me and my brother on my sofa. And then Kevin grabbed a beer bottle and told Johnny to stop, to just let us go. And, like, we won't do anything. But my brother said he will never do that. And so Kevin hit him on the top of the head with the beer bottle. And it shattered.
So Johnny had a bat, we hold it, and then Johnny was like, bring a hammer! Because he couldn't take it by himself, obviously. And you got hit with the bat too? Yes, sir. But at first, I kind of blocked it here, really. I just blocked it, so it was okay. But second time, I got hit.
I also ate a bunch of edibles. I had 100 milligrams of THC.
The escalation from attacking with a bat to a hammer was.
I had 100 milligrams of THC and it felt like I barely ate any.
The odds no longer.
Like, usually when I eat THC, I'm like flopping on the floor like a fucking dead fish, you know?
However, this would eventually prove to be their downfall. In addition to his damaged tooth, Kevin had injuries to his hands, arms, and ear, not to mention the burning of the bear mace. As for Mindy, it took 7 staples to close a wound on her scalp, and she also had welts on her back from the bat. The assault wasn't the only crime committed at the Ryder house that night. In fact, it was only the beginning.
Dun,
Johnny
dun,
and his
dun.
girlfriend stole Mindy's car to make their escape. The attackers had also abandoned the vehicle they arrived in. When police ran the plate on that car, they made a shocking discovery. It belonged to a 63-year-old man by the name of Randall Bjorge. The car wasn't the only
Bjorge?
tie to Randall, though. Randall's granddaughter was Cassie. The
Oh, they
first hint
stole
that
it?
something was wrong actually came over a week prior on March 28, 2017, when Cassie's grandmother, 63-year-old
God bless.
Wendy Bjorge, reported Cassie missing. Wendy and Randall
She
had
looks like a
custody
nice
of
woman.
Cassie for over a year by this point. They'd hoped to help her through some behavioral issues she'd been having, including using drugs and running away. Based on her recent disappearance, though, it seemed that at least one of those issues persisted. When there was still no word from Cassie after a few days, Wendy made this Facebook post asking friends to keep an eye out for her granddaughter. After that, it
Man,
was
I knew this
radio
chick in high
silence
school.
from the
She was gorgeous. You know her and I ended up dating for a little bit. Her name was Ashley. She was fucking super hot. And then, like, she ended up doing a bunch of drugs and shit. And now she's just in and out of jail all the time and shit. It's crazy. When she, for the very first time she ever got arrested, it was for, like, having a bunch of fentanyl and shit. She fucking, she sent me a letter from jail. It was, like, 5 or 6 pages long. She's, like, telling me how she'd be my little sex slave if I ever, like, if I bailed her out and shit. And, like, yo, this chick is crazy. She was never like that when I first met her. She was really like, what's the word? She was like a recluse, you know? She was like a recluse, kept to herself. It's crazy. Crazy to see what drugs did to her.
the Bjorge family. It looked like Wendy and Randall had gone off the grid just like their granddaughter. Concerned, Wendy's sister, who lived in California, asked the Gwinnett County Police to do a welfare check on April 6th, 2 days before the attack at the Ryder house. She had become concerned when she received some text from Wendy's number that didn't quite sound like her, and made her suspect that they'd actually been sent by someone else. Police attempted the welfare check, but left when no one answered the door. Even if police had forced entry, it still would have been far too late to avert tragedy. After what happened at the Ryder house, though, police knew they needed to talk to at least one of the Bjorges. They returned to Wendy and Randall's house looking for answers. This time, when no one answered their knocks, they forced their way in.
What?
Nothing could have prepared them for what they were about to find. As they walked into the house, they discovered a mess downstairs, with drugs and paraphernalia scattered about the living room, and food left out to rot in the kitchen. It also appeared as though most of the house had been ransacked. The real horrors, however, were found upstairs, hidden behind the
Dead
sealed
people?
doors to the bathroom and master
They just killed the
bedroom.
grandpa and shit?
But the truth of what was behind those doors wouldn't be revealed until a shocking interrogation. What police found inside added a whole new sense of urgency to the hunt for Johnny and Cassie. Despite an in-depth search of the residence, Wendy's cell phone was nowhere to be found. The investigators pinged the device and traced it to an apartment building in the nearby town of Sewanee. When police arrived
What a
at the
name for a
location,
town,
they had their
Sewanee.
first stroke of luck in this horrifying and chaotic case. In the parking lot out front was the car stolen from the Ryder house. As it turned out, Johnny and Cassie had sought out sanctuary with an old friend named Jake, perhaps hoping to hide from the manhunt that was
Sanctuary! Sanctuary! Sanctuary. Woo! Rip to those
Was looking for
points.
them. Iwu obtained an exclusive, never-before-heard interview with Jake, who spoke about Johnny and the events of the fateful night, which led to police arriving at his home the next morning.
I met him in middle school. So, sixth grade, we were 12 or 13 years old. He was always a class clown and everything. Very funny, very loud, very outspoken, but also very kind and very polite. I mean, eventually, he practically became family. He was at my house every weekend growing up in middle school and early high school.
By mid-high school, however, Jake and Johnny drifted apart, as Johnny became more involved with drugs and alcohol. They'd only recently gotten back in touch to have lunch a couple times, but Jake never could have expected what the relationship would bring next.
It was about 10 p.m. and I was at work. And I got the call from my mom that he was at the door. And
Well, your
so I
friend on a
heard that he was
Tuesday does.
there and that he was crying. I left work
Yes, those
immediately,
memes
went
are real.
straight home.
According to Jake, Johnny was accompanied by his girlfriend, who introduced herself as Cassandra. Jake had seen her once in high school, but didn't know her any more than that. That night, he said she was quiet and polite, and didn't give him any indication to suspect a more sinister reason for her presence. They couldn't have known the shocking secrets they were hiding.
That's when things started to take a weird turn. He said that he had gotten into a fight with his mom, which, at the time didn't seem strange because he has fought with his mom plenty of times before, and there's been times where he's been at my house because of it, and that she got so angry that she pepper sprayed him, and he ran to the first place he thought of, which was me.
Confused and concerned, Jake and his mom let Johnny and his girlfriend spend the night and work the rest out in the morning. But they had no idea what crises the morning would bring, or what else Cassie and Johnny had already done.
Just when we thought it was just basically a family member, old family member coming in a time for help, was really, one of the most traumatizing days I've ever had.
Despite the horrors to come, the day actually started like any other.
I woke up the next morning and he was, talking to my family like how he always did when we were kids, treating them like a parent, treating me like a brother. Was drinking coffee outside, catching up. And when I went to take my dog out, that's when I started to realize that things were turning for the worst. At the time, our building faced out towards the parking lot. And every day I see the same cars. But that day there was a blacked out Suburban right in front of our house, which I thought was really strange. And go back in, have a cup of coffee, and next thing I hear from my room was a blowhorn, basically calling out my apartment number and Johnny's name to come outside. And it took me a second because you're not expecting to hear that at
Yeah, I
10
fucking think
a.m.
it's
on
a
a Sunday
joke or
morning.
something, you know?
Until finally, the
Honestly.
second time it happened, I got up.
Zeno, my boy, what's up, dude?
Hallway. And next thing I know, there's red dot sights on the walls on my body.
Jake said that instinct took over, and he collected his sister and his mother, who had recently started to use a wheelchair, and prepared to exit the apartment. Unfortunately for the family, the horror.
Homie, hold him.
As we're about
Don't
to
tell
get
me he
to the
holds him
door,
hostage.
I
That's
see
crazy.
Johnny grab a knife, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And he was like, "What I thought could have been coming to stab me was him coming to give me a hug and say he's so sorry, and he's sorry for doing this, sorry for everything." He told me that he
Well, my
loves me.
leveling doing mother load.
He wishes he didn't bring this on us to
Mining.
my family. And I just kind of froze. And he dropped the knife, gave my sister a hug, said the same thing. And then we went outside to every freaking cop in the county there.
Struggling to sleep?
SWAT
Oh shit, bro.
teams,
That's not good.
and an ambulance.
Johnny and Cassie were still inside. Initially, the SWAT team and other investigators resolved to wait them out until they were contacted by Johnny's mother, who had received a concerning voicemail from her son.
Hey, Ma, it's Johnny. I'm crazy. I'm evil. I'm sorry. Tell Mindy I'm sorry. Tell Kevin I'm sorry. I'm not well. I'm dying as we speak. I love you. I'll see you later, okay? Love you.
I'm gonna lie, I feel like playing
Police
Black
no
Desert.
longer
Don't
had
even know
the
what that is.
luxury of time to wait Johnny and Cassie out. However, they also knew that the pair could be dangerous, which meant that rushing inside could be foolish. With this in mind, police decided to make an entry using a video and audio-equipped robot.
What?
Robots are often used in situations where
That's
officer
crazy.
safety is a major concern. Obviously, it's preferable to sacrifice tech instead of human life. Depending on the needs of the situation, the robot can make deliveries or even use weapons or flashbangs. It also has video capabilities that allow law enforcement to get a good look inside a hideout, all from a safe distance away. Even better, all footage and audio recorded by the robot is admissible in court.
Excuse me.
Right away, the robot revealed a
Confirm the toast.
concerning stain on the carpet outside the bathroom.
Johnny, Cassie, say something so we can see that you're okay.
Neither Johnny nor Cassie responded, and when the robot forced its way past the bathroom door, it became clear as to why. Realizing that Cassie and Johnny were in danger, the SWAT team took over and rushed inside to provide medical assistance.
Ah, fuck.
Unfortunately, the resulting damage to the apartment left Jake's family in a very difficult financial situation, and they ultimately had to find a different place to live.
So they fucking cops break their shit and never even fucking pay to fix it, bro. What in the fuck is this bullshit, dog? America, dude. Only in America, dog. That's wild.
Johnny and Cassie were rushed to the hospital to receive emergency treatment. For the time being, it was unclear if these injuries were self-inflicted or if the couple had turned on each other once they realized they were caught. There would be no answers to those questions or any others if Cassie and Johnny didn't survive. Thankfully for investigators, after a few days, doctors at the hospital determined that Johnny was stable enough for an interview.
So, I mean, we do like to kind of find out, what happened and kind of get your side of the story.
It looks like
what's been going on
Sneeko.
in the past few days, and
He's been at the hospital.
mhm. Would you like to talk about is that your girlfriend, Cassie, or is it just a friend or what? Yeah, she's fine. No, she's fine. No one's told you anything, or yeah, she's fine. How long you guys been dating?
A lifetime. I can't live without Cassie. Like, I don't know why. I never felt like this about any other girl.
This is
Look,
a bold
I
statement
feel
from
it. Yeah, I don't even know
19-year-old
what
Johnny,
that is, brother.
considering he'd previously been married and only finalized his divorce about 2 weeks prior.
I heard her screaming.
Yeah. I think she was more upset because people were trying to help her, and from what I was told, she's a fighter and she's kind of a pistol, hard to deal with sometimes. Okay, that being said, obviously we want to talk to you about some specific stuff. You're kind of not free to go. You're here at the hospital, so
Free to go?
You're not free to go. You're here at the hospital.
Homie jumped at that. Free to go? He's like, get the fuck out of here.
I gotta read you your rights.
Johnny had likely been through this before, as he'd just finished serving jail time for entering automobiles and obstructing an officer.
Are you okay talking with us right now without an attorney?
I don't really feel comfortable.
Well, I don't feel comfortable here at the hospital either, so.
Yeah, but I don't feel comfortable talking about it. Maybe I want to talk to like court appointed attorney. just like talk to them because I don't feel right.
Well, I'm just, this may be our last shot on talking to you because we got other, I decided to talk to you first because I already know kind of what's been going on. I know Cassie's background. I know things that have been said. I know what's going on with her family. I already spoke to your family. I kind of know what's going on with your family. Obviously, you being
So we're gonna get this level here.
I want to come first to you.
I think what we do is we get this
Talk about
level,
what the heck happened.
and then we go do winner T dot to 80.
I'm a really deep thinker, but like I would really like to talk.
He kind of does look like Sneeko, yeah.
To see what the hell.
But Sneeko's an alpha male.
Without Johnny's consent, police had no choice but to wrap things up and take their questions elsewhere.
Don't you ever judge Sneeko.
For them, there was another potential source of
He's
information
peak human
just down the
evolution.
hall. With no answers from Johnny, police were likely very aware that a conversation with Cassie was their last chance.
Damn, Cassie, you kind of cute, girl, even when you in the hospital bed and you got them chipmunk cheeks.
And the chaos that followed. With that in mind, they sent in an officer that Cassie knew and who was familiar with her situation. He was accompanied by someone from the district attorney's office. It was through this interview that a bizarre, horrific, and unexpected story began to unravel.
What happened here?
I tried to kill myself.
Why would you do that, sweetie? Tell me why.
I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't know where else to go. I didn't know what else to do. And then like one night I just got like really, really like angry and depressed, and I don't know, I just felt like the whole world was kind of just like collapsing on me, and I just wanted to like to end it.
This isn't the real reason they're talking to Cassie, and also not just because of what happened at the Ryder house. There's a far more chilling story lurking in the background of Cassie and Johnny's crime spree.
I think you know why I'm here. I just need to understand why. Talk to me, please. What I can't do, I can't talk to you.
Tokes.
Unless you be honest with me.
Tokes, let's go.
I wasn't the one who intentionally thought about doing that.
Thought about doing what? Say it. Once you say it, it's out.
Killing my grandparents.
This admission was a horrible confirmation of what police already suspected. Tragically, Wendy and Randall's bodies were found inside their house when police forced entry. Based on their condition, it was estimated that they'd been dead for about a week by that time. In an exclusive interview with Ewu, Chris Bjorge, Wendy and Randall's son and Cassie's uncle, recalled hearing the terrible news for the first time when a family movie night was interrupted by a call from the police department.
So, I get a call back, probably about 10 or 15 minutes later, and he's like, Mr. Bjorg, I'm so sorry, but we found them. So, what do you mean you found them? What does that mean? He said, we found them. They've both been killed. They've been murdered. I'm like, are you sure about that?
There's better ways of putting that. They've deceased.
Were they perfect? Absolutely not. You know, but I loved my parents. You know, flaws and all.
Just for future reference, it's the way I go about telling someone someone close has
Cassie's
passed away.
admission to the murders would turn out to be the least shocking detail of what she would tell investigators once she was transported to the police station for a more formal interview.
There you go. You can have a seat right here. Okay. Pull you in a little bit.
Man, it's such a shame because she's actually like for a kid cute, you know.
Can you
just ran in with the wrong crowd. Goddamn.
The seriousness of her circumstances, Cassie doesn't seem too worried while waiting for police to come back with a tool to remove the flexicuffs around her arms.
Wait, they got handcuffs around her arms? That's hilarious. She just tried slashing her arm open, and they've got them around her fucking elbows.
I was getting there.
You get them? Yeah, I mean, these things are thick. Let me do it away from
Unforged, man.
Stab me.
Yeah. Well, I just did already.
Okay.
Feel better?
Yes. Thank you.
Bet you she's got some gnarly scars from that shit too.
With Cassie, It's unusual that everyone is eating together and an out-of-the-box approach. Though likely a non-standard, it's a very interesting tactic to establishing rapport. It plays into the natural association to relax while eating and will likely be very effective. As the group eats, the investigators set about getting to know Cassie better.
You into sports? Obviously, I guess was told the karate stuff.
Kung Fu, yeah.
What's up with that stuff?
Is
it Kung Fu? Is that what it's called?
Well, I did this martial arts called Tang Sudo for 6 years, and that's South Korean. And then I grew out of that, and then I found Shaolin Gong Fu, which is basically Kung Fu, but that's what they call it in Chinese. And so I started doing that, and I've been doing that for 4 or 5 years.
I actually heard you're pretty good at it.
Yeah, I'll go to tournaments.
I was confident.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go to tournaments all the time. I went to China for a month last year.
Wendy and Randall made the trip to China possible for Cassie. According to friends and family, they'd hoped that this trip, along with a subsequent visit to Disney World, would help Cassie get a fresh start after moving in with them. But even this generosity wasn't enough to protect them from her wrath.
Did you go?
That's crazy, man.
No.
Actually, you're only.
Yeah, this chick's evil as fuck. I take back everything I said.
At Duluth? No, I do online now. It's K-12 International. I stopped going to Duluth in 2015. Okay. Because that was around the time where like all the stuff was happening with my parents and stuff, and I started getting scared going to school because my stepdad would literally come on campus, looking around the whole campus just to find me. Like he was going in classrooms and stuff, so I had to get like a restraining order.
Well, I don't want kind of to make you upset or make you relive anything, but I just got some follow-up questions I'd like to ask you. Do you remember when you read your rights and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you understand all them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cassie has read her rights, and then the police got down to business. They started things off easy by asking about Johnny, likely trying to get a feel for the relationship at the heart of such terrible violence.
You and Johnny pretty tight? Did you have feelings for him, or just kind of a boyfriend type thing, or?
I had feelings. I still have feelings for him.
I gotcha.
I care about him.
I guess I'm gonna ask a corny question: is it love or no?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck am I
This
doing?
is what he told me. After Tybee, we went to Atlanta, and we were on like this. I don't know. It was like this parking lot thing, and we got to see like the whole city. And he told me that when we were sitting up there, that like for a second he looked at me and I looked at him, and he told me that all he could see was just me and then purple around me. And he said like purple is like a sign of love. And he said like ever since then like it was like love at first sight or something. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. So he sends his regards and all that stuff. So
is he doing okay?
no, he's fine. Okay. Yeah, he actually is better off than you. You know, they weren't that deep or anything.
Yeah, if I were the office, I'd be like, yeah, you're doing a lot better than your grandparents. Yeah.
Man, I could have sworn he did worse than me because I remember when we were in the bathroom, because he did it with me too. He kept going, and I kept telling him to stop. So
Yeah, maybe this tougher skin. I don't really know.
Okay.
At this point, it was time for the police to ask Cassie some harder questions. Regardless of her forthright demeanor, police already knew from what they found in the house that Cassie was keeping some of her more callous actions to herself. They just had to get her to admit it. As she tells her story again in the interrogation room, there are key changes and omissions from the one she told while at the hospital.
Johnny!
The officers the task of piecing together the horrific truth.
1 hour, 16 minutes till my next level, baby. 1 hour, 16 minutes?
First we got my
Oh, no.
Then that's why we went over to Johnny's house and we attacked his sister and her boyfriend because he wanted to kill his family. Okay. So that's like, we stayed in town for a couple days because, we wanted to get some money, we wanted to get ready to leave. And then that plan, just going over to his house, kind of just like, it didn't work out at all. It went downhill from there.
The plan had been to take out Johnny's family members one by one, but the plan was obliterated from the get-go because Mindy's boyfriend was present when they arrived. When Johnny's mother showed before Mindy and Kevin had been subdued, Johnny and Cassie abandoned the savage attempt. Clearly, the assault that had kicked off the investigation in the first place wasn't an assault at all, but rather
A murder.
attempted murder.
Yeah.
That was Johnny's idea, because then that's the reason why he asked me if I wanted to kill my grandparents, because he wanted to already kill his family. And he was
How the fuck is that like logic, bro? I just don't understand. Yo, just chilling face. What are you saying, bro?
Questionable aspirations. Cassie didn't say that any of
Yeah,
this
2K
struck
subs.
her as a
Hey,
bad
GG, bro.
idea.
Keep it up.
In fact, it seems likely that Cassie and Johnny were a dangerous mix of two antisocial personalities. They seemed to fuel each other's anger. Had they not joined forces, it's very
The first
possible
2K
that
of many.
individually they wouldn't have been able to go through with the plan. But they were both
The
willing
first
to do
2K
the
of many.
unthinkable together, becoming the ultimate toxic personality mix.
So I guess let's start from scratch about what happened, starting from when you ran away. I guess is that the 31st? Do you remember, or 28th or something like that?
I don't really. Was it? I didn't really run away. My grandma like kicked me out.
Okay.
Cause like this is what happened. Like I was chilling with Johnny and my other friend Sabrina, and I came home because it was time for curfew. Because I didn't want to violate my probation, so I came home, and my grandpa was asleep, and my grandma got really mad at me, and she was like saying like, "Oh, if you don't like it here, we're just gonna find somewhere else for you to stay." And she just said that out of the blue. Like she just got really mad for some reason.
Yo, this
And so
Hangman.
I was just like, if you're gonna find another place for me to stay, I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna find somewhere else to go. So
Cassie goes a little bit deeper with the answer she gave in the hospital.
they kept bringing up stuff about my mom, and like my grandma would keep saying like, "Oh, I could easily just send you back to your mom's house," or all this and that, and it just, I don't know, it got to a point where I couldn't take it anymore.
Despite Cassie claiming Wendy kicked her out, it sounds more like Wendy was expressing concern that Cassie was still struggling in her new situation. In fact, according to Chris Bjorge, the family had already agreed upon a solution.
So I spoke to Cassie a couple times, and said, "Hey, kid, I
Is that Bill Burr right there or something?
Uncle Chris or not, I held you a couple times when you were a baby. What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I got to get out of here. There's just so many things that are going on." And I said, "Okay, well, how about you come in and live with us?"
Chris and Cassie seemed friendly and agreeable to moving in with him and his wife in Florida. However, he shared that Wendy and Randall did not mention just how dangerous her behavior and aggression towards them had become. As it turned out, Cassie never did make it to Florida, instead running off with Johnny. And this wasn't the first time Cassie had run away from her grandparents. Wendy reported Cassie missing once before when she disappeared with her ex-boyfriend Tyler and was gone for over a month. When Cassie took off again, this time with Johnny, her grandparents
Bonjour, monsieur. Comment ça va, Guillermo?
ending with Cassie's eventual return. For the next few days, it did. Cassie lived
Tu parles
in
anglais?
car, and it wasn't until one particular conversation that the dominoes of disaster started.
Oui, I think we do.
So you
Yo, this chick, I take everything back. She's fucking psychotic as shit.
grandparents' house in the middle of the night.
It was like a couple days after, like 2 or 3 days.
You remember Saturday, Sunday? Do you have an exact?
I don't really remember. Like I didn't really even know like what day it was that we went into the house.
And before you did that, did you and Johnny meet up somewhere at a park or something to talk about what's going on?
We went to Peace Ridge Park, and we talked about it. At first, it wasn't my idea at first.
At first.
How do you even get? I guess. What was that? How do you even bring up? What was the context?
What do you get up to? What are you up to today, Big Gamer Cat? Chat. One's in the chat if I should eat a 50 milligram gummy. I've already ate 100 milligrams today.
I kind of like dream.
One's in the chat.
He asked me, he was like, "Would you kill your grandparents?" And I kind of like hesitated for a minute. And I was like, "Why?" And he was just like, "I don't know. I mean, because he knows probably everything that I've been through."
2 people voted. It's good enough for me.
And he understands that, like,
That's
just
good
let
enough
go
for me.
and everything, kind of just move on with myself. Like I wasn't having a good relationship with my grandparents. Like it started getting really bad. You know, like
You told me your second
I was
niece?
hard
Nice,
from them
dude. That's
because you know,
awesome.
like I
That's
fought
amazing.
them. You know, I might have broken like my grandpa's ribs when for that charge for simple assault and simple battery. You know, and it just
You know,
it
eh?
just got really worse.
Cassie uses the phrase "you know" a lot here, and it's a way for her to try to convince them that they should understand her actions.
Was your mom ever part of the plan?
Of killing them, I wanted to.
Was it something you and Johnny discussed, or is it something you
No.
just thought of?
Well, I mean, we did discuss it, but then Johnny was like, "No, we can't waste our time on them," and I was like, "Okay," but I wanted to.
Johnny kind of told you not to,
Yeah.
that it wouldn't be beneficial.
Yeah, because I don't know what's really going on with my parents. I mean, we drove over by their house the other day. They have new cars. I don't know what guns they have in their house. I don't really know what's going on inside their house. So, I mean, I don't know.
You didn't know what you would be met with.
Yeah, I didn't.
Whereas your grandparents, you knew it was kind of a safe bet.
With the victims chosen, all that
Boom.
remained was for Cassie and Johnny to iron out the details of their
Easy
evil
peasy.
plan.
But
Delicious. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl.
like we started out like with, what time should we go to the house? How are we gonna do this? Like what materials do we need to do this?
So it's called premeditated, lady.
So we
First degree murder, premeditated. That's what you getting.
because my grandma normally went to sleep around like 11:30, 12. So we decided like, we would park down the road, and then the park was literally like right behind my backyard. And so I unlocked the back door. I was able to open the back door a little bit and not have the stuff in front of the door fall and make a noise. So I was able to like maneuver in, and then I moved the stuff in front of the door, and then I got Johnny in, and then we closed the door and locked it.
And then would you guys kind of just hang out downstairs, or did you start moving upstairs? Or?
We went upstairs. We didn't immediately go upstairs. Like we went to the stairs, and then we were like just listening, just hearing what was going on, and we thought everything was good. And then we went upstairs, and
Did you guys have anything in your hands, or you just?
yeah, I had what's it called? It's one of those car tools.
Is it to do a
Tire iron?
tire, or
Yeah,
is it to
tire
fix
iron.
it?
It was a tire iron. So I had one of those.
Where'd you get that at?
Johnny's car. He had one in his car.
His Honda or
Mhm.
whatever.
And Johnny just used his fist, and he brought a black book bag that had duct tape in it, and it had the tire iron in it, and it had gloves in it, because we were also wearing gloves too.
It seems like Cassie was taking orders from Johnny, suggesting that unlike his idol Clyde, he was the mastermind while Cassie provided the means to get in the home. Johnny likely knew how Cassie felt about her family situation and her dysfunctional home environment, so he offered her a way out, a plan that may have sounded
Damn.
to Cassie like a solution to her suffering.
So who's first
Cynical.
upstairs? Is it you and he's kind of following you, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I go upstairs, he goes into my grandpa's room, and then I go into my grandma's room.
Mm-hmm. Do you hear kind of what's going on over there, and
Yeah.
does that kind of cue you off to
Mhm.
with your grandmother there?
Yeah, he started going at it, and then I could hear my grandpa just yelling, them fighting, and then I started getting the rush, and then that's when I started hitting my grandma in the head.
So you took the tire iron. Is it just?
I started just beating her head with it.
Based on Cassie's manner of speaking, she sounds like a typical teenager, but at the same time, she's completely emotionally detached from the incident and from her horrific actions,
You know what I'm
which
saying?
some may point out as being psychopathic. As for the crime scene itself, there was no denying that the attack on Wendy was brutal. Chris Bjorge once again offered some insight into what the aftermath of the attack was like.
When I first went to Georgia, the first place that we stopped was the funeral home where they were. The funeral home worker said, "There's no way that we're going to let you see them. It's just way, way too bad."
Wendy and Randall were cremated as the state of their bodies was simply too poor for restoration. Chris went on to talk about how sad it is that his parents
Somebody can't play
only got
RuneScape,
to
it seems
meet one of
calming.
his
I mean, it's got
children,
its moments.
and that his kids were robbed of the opportunity to have their grandparents. For now, Chris still keeps Wendy and Randall's ashes and says he may one day scatter them when he feels ready. Back with Cassie, the police continued gathering details.
Was that the first hit?
Yeah.
The back of the head?
Yeah. That's where I mainly hit her in the head. She bit me.
I think I took a picture of that yesterday, right?
Yeah, she bit me in my finger too, but I forgot which finger. It was on my right hand. I think it was either like my middle finger or it was that one.
And when you and your grandmother used to get into it, that's kind of how did she bite you before to kind of get you off her or whatnot?
Yeah, she's bitten me before.
When do you meet back up with Johnny? Do you leave your grandmother there, or kind of what happens?
So I started hitting my grandma, and I already had duct tape, and then Johnny's doing his thing, and I stopped hearing Johnny doing whatever. So he comes in the room with me and my grandma, and he helps me like tie up my grandma with the duct tape.
How did you do that? Is it just her hands, or?
I got her hands, I got her whole head, and then I got her ankles.
Okay, with her hands, I guess.
Just behind her back.
So it's just like this?
Yeah.
Okay. What about anything on her head or neck, or did you?
Yeah, we kind of like wrapped the duct tape around her head-ish, and then that was it.
What was that for?
Just so then she kept it on.
Oh, okay.
I just got it.
And you said her ankles too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Johnny helped you tie her up?
Yeah, I mean, I mostly did it, but I needed like a little bit of help because, she was like, moving around and stuff. And so he helped me a little bit, and then he went back into my grandpa's room.
It shows a profound lack of empathy that Cassie was able to continue on with the act,
That's
despite
crazy.
her grandmother still being alive. At the hospital, Cassie had shared some additional disturbing details about the attack.
What did Johnny do to your grandpa?
Beat him.
With his fists?
Police found bloody handprints on the wall above the bed and footprints on the sheets, suggesting that when Johnny decided his fists weren't strong enough, he resorted to stomping on Randall.
What else?
He got a knife, a big kitchen knife, and stabbed him and slit his throat. And made him bleed out in front of my grandma because we dragged my grandma into the room because my grandma was sleeping in the other room.
Well, she had duct tape on her back.
Yeah, we duct taped her too. Yeah, so Johnny started beating my grandpa and I started beating my grandma. And I could just hear like the blood, just gushing, and I could just hear my grandpa in pain. And then I was fighting with my grandma. Like, I wasn't saying, she didn't know it was us because we were masked up. We were.
You had masks on?
Yeah, not masks technically. They were just kind of like t-shirts and just tied around. So it was sort of like a mask.
Your grandmother never said your name.
No, she didn't know it was us.
You swore that to me?
She didn't know. I swear, she didn't know it was us. She had no idea.
A short time later, however, Cassie slips up and admits that she and Johnny spoke during the attack. Therefore, there's little doubt that Wendy and Randall knew exactly who caused their suffering. Just a few moments later, she makes another serious mistake.
He picked out which knife he wanted.
Which one?
It's the sharpest one. It was like the biggest one. And then he started using it on my grandpa. And then he slit his throat.
Pause there. We. You said we started using it on my grandpa.
No, him. Sorry, it was him. I didn't touch my grandpa. I didn't use the knife on my grandpa. That was all Johnny. I couldn't have done that. So he was the one who did it.
Back in the interrogation
Yo, welcome
room, it
back.
seems that Cassie has ironed out more of the details of her story, with some noticeable changes. She
Welcome
doesn't
back.
mention masks, and she doesn't mention not talking.
What were you doing when you went back in your grandpa's room?
I was still with my grandma, and then
in her room.
Yeah, and then I dragged her into my grandpa's room, and Johnny asked me to go get some knives. So I got some knives from downstairs in the kitchen, and I got 3 big butcher knives. And then that's when he started stabbing my grandpa, because then I went back upstairs because I dragged my grandma into my grandpa's room, so they were both in there. And then I asked her for the code to her safe because I already knew that she had a safe in her closet. I just didn't know it was in the safe. So I mean,
did she tell you?
Yeah, I mean, she kept saying I'll give you money, I'll give you my keys, I'll give you anything you want. But yeah, she just kept.
Was she able to talk with the duct tape around her face?
Yeah, like she was like mumbling. You could still understand her, but like at the same time you couldn't.
Cassie basically described how her grandmother pleaded for her life. This sort of scenario could elicit emotion from even the most
They like to
psychopathic
say,
murderers, particularly since it was coming from the psychopath's own grandmother. Still, Cassie continued on with the act.
When Johnny's stabbing your grandfather, is it mainly in the torso or? Okay.
Yeah, he just, I don't know why he did that, but he just kept going.
How many times? More than two, more
Yeah,
five?
more than 5.
Okay.
It was more than 5.
While she was still in the hospital, Cassie revealed yet another twisted element to the attack, having to do with why she dragged Wendy into her grandfather's room.
Why did you drag her in there? Why would you do that? Make me understand that. Why would you drag
Did she not give you the code? Is that why you did it?
No,
When did she give you the code? At what point did she give you the code?
she gave me the code after I dragged her into the room.
So you did it so that she would tell you, know that you were serious.
Yeah.
Forcing Wendy to watch her husband's brutal murder is torturous. But even with that, there was more to Cassie's confession that came out at the police station.
So she told us the code, and I went in the closet because that's where they kept the safe. So
That's
I go
rough.
in there, I'm checking out all the stuff, and I grab the book bag, and I just start stuffing the book bag with everything. Like there was envelopes just filled with money. There was probably about like $1,000 that we found in that safe that they were just saving. And
Did you know about that money, or you just said no?
well,
$1,000.
weird. Like she was kind of giving me like an idea about it before. Like she was saying, "What if I just gave you $1,000? Would that just make the world a better place?" I'm just like, "No, I don't want $1,000." So she kept saying that, and then like when I saw it, I was just like, "Wow, she actually had $1,000 in her safe. Like that's crazy."
Cassie's tone here is an indication of her immaturity, as she likely doesn't realize that $1,000 won't get her and Johnny very far if they're planning to run away.
So is she a murderer?
Once
Fuck
Cassie
yeah, bro.
reveals they failed to manage their funds.
You got $1,000 in cash. Did you spend it all, or do you have it all?
We spent it all
Okay.
on food, money, weed.
And the money you were gonna potentially get from Johnny's family was gonna be what you were gonna start new with.
Yeah.
Where were you gonna go afterwards?
We were gonna go like to Florida.
Okay. Anywhere in particular?
Maybe like Pensacola, Panama City, just somewhere, where we could just like escape.
Pensacola was only a few hundred miles away, and doesn't seem like a very far way to run after a crime so heinous. Apparently, though, the aspirational Bonnie and Clyde thought the distance would be sufficient. You may remember that Chris Bjorge, whom Cassie was supposed to go live with, also lived in Florida.
Yeah.
Police questioned if he was next on the couple's hit list, but it didn't appear that they had any plans to target him or even visit his area.
So you guys put that stuff in a bag, and then basically Johnny's in your grandpa's room with your grandpa and your grandma in the room. Do you come back in there and say, "Hey, I got this stuff," or what? Okay.
Yeah, I go back into the room and I tell him that I got the stuff, and after that he slits my grandpa's throat, and then we drag my grandma into the bathroom.
What was the reason for that? Just to bring her to the bathroom?
Yeah, I don't know why we brought her back into the bathroom. I guess we didn't want to bring her into the bedroom.
Okay.
So we just brought her into the bathroom. And then Johnny slit her throat too. And actually hit her in the back of the head with the tire iron. Well, not the back of the head, but like right where your spine is. Because he was telling me, he was like, if you hit right there, like just one like good hit, you can just knock the person out and then they'll be dead. And she was like pretending to be dead for a while. Like I would, check up on her and I would see that she was still breathing. And I'll be like, Johnny, she's still alive. What the heck? And then like Johnny finally like made the like last blow, and it was kind of creepy because she was like scared to die.
This is a particularly shocking statement, because what exactly did Cassie expect? Her grandmother not to be scared in her last moments as she's being brutally attacked?
Yeah,
Once
like what the
again,
fuck?
Cassie's emotional hospital interview revealed something intriguing.
He was the one who like ended it for both of them because I couldn't do it. I couldn't. He kept he had knives too. Like he slit both of their necks, and I couldn't do it. So he did it because I couldn't. She was staying strong for a while. You know, like she was pretending to be dead, but we could see that she was still breathing. She did that for a while, and then Johnny like knocked her out in the back, like a pressure point, like right where your spine is.
So you said the last blow though
Was just like the last hit, like the
last hit with the tire iron. And who did that? You were Johnny.
Johnny.
Had her throat already been slit?
And then after he like did that, then he slit her throat.
Wendy's body was retrieved from the bathroom, along with one of the knives, pieces of duct tape used to restrain her, and a pair of scissors. Tragically, Wendy's final Facebook post was made on the same day that she was murdered by the very girl she was trying to protect.
That's
But perhaps
insane.
the most sorrowful detail came from Chris's recollection of the Bjorge house after the crime.
They loved Cassie. They adored her. When we got to the house after all this happened, the house was still a wreck. There was the smell of decay, the smell of weed. It was awful going there. And everywhere you looked, there was pictures of Cassie. They absolutely loved her.
Yeah,
The
that's
investigators,
crazy.
however, had to keep digging into Cassie's increasingly horrific tale.
Kind of walk me through what was going on in your head. I mean, was it like you said, the rush where it's go time? I just need to do what the fuck we came here to do.
Yeah.
Or was it like fuck them? They gave me curfew. They deserved it.
It was
Let's
like,
get this shit going.
It's
I like how she uses something so minute as like a curfew.
I stopped doing kung fu for a while just because you know my mind wasn't there. You know, all of my feelings were in my emotions.
Any ideas for
were all
2K?
focus. So that really affected
Have fun.
my kung fu. But when I was there, you know,
Do like a
I
crazy
don't
trick
know,
shot or
like,
something.
Just all of my emotions
In Rocket
kind
League.
of just like came out when it was happening. Like, I was
2,000
angry,
goals for
I was
2,000
sad,
subs.
but I was heartbroken at the same time, you know, because it was just like, you know, why did all of this stuff have to, you know, happen with my family, you know? Like, why did I have to deal with all this bullshit, you know? And I just kind of really got tired of it, and I couldn't handle it anymore. Like, I just kept exploding inside almost.
Too many goals?
Like,
I mean, you'd make a good short.
just run away and just be by myself with someone, you know, and just start my life. Like, I was just tired of being.
And grandma and grandpa were your biggest hurdles?
Yeah.
Is that how you saw them as your biggest hurdles to being with Johnny?
No, they were my biggest hurdles because of probation.
Okay.
If I didn't get probation, like I wouldn't be in this.
Comp of the
I don't
best
know,
shots.
like,
There you go.
Probation
That's
kind
it.
of really messed me up because you know I was gonna get a job. You know, I was gonna like start getting money, just you know, starting my life. And then once I got probation, it kind of just like really messed up everything. You know.
As Cassie attempted to explain her motive, things started to make less sense. It's hard to imagine a double homicide leading to the start of a good life. Additionally,
Yeah.
Cassie mentioned several times that she wanted to get away from her family, but never explains why she needed to murder them in order to accomplish this. She could have easily disappeared with Johnny to another city or state. What was likely stopping her was money, or lack thereof. She makes it sound like her grandparents were a barrier, stopping her from getting away once and for all. But really, it seems that Cassie needed to kill them in order to get the cash she suspected they had in the safe.
Obviously, when you guys were done with everything, you had some blood on you, I bet.
Yeah, I had some blood on my face.
Okay. Did you change clothes?
Yeah.
Were you in the house when you changed your clothes?
Yes.
You had extra clothes because you lived there.
Yeah.
And what about Johnny? Did Johnny have to change clothes?
Yes.
Or what'd you guys do with those clothes?
We put them in a trash bag, and I think we left the trash bag in my grandpa's car.
Okay.
With the knives that he used. It was all in like one trash bag.
I mean, then did you guys pretty much just leave the upstairs or?
Yeah, well, after that, then we closed the doors, and then we were just checking around, seeing if everything was okay, and then I started grabbing my clothes and start stuffing bags with my clothes, and then Johnny's, you know, walking around doing his thing, checking to make sure that they were both dead, and checking to make sure if we didn't forget anything. Then we left, and then we came back to the house.
When you guys left, where'd you guys go to?
We went over to like Kroger or Publix to go get something to eat, and then we went back to the house. So we just kind of like chilled there.
That's right. They chilled there with the bodies of her grandparents
That's wild.
nearby while they ate. Typically, if a person can eat after committing such a horrific act, it's an indication of a lack of remorse. and a total emotional disconnect from the victims. Something Cassie didn't mention was that they abandoned Johnny's car outside the grocery store they visited and switched to driving Randall's car. But she's still withholding a few despicable secrets.
When you guys were, I guess, together for the 2, 3, however many days at the house, when you guys left, did you go to make any purchases to buy some new clothes using credit cards or anything? Because we got receipts in that. So do you remember whose credit card you used?
It was my grandma's credit card.
In reality, Cassie and Johnny were in the house with the bodies for a week.
What about men? They carry wallets. You take grandpa's wallet?
I couldn't find his wallet, so I had no idea where his wallet was. So I just had my grandma's wallet in her purse.
He hid it underneath his bed. We found his wallet.
Oh,
Smart guy, because we almost didn't find it
His
either.
wallet and his cell phone were under his bed.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess that's where he started hiding it.
It's eerie how this makes Cassie laugh. Her jovial reaction and laughter are indications that this was all a game, like someone solved a riddle for her and she found it amusing. Cassie also admitted that she first took Wendy's phone during the attack to prevent her from calling for help. She also confessed to impersonating Wendy when concerned family members reached out.
Now, when family from California was trying to contact your grandma, tell me about that.
I took her phone.
And
I told them that everything was okay.
you did. You sent the message?
Yeah, I was texting her. There was other people too.
What do you mean other people? Like other friends of theirs trying to reach out?
Yeah.
You texted all those people also?
No, I just texted Sylvia.
What did you text?
Everything's okay. Don't worry. I'm fine. And then they started freaking out. Like, there was this lady named, like, Denise. And a couple other people that I don't know. They're, like, my grandma's friends. And they were just like, hey, I hope you're okay. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't even open the text. Like, I just sort of read them and then just ignored them.
Police had acquired some other shocking evidence, and it was time for them to reveal what they knew.
Did you guys ever chill with anyone during that week at all, or no?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we chilled with some of his friends, some of my friends, and kind of a mixture of both of our friends. Because we sort of had, like, the same friends-ish. Like, yeah, we were just chilling with them. You know, we would just go meet up with them. We would never have anyone come over to the house. We were just like, that's a no. That's a big no-no.
This is a lie, and the truth, when revealed, is even more horrific than you can imagine. The investigators would revisit the question of Cassie's interactions with her friends that week. For the time being, they learned that Cassie even went to her martial arts class just like normal that week and slept in the TV room downstairs to stay away from the decaying bodies of her grandparents.
Did you?
That's crazy.
To the doors, or?
Johnny did. He glued the doors.
Okay.
He went in my garage and found the, what's it called? I don't know.
Caulk.
Yeah. So yeah, he did that.
The point of that is what?
He just did that. He just decided to do that. He didn't tell me. I just watched him and I was just like, okay.
Once again, Cassie isn't telling the full truth here, holding back the disturbing reason why Johnny caulked the doors closed.
Because of the smell.
Investigators will push her for that final damning information soon enough.
Was there like ever a snapping point, or, I mean, do you feel bad about what happened? Do you think she deserves what happened, or what, you know, how are you feeling right now? I'm not in your shoes, you
With
know?
my grandparents?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel terrible. I mean, I feel like the worst person on the planet, but at the same time, it was kind of just like, I don't know. I mean, I feel heartbroken, but I don't know. It's really weird. Like, I'm really sad about it because, you know, like, there was so much stuff going on between me and my grandparents already. Like, I couldn't handle it anymore, you know?
Like you said with his follow-up question, though, I mean, did they deserve it? Did grandma deserve it? Did grandpa deserve it? Or was it kind of just more getting away from your own family?
It was more kind of just getting away.
You don't think that grandma did anything?
I mean, I was pretty pissed at her for, you know, the couple times that, you know, like, she would call the cops on me for, you know, no reason sometimes, or, like, a lot of the stuff that she would say.
This grandma just genuinely wanted the best for her granddaughter, and the granddaughter's like, fuck you, you're gonna die.
Cassie wanted to include her mother in the string of murders she and Johnny planned to commit, so it doesn't really track that she would be so offended by her grandmother's remarks. Regardless, Cassie clearly demonstrates that she had some built-up anger toward her grandmother, but it's still unclear what she thought her grandfather did to be subjected to such an awful murder.
Who did you have a more contentious relationship with? Who was the one you were butting heads with all the time?
My grandma.
Your grandma more so than your grandpa?
Yeah, I couldn't talk to my grandpa. I did not have a real good relationship with him. Like before we did, but then I don't know, like I wasn't able to talk to him.
A person who was truly traumatized by the event would struggle to verbalize or even think about the story. The memories of what occurred would be far too painful to cope with for any typical individual. Cassie speaks very matter-of-factly, as if killing her grandparents was the same as committing any other minor violation of the law. Despite recalling her horrific actions, Cassie remains.
Let's play
unaware of the
rock, paper,
officer's taking a
scissors.
break.
Boom. Bro, how is IW still $100? Like, it's a good game, but it's way too much. I don't fucking. I don't know.
But her attitude is finally about to change. Instead of questioning her story further, the investigators decided to confront Cassie with evidence of exactly what she'd been trying to
I'm on a
hide from
delay,
them.
so it won't even work.
Do me a favor. You gotta take a look at that. That's you and him, right? Is that at your grandparents' house? It sure looks like the living room of your grandparents' house.
How would that be possible?
Who's taking that?
That couldn't be at my grandparents' house. There was no one at my grandparents' house, so that could have been at my grandparents' house.
Well, I mean, I didn't shit this out. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Who, you know what I'm saying?
Well, let me watch it again. That must have been before.
This is the video police just showed Cassie, which seemed to elicit her first emotional reaction in her second interrogation so far. The question is why?
People have to say about you, like, I don't listen to people, like, I love you. You kick ass.
Who's over there?
That might have been like.
But your grandparents didn't like Johnny, so when was he at your house much?
Like, he didn't go to my house at all. Like, I mean, that couldn't have been at my house. That had to be in someone else's house because we had no one at my house. It was just me and Johnny.
I mean, you've been honest with me. I saw that, and obviously I've been at your grandparents' house. You know what your grandparents' house looks like, and just even the stuff said almost seems after the fact. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Johnny wasn't allowed at the house at all, as Wendy and Randall considered him a bad influence on Cassie. Rightfully so.
Rightfully
While it was
so.
possible that Johnny had snuck inside for a visit, the investigators suspected a far more sinister explanation. Cassie is left alone for just a few moments before the investigators return to drop another bomb.
Hey, Cassie, who's Sunshine?
Sunshine?
Uh-huh.
She's one of my friends.
Was she at your grandparents' house?
She's been there before.
Was she there during when you guys were hanging out there? You sure? Or?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember having anyone over at my house.
Just as Cassie had been holding back key parts of the story, the investigators hadn't told her outright that they already know what she's been trying to hide, or that they'd already been in touch with some of her friends, including Sunshine, who was able to confirm the final shocking piece of the puzzle.
Did you ever hang out with Cassie at her grandparents' house?
Yes.
You probably already know where I'm getting with this.
Yes, I was inside the house while they were dead. I didn't know that they were dead.
No. Yeah, that's understandable. Just, I guess let's back up then. When, because that's the main thing, obviously, I'm curious.
I don't know when exactly it was, but they had been inside the house for a while because you could smell it once you walked inside the house.
Now, you're saying it smells like shit. What did it
I didn't think anything of it because...
Did you ever ask him, like, why does it...
I did, and Johnny said that it was just because he hadn't flushed the toilet.
The police left Cassie alone for a short time again, and this time she appeared to show some real emotion. It was short-lived, however, as the police soon returned, armed with Sunshine's story, to confront Cassie again.
She's crying for herself.
As you know, I'm a cool dude. So is she. Okay, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive.
She's a cool dude. Dude looks like a lady.
Investigators, I don't know what type of, how many times they talked to you or that. We're different in that aspect, okay? I'm cool as shit with you if you're cool as shit with me. But once
Cheers, boys.
lying and stuff like that
And girls.
starts, I have a problem. I believe that there were people at that house, okay? I mean, I just want no ifs or anything like that. Unfortunately, you're in this, okay? There's no saving face right now.
So a lot of this was on the news, okay, as you could imagine. So he's been getting phone calls about you inviting people over to your house. So who was there?
The only person
Puppy and
that
Toke
he think
time.
of would be there would be Sunshine and her boyfriend.
While it might be true that they were the only visitors, multiple friends and acquaintances of Cassie told police that they'd received invitations to the house that week. They all turned her down for various reasons. If Cassie had it her way, there would have been far more visitors.
So for all these people to be inside your house, we're gonna both have to assume that it was after you guys killed your grandparents.
I'll be straight up, dude. We heard about a conversation that took place inside there where someone was bitching about the smell. And Johnny's like, no, dude, it's just sewage. There's a sewage problem upstairs. Is this not?
That never came up.
Now, that could be rumors. You know how when kids talk, rumors.
That never was a conversation that came up. The only people who came over to the house was Sunshine.
So they did come over to the house after you killed your grandparents.
Yeah, I mean, all of it was like one big rush. You know, I don't remember what day they came over, but
I'm not asking for a day. I'm just asking for in 7 days after you guys killed your grandparents and before you went to go attack Johnny's family.
yeah,
Sunshine and Alex were at your house.
yes.
Cassie's story was changing consistently. As if what Cassie had shared already isn't shocking enough.
Fuck, I'm not paying
officers
attention to
also
my
found
game.
recordings of Cassie and Johnny being intimate, filmed inside the house after her grandparents were killed.
What the
Finally, the last of Cassie's cruelty was about to be revealed.
Johnny, you said glues and what we know to be caulks the doors. Was that immediately after or was that before people came over?
That was before people came over.
Okay, so
I even poured bleach on them before he
you
did
poured
that to
bleach
the
on Grandma and
door.
Grandpa?
Yeah,
And you left one of the bleach bottles in the bathroom next to Grandma.
yeah.
Why did you pour bleach on them?
Johnny told me to.
For the smell? When did you pour the bleach on them?
It was like a couple days after. Like it was like before we
Rip
left the
Rocky,
house
what do you
to
mean?
go chill with some friends. Like we did it before anyone
What do you mean?
came over to the house.
With that, the awful truth is at last exposed.
Wait.
Before taking Cassie for fingerprints and photographs.
Wait, what'd you say?
It was like before we left the house to go chill with some friends. Like we did it before anyone came over to the house.
With that, the awful truth is
Oh.
at last exposed.
You're
Before
doing puppy
taking
time?
Cassie for fingerprints and photographs, the investigators leave her with some parting thoughts.
Okay, let me ask you this then. You literally have showed no emotion towards your grandparents.
There we go, baby. Let me get my boy. I'm coming for you, Mr. Magoo. Boo-boos, wake up. Oh. I know, I'm a big bully. I'm a big bully. Oh, I'm a big bully. I'm a big bully. Hi. Hi. Watch this, chat. Watch this. Watch his arms. Alright, watch his arms. He's gonna push me up. Watch. I'm gonna be rubbing here. And his arm's gonna push me up eventually. Oh, maybe not. He's too tired. Alright. Now you're out of here? The little man decided he was no longer game. Not much we can do about that, you know?
Parents, and I don't have.
We did wake 'em
I
up.
don't know the life that you were having, and I guess I can kind of understand that you wanted to sever that part of your life and start over again. Okay, but why are you showing emotion with when I brought up Sunshine? What the hell is this chick? You know what I'm saying?
She's just a close friend. She was there most of the time when I was going through the stuff with my parents.
Anything else? It only seems that you're sorry you got caught, that you had people over after. You don't seem to be sorry that you killed your grandparents.
I am.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Knock if you need anything.
Cassie was able to remain mostly void of any extreme emotions for nearly 2 hours as she talked with the investigators. However, now the consequences of what she did may be
He literally
sinking
just
in.
went and dove underneath
Her
the
distress
blankets.
didn't last long, though.
I'm almost
Her
at my
behavior
ear
just a short while
badge. Just
later
4 more
indicates
days. That's
exactly
insane.
how seriously she takes her actions.
That's insane. Bro, what the fuck kind of face is that?
By the time the case came to court, the wannabe outlaw couple were not as close as they once were. Johnny and Cassie reportedly broke up, and each blamed the other for the crime. Eventually, they both pled guilty to charges of murder, aggravated assault, and theft. They were both given 2 life sentences plus 21 years, and will be eligible for parole after 60 years. Before being escorted from the courtroom, Johnny read a prepared statement apologizing for his actions. His former friend Jake speculated that if he hadn't met Cassie, he wouldn't have gone down such a dark path in life. Despite the horror of his parents' deaths,
Damn.
Chris chooses to live life as
That's
a survivor
wild.
rather than a victim.
That's pretty
He prefers
crazy.
to focus on the joy he finds in memories of his
That's
parents
pretty crazy.
rather than the tragedy of their death.
My mom, she was very proud of the fact that she was short and ornery, but her mouth made up for her height. You know, and that's not bad mouthing her. That's something that she said all the time. She was a wisecracker. She was fun to be around. So I try to honor them
That's
every day with what it
wild.
is that we do.
That bitch nutters. Alright, let's see. We got 1 gold out of it. Bro, we need 47 fucking gold. We need 47 gold, chat. We've gotten 25 so far. Not good. A little over half of the way there. We've gotten 779 pater mined as well. Jesus fucking Christ. That's fucking unbelievable. Unfucking believable, mate. I used to watch so many true crime stories. Bro, I swear to God, I've been watching so many true crime stories. I've been binging, what's this guy? EWU or whatever? Whoever the fuck this guy is.
Alright, this is where we're at, Mr. Collette.
Close that
While
shit.
we were here, alright, my sergeant served.
I don't think I've watched this one. Amazon Review Killer. I don't think I've watched this one.
First one on your property. Okay? We have Kayla. Excuse me? We have Kayla in your property. She was locked in a container. Okay? She has told us.
JCS? Yeah, JCS to the go.
Okay, so at this time I'm gonna need you to stand up.
If I literally put JCS inspired in the description. How the fuck do I have 14 people in here watching me play RuneScape? Watching me play RuneScape and watch true crime. Yo, what the fuck? Oh, I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome.
And his story is one of the most
You guys are
bizarre I've
awesome.
ever heard. What you're seeing is Todd's taped confession, and less than a minute in, he says this.
Just thinking it's kind of funny.
What?
At the ending of all this,
Right.
You've helped us me get back with my mom.
Right.
And I'm helping you solve a problem that just cleans the books up. That
You see, Todd agreed to tell the truth about his crimes in exchange for a few things. First, he wanted to talk to his mother and give
That's
her
why
a
we're here,
bath.
Kel.
Second, he wanted
Appreciate
to
you,
transfer
bro.
money to the college fund of a friend's child.
there's probably not a lot we're gonna be able
You're a
to
G.
do.
Chat, I was gonna say, yeah, I think we're having an earthquake. But I'm just extremely stoned from eating so many edibles that I'm shaking.
What I wanted
Oh god. Oh god.
Do you still want me to reach out and talk? I have not yet, but do you still want me to reach out and talk to her
Holy
to see
fuck.
if she wants to come see you or talk to you?
If she would, please.
Okay, I will.
The biggest thing is, please let her know that whether I screwed up, I can't fix it.
You'll notice he seems pretty friendly and gregarious on the outside, and the more I learned about this case, the more I realized that's kind of his whole persona. You see, if there was one word that I could use to describe Todd, it's cocky. He likes getting his way and receiving praise for his actions. In fact, many people theorize that the only victim who managed to escape Todd with her life realized this very personality trait and used it to stay alive until help could arrive. Her name is Kayla Brown. On August 31st, 2016, 30-year-old Kayla and her 32-year-old boyfriend Charles David Carver went missing.
And found out to be a pedo.
Together after a few
Who
months
was
of
it?
dating, and in order to start building their new life together, the pair
Yeah,
was
Gamer
looking to
Cat.
pick up
What's
some
what
extra
was the
work on
game?
side.
What was the name?
Kayla goes, "Oh, I know the perfect job. There's this guy, a real estate broker who I met through one of my exes a few years back. I'm sure he'll have something for me." And he did. Todd was a very successful man in the area, after all, and he put Kayla to work cleaning houses for his listings. She was stoked to have the additional income, and the deal only got sweeter when Todd said he had a job that both she and Charles could take on
Damn,
together.
that's crazy.
This time, it was clearing brush at his own 95-acre property, which was only about 8 miles away from his actual residence. When Kayla and Charles arrived, Todd simply instructed them to wait outside while he went into a garage on the grounds to get something. As they stood alone in the creeping silence, neither one had any idea that these few quiet
Yeah, they're all
moments
fucking
out in the middle of
pedophiles.
nowhere
That's what I was saying literally yesterday. Super hot.
over the
I
next
was
few
literally
days,
saying
the
any
couple's
grown man that
faith
streams Minecraft is literally a pedophile.
friend knew something was off,
I
and
don't
all
give a
her
fuck.
calls and texts went unanswered. But
Straight
even when she
up.
visited Kayla's home and left notes on her car, there was no response. Charles was very close
Oh!
with his mother.
Pause. Dude, oh my god. Look at this. Oh my god. I found the killer, chat. Chat, I found the killer. Holy shit. What the fuck? There's no way. Look at this. What the fuck? Oh my god.
And they talked every day. So when she stopped hearing from him after August 31st, she quickly reported him missing. Soon enough, the couple's apartment was checked. And
Yeah, Alex, you already know.
their poor dog was inside all alone without any food or water.
Oh, dude,
This just wasn't like Kayla or Charles. Something was seriously wrong. But even when the two were reported missing, there was virtually no trace of where they could have vanished. And then something really weird happened. Charles posted on Facebook. That's right. All of a sudden, just like nothing had even happened, Charles was back on social media with posts informing his friends that he and Kayla were expecting a child, that they had bought a house together, and that they were now married. He apparently also shared out-of-character posts about digging holes, sword violence.
You feel bad for laughing, but it's so true. Yeah, it's so true. I don't even feel bad for laughing because comparison's so good. Oh yeah? Spec. No, wait, mine's this. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. What the hell?
For some bizarre reason, and chillingly the final lyrics to the Eagles song Hotel California, which finishes, "You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave." He shared strange posts like, "I wonder if I said hello, how many people would say it back? Let's try it. Hello. What color ribbon supports the cure for people who can't keep their nose out of other people's
Erase
business?
me? What does that mean?
And sometimes late at night I dig a hole in the backyard to keep my nosy neighbors guessing." These all seem to be aimed towards deliberately provoking Charles's friends, and on this last post people commented, "Is that what you did to Kayla and the real Charlie?" And, "Are you hinting at what you did with them?" To make things even weirder, Charles's account was sharing and liking the missing persons page. People would say it back. Let's try it. Hello. What color ribbon supports the cure for people who can't keep their nose out of other people's business? And, sometimes late at night I dig a hole in the backyard to keep my nosy neighbors guessing. These all seem to be aimed towards deliberately provoking Charles's friends, and on this last post people commented, "Is that what you did to Kayla and the real Charlie?" And, "Are you hinting at what you did with them?" To make things even weirder, Charles's account was sharing and liking the missing persons pages set up by the couple's families, even promoting
That's
a
crazy.
fundraiser
People
for
are
them to hire a
just straight
private
calling me.
investigator to look into the disappearances. None of this sat right with, well, anyone. The grammatically incorrect and mean-spirited post didn't sound like Charles.
Unmorbid? Yeah, it's insane.
At all. Not to mention the real Charles was barely ever active on Facebook before all these sudden posts. The account at one
Homie
point
says,
even posted
yes,
a
I'm
nude picture
fine.
of the couple captioned, "We're fine," which was soon deleted. On October 1st, a
He
concerned
posts
friend
a picture
commented,
that says,
"Where
we're
the hell
fine."
is Kayla Brown?" To which Charles's account responded, "Kayla is with her husband Charlie. Why can't she have any contact with us? And who is this? She doesn't want to. I don't believe that. I know Kayla. She's not going to just run away from everyone. You or her should at least let someone know she's alive. The people that need to know that we are okay know that." If you look at the timestamps on these comments, they're only minutes apart. Whoever was replying wasn't even taking the time to carefully think out these cryptic responses. One friend shared that they were sent a disturbing message from the account reading, "I'm just missing to everyone else. We are both okay. There's only one person that knows where we are, the person that means the most to me and Kayla. She knows where we are, and we are coming that way forever." Well, as you can probably guess, this wasn't Charles using his account at all.
No
It was
way,
Kayla
really? I
trying
thought
to
it
throw
was
people off his
Charles.
trail, buy himself some time, or maybe, just maybe,
Wait, am
he
I
was
in full
doing
screen
this
mode
purely
still?
for the
Oh.
fun of it, like a little performance he got to put on. And the further we dive into his life,
Bro,
the
what
more
the
you'll see that God
fuck?
definitely cares a lot about having all the attention on him. But now, let's go back to what really happened that last day of August when Charles and Kayla showed up on the property. After going inside,
Bro, this guy is
suddenly
legit
reemerged
just
from the door, but the
nuts.
friendly facade that he was known for in town had completely drained. Now he was dead serious, and as Kayla and Charles looked down, their hearts sank at the realization that he was holding a gun. Before they even had time to process what was happening, scream for help, or run, Kayla says that 3 bullets were fired, right into Charles's chest.
Boom,
Kayla's
boom,
whole world
boom.
screeched to a halt, and she could do nothing but watch. She knew in this moment she was trapped, all alone on the expansive property of an unpredictable killer, one who absolutely nobody in town would ever suspect to be hiding such a horrible secret. She was utterly silent and still from shock as Todd grabbed her, placed her in handcuffs, and then led her inside of a dark metal shipping container. This would become her prison. She was chained by the neck, ankles, and hands and would spend all day inside the box, except for 1 to 3 p.m. and 5 to 7 p.m. At those times each day, like clockwork, Todd would come retrieve her, bring her inside of a 2-story garage on the property, and force her to perform sexual acts. She would be fed, allowed to use the bathroom once, and given a small container of water to clean herself. She looked for any opportunities to escape, but they never came. For Kayla, time was running out. This was the hell she
What
lived in
the
while authorities
fuck?
were trying to piece together the puzzle of where she and Charles had disappeared to. All the while, Todd's posts on his own Facebook account were getting weirder and weirder, and looking back, his strange and cynical words are very telling. He had some generally questionable posts like this one from September 15th, 2 weeks after Kayla and Charlie went missing. Reading the news, this person
What the
is missing,
fuck?
that person is missing, another person is missing. Oh wait, that
PS4, yeah.
beach with a friend. Another person found with her parole violation boyfriend. In the event I become missing, please note no one would take me. I eat too much and I'm crabby. They would just bring me back. On September 26th, he once again took to Facebook to rant. In my family, you get backhanded for talking back or being disrespectful. Wonder what the punishment would have been if I had looted, burned cop cars, and threw stuff at people. When I messed up, Mom beat my ass. Stepfather beat my ass when he got home. Next time I went to my grandparents, I got my ass beat. You just didn't act up. These kids and adults just don't know. Damn shame, too. They might learn to appreciate if they did. Needless to say, the hypocrisy of this post is pretty
Couldn't agree more.
considering all the horrible things Todd's done in his life. On September 30th, he posted, "Just admit it, you look at the news, you see the political
How long does Mob 100 take? A long ass time, bro. 2 days?
Zombie apocalypse is
Not 2 days, like
better
12
and better
hours.
every day." On November 3rd, he shared a post that really shows just how quick his fuse was, how he viewed almost every interaction through an angry lens, and really how much he loathed others, or maybe just felt better than everyone else. "We need Ebola to come as a huge snowstorm, wipe out half the population, then melt away. Just tired of entitlement, rude-ass people for no reason, people who race to cut in front of you to slam on the brakes to make right turns, and that mother that stands in the aisle at the grocery store, and dude, you know who you are, that blocks the aisle checking out the microbrews and blocking everyone on their way to their Michelob. Big move." Notice how incredibly furious Todd gets when he feels that he's been personally slighted by random strangers.
Bro, you know what's
Angry
crazy?
because it will become extremely important later.
This guy's like talking about like all these just like people like standing in his way and shit. I know at least like 4 people that like make posts like that on Facebook. They're like, "Oh, this person at my fucking grocery store today is such an ignorant bastard for just, standing in my way while I was trying to cash out." Like, it's scary. There's probably so many more people like this in the world than we even want to admit. Jack, do you remember the NBA team, the Vancouver Grizzlies? I don't necessarily remember them, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I got accused of stealing the fucking soda, bro. Almost got the cops called on me for a fucking soda. No way. Really? Cops would have laughed. That's petty theft. You ain't getting shit.
But despite Todd's obvious
No,
effort
XP
online,
gains.
nobody would have expected in a million years what skeletons he had tucked away in his closet.
Fuck.
It wasn't until authorities got a search warrant to access Kayla's Facebook account that the picture would come together all at once. Investigators began searching the online profile for clues, and that's when they saw conversations between Kayla and Charlie about the job on Todd's property on August 31st. Now police knew what they were doing on that crucial last day.
Bro, my dog just walked out of the blankets like a fucking absolute unit.
Neither Kayla nor Charles had ever left the area of Todd's property. Police now knew exactly what they had to do, but not one person was fully prepared for what they might find. At about 8 a.m. on November 3rd, one group of investigators...
Yo, Zombie, the legend, the goat, the absolute fucking man. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Unsure what the other side was hiding. As Todd was questioned about what he knew concerning the missing couple, Kayla and Charlie, he didn't know that another team of investigators was simultaneously arriving at his 95-acre property a few miles away to scour it for evidence. However, at this time, the authorities who were with him did reveal to Todd that they knew the cell phones of the missing persons had last pinged on his property. Todd responded, "You're trying to find the girl." The detective corrected him that they were looking for both her and her boyfriend. Guess Todd slipped up there, as he was the only one who knew Charlie was already gone.
We have a search warrant, okay, for your residence and your car, okay? We are mainly looking for your cell phone, okay?
Absolute legend. 5 months, man. Way longer than that.
Meanwhile, not long after
That's
arriving on
crazy.
Todd's expansive rural land, the other team of deputies drove down its long gravel road and came upon the 2-story garage.
Good viewing Call of Duty 3P high round. Yo, it's sick, man. Have fun.
Space was adorned by shackles, but then they came upon the thing that fully stopped them in their tracks. In the bathroom, inside of a lone wastebasket, was a pile of hair clippings, reddish-brown in color. They warily headed back outside to continue the search, but as the investigators came across
That's
the
what's up.
shipping container and went to take a closer look, they were suddenly chilled to the bone by a strange noise. Someone was banging on the walls from the inside, and they were screaming desperately for help. In that moment, the whole atmosphere changed. Deputies rushed to open the doors, but the container was tightly sealed shut by 5 heavy padlocks. This unforgettable video captured the few tense minutes where everyone held their breath, as a few men cut and pry open the locks, and then, finally, they were in.
Watch out. Y'all move.
The dark box was littered with supplies and crime novels, and in the very back, chained to the wall by her neck, sat a despondent Kayla. On top of the dog bed she'd been made to sleep on for the past 2 months, barely able to move as her restraints had forced her to stay sitting up almost all the time during her captivity. The investigators try their best to console Kayla as they get bolt cutters to set her free.
Just a girl. How are you, honey? This is our investigator. He's a paramedic, sweetheart. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to get you out of there, okay? Just hang loose for me. Anybody got I need a handcuff key. Handcuff key. I got it right here. Hold up. Y'all slide back. Hold on.
Yo, this guy had this chick like cuffed up and shit. That's wild, bro.
But despite the extended trauma Kayla had just
Yo, this motherfucker like did shit like this before, I guarantee you, bro.
And calmer than anyone could have expected. Her strength in this footage.
Yeah, he said a trouble gamer.
Do you know where your buddy is? Yes. He shot him. Who did?
Todd Colehep shot Charlie Carver 3 times in the chest, wrapped him in a blue tarp, put him in the bucket of the tractor, locked me down here, and I never seen him again. Okay. He says he's dead and buried. He says there's several bodies dead and buried out
there.
Yeah. He says that the dogs will be ruined if they go looking because there's red pepper.
We're going to step you out, sweet. Because there's what?
Red pepper.
Okay. Tell the dog people that.
He says there's pepper everywhere around the car. The car's presently in a ravine under the land. Okay.
The investigators at Todd's house were alerted of the shocking discovery.
What the fuck?
Letting him know that
This guy is crazy as shit, bro. A lot of these motherfuckers are crazy. This motherfucker is like extra crazy, you know what I'm saying?
While we were here,
He didn't just kill him, he just like kept him alive and played with him and shit. What the fuck?
we have Kayla. Excuse me? We have Kayla in your property.
Look at his face.
Locked in a container. Okay? She has told us that you shot and killed Charlie. Okay? So at this time, I'm going to need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back.
He's already handcuffed.
Okay. You're under arrest right now for kidnapping. Alright? They're continuing to search your property. They're going to continue. They got cadaver dogs down there. Okay? If you want to help yourself, tell me where Charlie's at so we can go find his body. That's pretty much where we're at right now. Okay. Do you want to help yourself and tell me where the body's at so we can go recover Charlie's body?
No, sir.
You don't want to?
No, sir.
Okay. Why'd you shoot him?
I didn't shoot anybody, sir.
Okay, why'd you lock her in a container in your property?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's on your property right now, locked in a container. They just got her out of they called it a specific name. Connex box. She was locked in a container in a Connex box. They got her. We have investigators. We have like 20 investigators on your property right now. Okay. And they have found her in the Connex box. So she never left the property.
Yeah, that's crazy. Gamer up, have a good night.
Locked her in the Connex
Taking a break from zombies? Yeah.
You shot and killed Charlie.
I don't know. Fuck zombies.
Okay, so I'm trying to give you an opportunity
I'll play it from time to time.
Help you find this body because she's saying Charlie's body.
But
You buried Charlie's body on that property. So you're saying you didn't lock her up, you didn't put her in the Connex box or anything?
screw video games in general.
Put him in the back of your car.
Watching this clip, Todd seems almost frozen by disbelief, like he never thought he'd actually get caught. Authorities soon discovered Charlie's car also on the property.
Yeah, I agree,
which Todd had
Face.
spray painted and covered in debris in order to conceal it. It's kind of weird to me that Todd seems to consider himself a criminal mastermind and thought out all these ways to keep his dirty deeds secret, but he didn't even seem to consider the possibility that authorities could pin
You need the
victims'
5
names and
inches.
find him that way. One sergeant would
Maybe
later
one
say
day.
that he
We'll
feels
see.
Todd wanted to get caught so he could have an audience and tell people about his awful crimes. I might have to agree. As she rode in the ambulance, Kayla would reveal more heartbreaking details of her time trapped with Todd. One of the things I found most disgusting was the harrowing way she described the sexual assaults. This is seriously one of the most evil things I could ever imagine. Not only did he do unspeakable things to her without her consent, but it seems like he somehow managed to convince himself that this was not assault, probably in order to feel less guilty and pathetic, and in turn make Kayla feel even more worthless. Simply unbelievable. And
Oh
it
yeah,
goes
just
to
classic
show, once again,
manipulation.
the mental gymnastics and narcissistic
It goes
person
tough as
Todd
fuck,
would
yeah,
do to
bro. It's
believe that his
crazy,
victim
bro.
genuinely wants to be intimate with him.
Bro, I swear to God, look at this motherfucker. Hang on. Go back. Look at this motherfucker, bro. All these crazy fucks. All these crazy fucks. They just got that dead ass stare to their eyes. You know what I'm saying? Every single one of these crazy fucks. They all got that dead ass fucking stare in their eye. Every single one of these cocksuckers. I swear to God. Every single one of them. You look them right in the eye and it's like you see right through. You're not seeing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I fucking swear to God, they all look like this, bro. I swear to God. Not like just the eyes, you know? Just like that fucking dead ass stare in the eyes. I swear. On my life. Like that other guy we were watching earlier who trapped that like lady from his work and shit, like cut off all of her hair and like fucking like tortured her and like bound her up and shit. Like the exact same like dead ass stare in his fucking eyes.
Person like Todd would do to believe that his victim
Insane.
genuinely wants to be intimate with him, even though he's literally putting Kayla's life on the line if she doesn't comply. He apparently also told her that Stockholm Syndrome would kick in and she'd be happy with him, and that he'd planned to build a soundproof room for her to live in long term. Kayla also revealed that Todd liked to brag that he was a serial killer and a mass murderer, and that his dream was to get his body count in the 3 digits since it was supposedly only in the high 2 digits so far. Just listen to these bizarre claims that Todd allegedly boasted about to Kayla.
Wow.
I really don't know where the whole killing people for the government thing comes from, but I'd guess it was just a fabrication Todd made up just for the sake of attention. So this was the big case that finally put Todd Kohlhepp behind bars. But as authorities continued speaking with him, they would discover that the rabbit hole of Todd's life was far deeper and darker and more evil than they could have ever imagined. First of all, shortly after being taken,
Does it sound like it used to be in it? Yeah. I feel that.
where 2 more corpses were found.
I just play games I enjoy now. Yeah.
And his wife, Megan McGraw Coxey, a
Sure.
young couple who had been missing since December 2015. Autopsies revealed that Megan died from a gunshot wound to the head, while her husband received a fatal wound to the torso. To make matters even worse, while it was determined that Johnny had been killed immediately, Megan had been kept alive for 6 days before Todd brutally murdered her on Christmas. Upon further research, it appears Megan and Johnny had just been released from jail shortly before they went missing, And with various sources reporting that they had a history of panhandling and that their baby tested positive for heroin, you kind of get the feeling that Todd specifically preyed upon people he knew were at a bad place in life and particularly vulnerable. Now, Megan and Johnny may have had
It was
problems
so
with their
cool,
own,
yeah,
but
this
of
is
course,
it.
when Todd told the story of how they died,
Make
he
sure
framed
that
it in a way that made him look like the good guy in the situation. Well, sort of. Todd gave
Did you win?
investigators this play-by-play in his confession.
Did you win?
You picked them up at Blackstock, and you know what? You picked them up at Blackstock and Reeville Road, I think you said, and then that's, well, okay,
No,
where's
sir.
the start?
I met her there.
Okay.
Got her number. We talked on the phone for a brief moment.
My team says we only logged 40 minutes in the past 2 weeks, so that's crazy.
That next to Ricky's Hot Dogs.
You died?
They walked across.
Okay.
Damn.
Spoke to me
Rip.
there.
Okay.
I almost thought she was going to hit on me to actually. Come on, shove the $90,000 car. But that's not what I was there for.
I got you.
I'm gonna tell you, our meeting looked shady as shit.
Caustic's Hollow Strong?
I
Yeah.
understand. I mean, I got you because you show up with that.
In that parking lot?
Yeah, and her kind of the way she was. I understand what you're talking about.
Basically offered her the job, offered to let him go in and come work as well. The next day, this was over several days. The next day, she was in the paper, mugshots. I guess you guys had arrested her for meth or some hair, I don't know. Something was in her bloodstream and you took her kids away.
Okay.
I asked her about it and she informed me that, yeah, she had drug issues and with that.
Okay.
I still was going to give him a chance. You know, I get happens to people, it's hard. I get it. And I picked him up and I drove him to my land of kids supplies and got him down to my building. And that's when Johnny pulled a knife out and
You shot.
I shot.
What'd you do with his knife?
I don't know. I don't keep that kind of crap.
You just threw it out?
Yeah, that's thrown out.
Okay. What did she do when you shot Johnny? What did she do when Johnny pulled the knife out? What did she say?
Nothing.
Fortunately, the time I would usually spend in the game has been spent melting my brain on TikTok and Insta, so it wasn't that good after. Damn. That's disappointing, brother. I'm sorry to hear. I don't even fuck with no TikTok. I don't even watch short form content. I try and avoid that at all possible costs.
I think she entirely.
I like my attention span.
There was no. Oh,
yeah.
Johnny, what are you doing? There was none of that. This was her actions were. She knew he was doing that. They saw a guy who had a load of money, driving a car they can't afford. They didn't even have a car, and they were going to get something.
So then you shot him how many times?
Shot him twice in the chest.
Okay.
He dropped forward. When he dropped forward, I went around him and put another one through his spinal column.
Okay, and you shot her?
Not exactly.
Do you believe Todd's version of events? To me, it seems like he could have easily done the exact same thing to this couple as he did to Kayla and Charles. Just attack them unprovoked in order to keep the female party to himself.
Yeah, I think that's
The way
exactly
he tells
how.
the tale seems like an excuse to humble brag about how much money he has. After all the heartless crimes Todd has committed against innocent people, I just don't know if I can buy this. But it is true that Megan and Johnny had a sketchy record, and it's not too unbelievable that they could have tried something. Either way, I really doubt that Todd was very upset when he got the opportunity to kill. Next, Todd goes on some random tangents about how his property and storage container was never supposed to be used for such gruesome purposes, which is just a pretty bizarre topic to ruminate on after everything he's done.
The Connex was not meant to be a cage.
Okay.
All that change was after the fact.
Okay.
Connex was designed for my food and my weapons, and to secure my four-wheeler before I had the building built.
Okay.
The back area that's all wood, that wasn't designed for them. That was designed for my stuff.
Okay.
Until last week, there was no ceiling on that.
Okay.
I put that in because she was cold. Kayla was cold.
And Todd just loves talking about all his stuff.
I went down to the Connex, cleaned out the back area, because I had all in there. And at one time, those ammo racks weren't there. The ammo rack was here and here, pistol rifle.
Okay.
You know, I had chain around. There's lots of chain in that building. I use chain for all kinds of. There's chain in the woods where I've got trees with come-alongs that are starting to lean towards my fence, and I'll put a chain around it, hook a come-along to it, and start working it this way, and over a period of time, it'll fall away from my fence.
Okay.
So chain and cable and that kind of stuff, I got a lot of.
Okay, let's pause right here. Todd is obviously very proud of all his gear, and he clearly has kidnapping down to a science. But before we go any further with Megan's story, you need to see the backstory to all this equipment. And it's actually probably the most bizarre thing about this entire case, the Amazon reviews. Yep, that's right. When investigators looked into Todd's internet activity, they discovered something absolutely insane. Todd had been buying the tools for his crimes out in the open on Amazon, and he left public reviews where he described exactly what he was using them for. The crazy part is, anybody who read these creepy reviews probably laughed it off as just some dark humor. On a master padlock review, the review read, "Solid locks have 5 on a shipping container. Won't stop them, but sure will slow them down till they're too old to care." On a fixed blade, "I haven't stabbed anyone yet, but I am keeping the dream alive, and when I do, it will be with a quality tool like this." On a master lock, "Works great. Also, if someone talks back, go old school on them by putting this in a sock and beating them. They will not appreciate the hardened steel like you will. Works great on." Looks like he said shipping container. "Keep in car for when you have to hide the bodies and you left the full-size shovel at home. Does not come with a midget, which would have been nice. Works excellent. Getting the neighbor to stand still while you chase him with it is hard enough without having an easy-to-use chainsaw. It's blacker than my soul and priced right." There was even a review that read, "Now my locks have locks. Place is Hotel California now." Guess Todd was a big fan of that song. What would you have thought if you saw these on Amazon? Would you have been concerned or just brushed it off? Either way, all of Todd's reviews just further demonstrate how smart and funny he fancies
And
himself
find that they're true. Yeah, that's the most honest review you could ever get.
But moving forward
Oh
with
my
Todd's
God.
2015 crime, this next clip is very disturbing and disgusting, as Todd describes how he decided what to do with Megan.
Bro, yo, sorry, chat. I'm like stunned with this shit. I gotta like read you guys' chats. There's like another hour of this shit. Bro, there's literally another hour of this shit. This motherfucker's got... Bro, we're just scratching the surface with this crazy fuck, dude. Usually it takes like an hour for the guy to describe one fucking crime. This motherfucker's already talked about like 5. What the fuck? This guy's crazy, bro. Yo, unfortunate time is you probably delete it. I just gotta get in contact with my friends because yeah, that's literally the only reason I have Facebook, is so I can contact my friends. I avoided at any other cost. Unless they'll be here, yeah, respect. Yo, Super, do exclamation point, top points.
One side I really want to drop her. The next side I really.
Look who hit a nasty gamble, buds.
Let me back up real quick before we go that far, because we were talking about Johnny.
Okay.
The girl that was with Johnny, did you shoot her?
Not at that time.
Okay, what happened with her?
She panicked, but then she sat, I told her to sit down. She sat down. Went ahead and cuffed her, patted her down, told her I wasn't going to hurt her. She calmed down, and I actually took her to the Connex. No, that's not true. I had her lay there for a while. I didn't know what the hell to do with her. I didn't want her in my Connex because I had stuff in there. I didn't know what the hell to do with it. Putting her in with my guns is not a good move.
I understand that.
I actually had to go. The first time I ever had a little bit of a panic of what the hell do I do with her?
Shawnee boy hit the nastiest gamble last night.
I got legal guns. I told her I wasn't going to touch her, wasn't going to hurt her, wasn't anything to her. Just calm the hell down and let me sort this shit out. Somewhere between I did that, when I shot him, set the back tight in the back, got her to calm down, and kept coming back and forth trying to figure out what to do, but I had her cuffed, and she wouldn't go anywhere. Eventually, I went and, I want to say I left her on that floor for a while. I left her on that floor cuffed. I wouldn't let her, because I didn't know what to do with her. I didn't want her in the building.
Okay.
Got the tractor, got it out of there, picked the body up, and was trying to figure out what the hell to do with it.
This is Johnny's body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I was held with a meltdown.
And listen to how much more concerned he is about losing his sanctuary than he is about murdering people.
The land was supposed to be my
sanctuary.
Yeah, not my killing field.
Right.
It's not meant to be my killing field. It was supposed to be the place where I go to relax and get away from people and not deal with this. This killing really bothered me because it was such needless. Hell, I was giving him money. Why were you robbing me?
He thinks this violence was all needless and stupid. Pretty ironic considering all the people he's killed out of petty personal grudges. You'll see what I mean soon enough. It's all
Man.
about what works for Todd. He goes
This
on
guy's
to
gotta have like
describe
10 plus
burying Johnny,
bodies.
saying it was a lot more work than you think.
Yeah.
Then he wasn't sure what to do with Megan.
Tied her up, left her there, while I tried to figure out what to. I didn't know what to do with it, man. Right. Got rid of Johnny. Came back, left her there. Went and got food.
Streamlabs logic.
Fed the girl.
Hey yo, he just leveled up. Just one second.
Man, what are you gonna do with her? I don't want to shoot her. I understand. I mean, I can't have some crazy bad woman going back. I mean, she was going bipolar left and right.
She wouldn't calm down like.
Oh, she finally calmed down. But she would. She was talking to me, and first she had drug issues.
Right.
And then she kept going off the deep end with weird shit and kept talking, and then she kept telling me that she had manic modes or some sort of bipolar lithium crap. I don't know what the hell it was. Where, she was up, down, up, down, up, down.
So she didn't mellow out like Kayla did.
No, not at all. She did finally calm down, but she wasn't upset.
What made you decide to shoot her?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
It's clear from the way Todd tells this story, almost with a sort of glee, that he has no remorse. Even here, when the investigator tries to get him to cut to the chase and tell them why he shot Megan, he just said, "I'll get to that." Like this is some juicy drama he's been dying to share. Then he complains about all the stuff he bought for Megan while keeping her captive.
I wasn't going to shoot her.
Okay.
I was going to give her money. I don't know why the hell she went the hell off. I held her. I hate the kid.
No worries, bro.
I get another one. I held her there for a couple days.
How many days?
5 or 6. Every other damn day, she wanted Little Caesar's pizza. I hate that shit. Oh, it gives me heartburn. Little Caesar's pizza, not Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, cinnamon rolls, and friggin' Newports. If you go down to my building, you'll find an unused package of Newports that I bought for her, and then she went back. She tried to light my damn building on fire. Do you know how?
In the back of what building?
The Connex.
And then this part is just kind of weird. While telling the investigators where they can find the cigarettes he bought Megan in the storage container, he says something extremely weird and unprompted.
Oh, there's a collar in there? That collar was Kayla's.
Neck collar?
Yeah, she had me order it.
She asked you to order it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute.
Didn't use it, because after it came in the mail, I looked at it and went, oh.
Okay.
That's easy for me. It's a stainless steel collar with, like, hooks for putting, like, locks on. I mean, dude, it's like having I don't treat my dogs that way.
Okay, so let me explain the backstory for this one, because it's really strange. And I was very confused at first, too.
Yeah.
Todd actually claimed that Kayla had been writing letters to him while she was in captivity, asking for intercourse, with Todd himself even telling a reporter, "I'm not saying she's not a victim. She's not the victim she portrays. I mean, it turned into 50 Shades of Grey with bodies." So I guess that's where this supposed collar comes in.
Well, you made this comment to me. Sorry to interrupt, but you made this comment to me.
Bro, this guy's crazy.
And I believe you. And I talked to the solicitor about that. And I told him what you told me. I said, he's made the comment to me, solicitor, he'll plead to everything. But he's not pleading to because he didn't do it. I said, he told me that he's admitted to everything he's done. He's willing to take the responsibility for it, but he will not take responsibility for the kidnapping. I said, but he will not take responsibility for it because he did not her. That anytime they had sex, it was consensual. She had the choice, and she actually initiated it at times. And he said, okay. I said, so we're going to need to re-interview her. And we're setting that up.
2 gems in one session here. Holy shit.
I told him, I said, I gave him my word that we would re-interview him, and we want to re-interview her.
In the same slot, too.
Yeah, I think it needs.
That's gotta be rare.
She had me get her vibrator, the TV, the DVD player, the MP3 player, the coloring books. I said, coloring books? Adult coloring books.
Okay.
Dude, I didn't question. It got her to shut up. It got her to roll over.
That led me to something else. Hold on a second. You said the satanic book?
Yeah, what the hell, man?
I've never. Let me ask you this: the mattress is up against the wall, and we did that, looking to see if there were any weapons in there.
There was a bag.
Yeah. Did you ever spend the night there with her in the bed? Like stay the night, you and her in the bed overnight?
Never stayed the night.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time on the bed. She wanted the comforter thing that was on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
That was her idea. That was her submissive kitty bed, her kitten bed. Man, it drove me out. All of a sudden, I put the collar thing on her. And
Yeah, they found that. They were like, what? They thought it was for a dog, you know.
Well, now the cage that was up there that's in pieces, that I built.
This guy's
and it
fucked.
originally meant for my dogs.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the collar, the metal collar thing you told me about.
That I ordered off of one of the websites delivered, and I got it because she requested that as opposed to me putting the chain around.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that and went, I went.
I wonder how he can just admit to everything else, but not just like not blatantly raping her, you know?
This whole thing of explained to me that I had to
That's crazy.
give her permission to speak to me, give her permission to look at me. Dude, I don't do all that control. You know, I'm like, ask Ashley. Ashley's never had to deal with any of that crap. Yeah, it was just, I don't know, she had all this stuff, she kept asking for this kind of stuff, I got it, and she wanted, it's a big black book, about that deep, like $23 that damn book, and it's the Enchanted Sorcery, it's the how-to guide to be a witch. Dude, I just figured she'd read the damn book and shut up for a while. Kayla has before asked me to beat up people for her or use my resources, which she thinks my resources are go get someone killed.
Really?
Yeah. With people that she doesn't like.
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
Hey, have you do it or have you hired somebody to do it?
Yes.
He's sitting there saying like, oh yeah, she wanted to be put out there by her own will.
Really?
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
Well, I blocked her after all this so that it wouldn't know, because I mean, literally.
Well, we have her Facebook.
Okay, bud.
Then you have it.
Okay.
It'll take you forever the damn day to go through it.
Okay.
But go back to the messages.
Really?
In her phone messages. She supposedly had money in her car, and the guy took her money, but that's full. And then she wanted me to either use my resources to either have him killed, or beat up. I believe he was beat up, but she wanted me to use my resources to have him offed or go do it. Kayla uses that thing between her legs to get dumbasses to go do stupid. And that's what I'm trying to say, that she's going to use that to get Dustin hurt.
So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that out of respect for the victim. But I haven't seen any of those letters or anything to suggest Kayla was there consensually. What I will say is that even if such letters existed, who's to say that Kayla wasn't just appealing to Todd's ego to stay in his good graces and save her own life?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Honestly, she might have just been saying whatever just to fucking stay alive. You know what I mean?
I realized it was easier if he thought things were going his way, so I made him think whatever I had to. Todd had reportedly warned Kayla that there was a woman who he'd kidnapped before her who hadn't been so lucky to make it out with her life, which brings us back to Megan. Unsurprisingly, Todd said a gross and totally unnecessary sexual remark about Megan.
It looks like Kristen Dunst, kind of.
Too, during his confession.
Told her basically that if she would just chill the hell out. You don't know me. You don't know very much about me. You don't have. And last time I can check from what was online, she had a warrant where they were looking for her ass. I'll give you an envelope for $4,000. I'll drive you up to Tennessee. I'll drop your ass off somewhere. If you got any common sense on this planet, you'll go left and I'll go right.
What'd she say?
Oh, she got so excited, I got sucked.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it wasn't bad. I told her I would give her $4,000 and basically release her in Tennessee. Just go. Please, go. Don't come back.
It's cringy and horribly sickening at the same time to hear him talk so proudly about these things. It's like he thinks the investigators are his buddies, which just shows how large his ego truly is. He goes on to say that he thought his plan to set Megan free would work since she didn't really know who he was, and because of her sketchy background, she probably wouldn't want to go to law enforcement for help. But somewhere along the line, Todd changed his mind.
With Megan, you made her the offer of the $4,000. Keep your mouth shut. I'll take you to Tennessee.
Drop you off and leave you.
Drop you off and leave you. You go one way, I'll go the other way.
Totally.
What made that change? What happened?
What do you mean, what made that change?
Well, she ended up dead.
Oh, you mean what word proceeded?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I wanted to get rid of her. The weather went.
Mm-hmm.
We were having sleet. It was right before Christmas, man. We were having sleet. We were having rain.
Mm-hmm.
The weather went to
Okay.
and I still had to find a way to get away from Ashley, my girlfriend, long enough to get up out of work, get this person to Tennessee, drop her off, and get home. That's not just a couple hour trip.
No.
And if I'm dropping her, it ain't gonna be at the border.
Mm-hmm.
We're going north of Nashville. I want her way the hell away from me. She was gonna take it. She was happy. She was happy as hell for like 2 days.
Okay.
She was happy as hell. I just couldn't get past the weather.
Okay.
The last day, I went over there, opened the Connex up. She burned half the friggin' building. She took my ammo racks and grabbed them and did this. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not for such a little.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
So then what happened?
Well, there was ammo everywhere and stuff everywhere, and she broke the fan. I got her a fan. She
What's up, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
Prime, man, you just can't beat that. 2-day shipping.
Prime, just can't beat that shit. 2-day shipping. Prime, just can't beat that shit. 2-day shipping from a serial killer. You can't get much better advertising than that, for fuck's sakes. Let's be real. Like, what the fuck?
I had her those to get air ventilation.
Mm-hmm.
I got lanterns for her so she had light.
Mm-hmm.
I did the best I could to make it
Right.
somewhat livable.
Mm-hmm.
Got her blankets, got her pillows. She lit the damn thing on fire. I'm surprised she didn't asphyxiate.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm surprised she didn't.
Mm-hmm.
When I walked in the building, I was choking. Went to get her out, and then all of a sudden, it's like I had a caged animal on my hands. I don't know what the hell. She went from, I'm so freaking happy in the world to be, I'm going to go to Tennessee with money, and I'm going to restart my life, and thank you,
Mm-hmm.
to bad crazy. At that point, I tried to walk her out of the building. I just had enough. I walked outside. I was trying to calm down, trying to figure out what the hell to do with her, what to do with her. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
I came back in the building. She was going nuts. It wasn't like she was emotional about the situation. This has been days. It wasn't emotional about that. It was just like serious chemical imbalance. And she walked outside. I walked her outside. And when I walked her outside, I put a 40 in the back of her head.
What gun did you shoot her with?
Same one.
That you shot
Johnny
with?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a Glock.
And that's the same one you shot
Charlie.
It's not my favorite gun.
It's a handy
It's a
gun.
handy one. It's very effective, especially if you shoot 180 grains.
And sadly, that's how things ended for Megan. Todd's temper got out of control, and just like that, Mr. Nice Guy was no more. Later on, a former co-worker of Megan actually revealed that the victim had met Todd while working at her Waffle House job. And when authorities started digging deeper, they were told that Todd would act so creepy at the restaurant, inviting waitresses to his home and leaving large tips in a bid to get their attention. That a male cook actually started taking Todd's orders whenever he'd come in, just to keep the waitresses safe and more comfortable. Another detail concerning Todd's romantic life that will send a shiver down your spine is something Kayla revealed when rescued. So apparently Todd had had an ongoing relationship with a woman named Holly for about 10 years. Sources say it was an affair and that she was actually the person who paid for the storage container Kayla was trapped in. But Holly never suspected that her lover was hiding a gruesome second life from her, saying only that he gave her a lot of attention and made her feel very important. However, when Holly found out about Kayla's kidnapping and watched the footage of her being transported to the hospital, she was left speechless at this line.
Some girl named Holly, he's supposedly planning to kill her.
Who knows how many more victims could have fallen prey to Todd if authorities hadn't stepped in to stop him. Even Kayla could have been days or hours away from becoming another voiceless victim of Todd's unpredictable wrath. But you know, all these stories of how creepy Todd was while also simultaneously being a respected businessman in the area really caught my attention. But to understand how this masked monster was made, I had to take a look back at his early years, and although the unspeakable things he did even back then left me at a loss for words, it all led up to his most brutal crime of all. A
Bro, we're
quadruple
still...
homicide, one that plagued and puzzled the community for 13 years.
Bro. We're 44 minutes into this shit. We still got 40 minutes to go. This motherfucker's insane.
During his interrogation. We'll be going over that infuriating footage next.
What
but
the
first, you really need
fuck?
to understand the absolute disaster that was...
Alright. For this next...
Todd was born in Florida.
We gotta figure out all about my boy Todd. Oh, dude, his mother's super good looking. Holy shit. What the fuck? Yeah, the Toddy boy, hook me up, bro. God damn, dude. You want a little brother? Yeah. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be back. Oh, Rocky Boo Boos, how's my boy? Nighty night. Oh, XP waste. His mom's smoking, dude. I don't know what it is, but those chipmunk cheeks, dude, it gets me every time. That sunken in eye, fucking chipmunk cheek kind of thing. Ooh.
As his parents' marriage was crumbling, and they were
Shivers down my spine, boys and girls.
Loathed his stepfather and wanted to live with his biological dad, despite having seemingly no contact with him for about 8 years. And because of these unfortunate circumstances, or maybe something that had always been broken within him, Todd started to behave in very concerning ways early on. He was violent towards other children and showed signs of severe emotional and mental instability. He would destroy classmates' property at school and was actually sent to a mental facility at the age of 9 due to his sudden explosions of anger. Throughout this counseling, Todd was described as being preoccupied with sexual content at a disturbingly young age. If you're a true crime fan, then this won't be surprising to you at all, but Todd was also known to be extremely cruel to animals as a child, often a telltale sign of a psychopath. Not only did he heartlessly shoot a dog with a BB gun, but he also killed a goldfish with Clorox bleach because he wanted a gerbil instead. He even locked another young boy in a dog crate and rolled the cage while laughing until the child was in tears and begging him to stop.
Okay. Boss, that's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, I'm sorry, like, the kid didn't die and shit, like, all the people dying, that's horrendous. Putting the kid in the dog cage and rolling him around, that sounds like something I would do, or my brother would do to me when we were kids, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, that one's kind of funny.
Todd's father would later lament that the only emotion his son was capable of was anger. His mother must have been well aware of this as well, because she later described locking him in his room at night and placing locks on...
Like, one time, my brother went and took me to his open house at school, and he took me over to his locker, and he's like, oh yeah, this is my locker at school, grabs me, shoves me in the fucking locker, fucks off for an hour, comes back, and unlocks it. You know what I'm saying? I'm in there the whole time, like, help, calling my brother's name and shit.
School bus in the leg with scissors to get back at her.
Good
Destroyed
times.
a bunch of new furniture his mother bought him with a hammer.
It might not have been an hour, it might have been a little bit of an exaggeration there, but you know, it was a decent amount of time.
With his biological father after purportedly threatening
A
to
good amount of time. Long time when you're
this
young.
ended up being just another bad influence on Todd, as the man apparently taught the boy how to blow things up. But despite bonding over shared interests, living with his father didn't play out like Todd had dreamed it would. The man's frequent absence due to his many girlfriends left Todd thinking it would be better to return to his mother. But at this point, she made excuses to prevent this. This clip from Todd's police interview shed some light on his rocky relationship with his father.
My dad took me to office parks while he would still have to get his hands on and then want me to help him load truck and deal with his nonsense, and then would tell me that if I got into a fight, if I didn't win, you're not my son, don't come home. But then if I get into a fight, I whoop the kid's ass, I went too far, I'm getting my ass whooped because I went too far.
Also, in his 2016 interrogation, Todd spoke on a shocking incident he got into around this
So
same
just
time.
don't fight. I think that's the moral of the story there. Yeah, what's up, gamer? Welcome back, sir.
And that when we had talked at the jail, that there were others, and you told your mom she didn't have enough hands.
I had some altercations in Arizona.
Okay.
I don't remember all the details. I had a friend of mine that got shot coming out of a alleyway.
Okay.
I found the guy later on.
Who was your friend that got shot?
Michael something. I was a kid. I don't remember. Michael something.
Do you remember the guy that you shot?
I never knew his name.
You never knew his name?
He drove a Nova, gray Nova.
What year was that, you think? Well, how old were you?
Chat, we need like what? 8 more gold pieces. 8 more gold pieces. Up here, top left, it says gold nuggets. 39. We need 8 more, and then we move on from this shithole of a place.
That was his initiation.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And so, in October 1986, Todd was still in Arizona living with his dad when his violent tendencies would extend to a new extreme. He was only 15 years old, but he managed to lure a 14-year-old neighbor girl whom he had a crush on out of her home by saying her boyfriend wanted to speak to her. Then he held a gun to her head, brought her home, tied her hands with rope, taped her mouth shut, and sexually assaulted her. After this, he walked her home and threatened her not to tell.
Wait, so he admit to like raping this young girl, but he won't admit to raping the girl that he had bound and chained up in his fucking like big ass shipping container.
Anyone what had just happened, or else he would kill her little brother and sister. Luckily,
What?
somebody ultimately did call the police, and when Todd was apprehended, the first thing he had to say was, "How much time am I going to get for this?" And get this, Todd explained that his motive for the disgusting crime had been because he was mad at his father, who was out of town and wanted to rebel. At this time, he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder.
What
Okay,
the
now
fuck?
I want to take a brief moment
That's
to touch
crazy.
on Todd's late mother, because some of the things she said about her son's behavior are a bit odd to me. Before he was sentenced for this crime, she wrote to an adult probation officer pleading for leniency on Todd. According to Greenville News, she claimed that the incident had brought her and her son closer together, as he wrote her frequently while in jail, musing, "You know, it's strange, maybe a little good does come from some bad." She also wrote, "They don't stop to think that he even walked the girl home. Does that sound like a dangerous criminal? He even walked the girl home." While she may have had decent intentions, I just feel like a statement like this would be a slap in the face to the teenage victim and her family. Ultimately,
He
it was
fucking
recommended that Todd be tried as an...
he tied this woman up at gunpoint and raped her, yo. What the fuck do you mean he walked her home?
even describing him as a devil on a chain. And here's what I found
What
really
the
interesting.
fuck?
When evaluated, Todd was found to show deep emotional disturbance, but not psychosis. This would seem to suggest that Todd was not, in fact, out of touch with reality, which makes his detached behavior that much more chilling. Overall, the psychiatrist determined that Todd had an inflated ego and was extremely rebellious towards
That's
authority.
crazy.
Someone who generally feels like he should be in control. And there's one other key element that might play an underlying role in all of these big ideas Todd holds about himself: his IQ. When tested, Todd was found to have an above-average IQ of 118, although interestingly, his high school teacher reported poor academic performance. It seems to me like Todd just felt like he was better than everyone, above the rest of the crowd, and rather than apply his intelligence towards positive goals, he used it to manipulate people and orchestrate heinous crimes. In this case, even the juvenile probation officer would end up recommending adult incarceration, as they did not think Todd's deep-seated issues could be solved easily, and Todd agreed to plead guilty to kidnapping in exchange for the sexual assault charges to be dropped. If that's infuriating to you, you're not alone, as one probation officer went so far as to say this was a travesty of justice. Another official declared that Todd had little to no conscience and presented the greatest risk to the community. It appeared that Todd believed the world owed him something. Very few held hope that he could be rehabilitated. Well, as much as we can wish someone had locked Todd up for longer so he couldn't hurt anyone else, that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, he only received a 15-year sentence, and when he got out at 30 years old, he moved back to South Carolina and was placed on the
Yeah, that's
sex offender
crazy.
registry. Interestingly, while incarcerated, Todd had only been cited for violent behavior in the first few years of his stay, but throughout his 20s, he had no other records of disobedience, almost like Todd had learned how to put on a friendly act in order to get what he wanted. Upon release, Todd hit the ground running, paving a new life for himself.
It's like sociopaths and psychopaths. Sociopaths, sorry. They'll take therapy and shit to learn how to like have emotions and display them, how people feel.
But there was one little problem.
It's crazy.
Applicants were required to explain any history of criminal convictions in order to obtain
Will you
the
do that
license.
to learn how people
However,
feel?
Todd had a clever plan.
Absolutely
There was
insane.
no background check in place, and so when Todd explained the felony on his record, he twisted things to sound way better for him than the reality. He painted it as a petty argument between his teenage self and his girlfriend, saying they broke up, and then her dog got loose, and then when they were looking for it, the girl's parents got worried and called police. He said the only reason he had a gun was due to concerns over gangs in the Phoenix area, and that the kidnapping charge was due to him telling her not to move while they talked this out. So, yeah, just a complete lie. But
Don't fucking move or I'll shoot you. Bet you those were exact words.
Explain his charges without revealing the awful, ugly crime he
And
actually
then he
committed.
says,
Well, this fabrication worked
"You
out for
fucking
the
telling you when
company
I'll
after
kill
getting his
you."
bearings in the real estate scene. He even started
Boom.
his own business
Easy.
called TKA Real Estate, which employed about a dozen agents. His career was
Some
booming,
shit like
and on
that.
the surface he seemed like a pretty charismatic, hardworking guy to those around him. But still, his darker side leaked through the cracks at times, and people soon started to take notice. Co-workers were very uncomfortable with how he would casually watch inappropriate adult videos at work for hours, and some women felt uneasy at the sexual innuendos he made to them. He even made a distasteful joke on his firm's website that he motivated workers by not feeding them. Apparently, he was very open about his status as a sex offender, but would claim the charges stemmed from a girl's dad getting mad and overreacting after the teens took a joyride together. Again, very far from the truth. But all the same, Todd had glowing reviews, was described by many associates as very personable, and even got recognized as the top-selling rookie agent in his region at one point. All in all,
That's
his strange
crazy.
habits and unusual quirks were chalked up to, well, just that. So it wouldn't be until his 2016 confession that authorities would find out a brutal and high-profile quadruple homicide that they'd been struggling to solve since 2003 had been all Todd's doing.
Chat, how many people in the world do you think there are like this?
No.
Like this guy.
What I want you to do
Just part of everyday society, just fucking out there burying bodies, luring people to their fucking farm, chopping their fucking nutsack off and shit.
Afternoon in November 2003, Spartanburg County, when an unsuspecting customer walked into the store, Superbike Motorsports, only to be faced with a horrifyingly gruesome scene. All the employees staffing the shop had been shot to death. Terrified, the customer quickly called the police, who hurried over to inspect.
100 in the whole world?
Apparently everybody's been shot up here. Everybody's laying down in a pool of blood. His mama's been shot, the mechanic's been shot, and the owner.
The victims were quickly identified as the shop's owner, his mother, and two young workers. But as much as their devastated loved ones grieved and hoped for justice, the killer behind such an audacious and reckless shooting somehow managed to slip through the cracks. And as years went by and authorities racked their brains fruitlessly for answers, going down a few dead ends in the process, they had no idea that the real monster behind this notorious unsolved crime was hiding right under their noses the whole time, as a respected member of the community. And so, in this 2016 interrogation, they're finding out the full
That's the whitest thing I've ever heard.
at the motor shop, and the real motive was probably the last thing they ever expected.
So, go ahead, you bought the bike.
Bought the bike. Tried to ride it, didn't work either way. Key points. Had it 14 days, and it got stolen from the front of the apartment complex.
You said you went back to them?
Before it got stolen, I had gone back to them a few days prior to it being stolen and told them that I was having a hard time riding it, and I was not so sure I had made a wise decision.
And you went back to them because you
were inexperienced, and what else did you say?
I thought it was a bad decision. I was trying to see if I could possibly trade it in for a smaller bike or something of that nature. Maybe I didn't know how to ride it. Please understand this has been many, many years. They proceeded to give me a little on the rude side about my inability to ride that kind of bike. No one ever taught me. So, I mean, I know how to operate the clutch.
Bro, 6 more pieces of gold.
They by it sometime with the trailer, and if I didn't make up my mind, they had dropped it off at the apartment, so they knew exactly where it was stored because the guy brought it over to me.
So you said they knew where it was stored?
They knew it was stored.
Okay.
Because they had dropped it off there.
Okay.
2-3 days later, it came up missing. There was a police report. As far as I know, they never found the bike.
It's pretty obvious that Todd's anger stems from him being miffed at what he saw as the employees looking down on him. And for some reason, that seems to be the one thing Todd just can't tolerate. Watch here as he even gets sidetracked to complain about the police not taking him seriously when he reported the motorcycle theft.
You said I made a police report?
I did. Actually, the law enforcement officer made fun of me. He informed me that that's a shame it got stolen before I got a chance to write you a ticket. That was the one time I didn't like you guys.
Todd says a little while after that incident cooled down, he was once again making visits to the motorcycle shop.
Got to Jonesing again for motorcycle and started going back to the shop. During one of my times over there, sitting on one of the, I believe it was the manager, the owner's friend, guy was a bit of an asshole. I was looking at the bikes and trying to let the earlier part go, and the manager started making some comments about the last one being stolen, and he said something about mine was on its way to Florida. I have no idea it was in Florida or why he said that. When he said it was obviously he was not talking about the time when I asked about possibly selling it. It was implied that we took your shit. I let it slide for the time being. Got mad about it. Kept going out there. Why I kept going to the same bike place, I don't really know. But I'd go out there, sit on the bikes, and listening to these two, the owner and the manager, basically talk trash.
I find this part so intriguing because even Todd himself admits he doesn't know why he would keep going back to the bike shop if the employees' attitudes bothered him so much. Part of me feels like he just wanted a reason to get more and more agitated, so he'd feel justified in what he was about to do. To the workers, Todd was just some weird customer who kept coming in and acting strange, but they never could have predicted the absolutely evil plan that was simmering just below the surface.
Bought a Beretta 92 FS.
Beretta 92
FS.
FS.
9mm. At the time, those only had 10-round mags because they still had the limitation, and the aftermarket Pro Mags were god awful.
So how many? So you had a 10-round magazine?
Yes, sir. 3 of them.
3 10-round magazines?
Mm-hmm. Although I've got quite a few of those Kydex.
Mm-hmm.
They work very well. Bravo Concealment.
Mm-hmm.
Highly recommend them.
He gives a long-winded explanation about suppressors.
A suppressor would shoot on a semi-automatic. Requires a Nielsen device, also known as a RAD, recoil assist, if you have a movable barrel.
Okay.
Otherwise, you have to use a spacer and lock it in.
So you're having problems with the suppressor, you're going to have to say that part.
He's understanding it, and you're just going, okay.
Yeah.
And then declares that he made his own.
Dependability surpasses everything else.
Homeboy's even like making fun of the fucking officers. He's like, you're just standing there like, and you're just going, okay. Like, he's expecting more of a response. He could just be bullshitting.
It's almost funny how the investigators just cut Todd off whenever he starts to ramble about his accomplishments. I feel like a big motivator for Todd was getting the recognition he felt he deserved. So these utter dismissals during his big moment to tell his story probably feel like a big letdown. Anyways, here's where Todd finally tells the methodical timeline from the day of the crime.
I left college, left my class.
Okay.
Drove to Bowling Springs, put the shoulder holster on at the CVS parking lot. I'm not going to go to school. Got there, not everybody was there. Went and sat on a few bikes, did my usual, and doing my best to make sure that the paying customers were not there. Collateral damage is not cool.
Todd really harps on the point that he didn't want to kill paying customers, which seems to be his way of painting himself as a sort of anti-hero, like he really seems to relish in viewing himself through this lens.
You said you were waiting on what?
This was during a time, as you know, that it was not busy. I chose time that was not after work, when I would have a lot of people in there. Did not want to shoot other people. Kind of funny. Kayla put on her paperwork when she was writing stuff out to me that she found a killer with a conscience and a kidnapper with morals, whatever the hell that meant.
You remember that?
Yeah.
So you said I did not.
After she said, I spent a lot of time thinking, going, wow, kind of, okay.
So as Todd waited for who he judged as innocent people to leave, he was also waiting for one of the employees who he felt wronged him to show up. Once he was alone with the workers, Todd says he asked to buy a bike so that the mechanic would take it back to prep it. And then he says one of the most outrageous things the police had probably ever heard.
That was one big building. Yeah. I cleared it in under 30 seconds.
You what now?
I cleared that building in under 30 seconds. You guys would have been proud. I'm sorry, but you guys would have been proud.
The interrogators brush off his comment, and his story continues. He says he first went to the back where the mechanic was prepping a bike.
Okay.
Walked up, pulled out the Beretta, put the safety off, shot the mechanic twice. Downward angle. He was beneath me. He was down, crouched down on this side of the bike. Bike was here. I'm on this side, so I had to lean over the bike, and I believe it was two shots.
Here he brags about how good his shots were.
I got him in two lung shots.
Okay.
I got each lung.
You got him in 2 lung shots?
Yes, sir. If you can get up from that, I'm impressed.
Then, unprompted, he offers up the reason why authorities weren't able to find fingerprints in order to brag once again.
The reason why you didn't get any fingerprints is on the door, I used my knuckles instead of my hand to open the door. And the reason you have no prints on any of the shell casings is I wear 2 pairs of gloves when loading every firearm, even in practice.
Okay.
Even my practice ammo doesn't get fingerprints. That's why I don't have to worry about picking up shell casings. If you wear 1 pair, you can still have a latent print because of the acids in your finger. In regard to that, when they touch, if you had any chemicals on the outside of that, whether you had touched first before you touch it, it can put a print on it even though you didn't. You had gloves. If you wear a glove on top of a glove, it causes friction between the 2 of them and negates that.
So when you're talking about gloves, you're talking about latex gloves?
Yes, sir. But if you wear 2 pairs, not 1, 1 pair won't work.
So you use 2 pair of gloves?
Yes, sir.
Latex gloves.
After that, Todd went to find the other victims.
Okay.
At that time, all 3, manager, owner, and mom, they had heard the gunshots in the back and were coming this way to figure out what had happened. All of a sudden, I had 3 people in front of me. Mom was the closest, and I shot her 2 to 3 times in the chest. Not my best work.
Not my best work.
She was actually surprised.
3.
At her being there, not that my pattern was horrible.
In the chest.
Not my best work. The pattern was horrible. You can truly see Todd's narcissistic side coming out in these words especially. The whole thing was just like a game to him, and he really wants these officers to be impressed.
She fell. The the owner and the manager ran for the door. At that range, they should have ran to me, not away. They were way too close. When I came around that door, it was boom, 3 people right there.
Okay, so then what happened? They ran to the door?
They ran to the door. In the process of that, I topped a few rounds, topped one, I don't know which one was which.
In
the process. Of them
running. I popped.
You can almost see Todd's impatience here. He really wants to tell his story. It's like this confession is the performance of his lifetime, and he doesn't look too happy to get interrupted. Luckily, anytime he tries to go off on a tangent, the investigators pretty much ignore it and bring him back to the straight facts of the case.
That's crazy. Yo, Jay, what's good?
Did a reload while this guy was still running. This guy, but when I hit him, he crumpled into the doorway.
Okay.
When I did my reload, before this guy got out, I put 2 in him and he actually fell outside. That was a very fast reload.
Todd says he might have put an extra round in the guy who fell by the door as he walked over him, but he's not sure. And then he says something so chilling and insensitive, I almost couldn't believe my ears.
At any point, did anybody, I mean, there was nobody else. Okay, there was nobody else, but did anybody, as they were falling, I mean, did they look at you? Did they face you? Did they say anything to you? Was there any conversation, don't, please, whatever?
No, sir.
With any of this? I don't remember hearing any of that. I will tell you that once I engaged, I was engaged.
So
it's like, at that point, it's almost like a video game. It's not a game, but it's almost like you're focused on. You've been there, sir. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely insane. I can't imagine what must have been going through the detectives' heads at this point. Todd says he then walked around and put one last round in each victim's forehead, got in his car, and drove home. He took the gun apart, put its parts into parts of his trash and even cat litter, and then disposed of that evidence in the dumpster.
If it hadn't been so long, you guys could have actually pulled records and actually gone and figure out where they put it. But at this point, it's kind of a moot point.
When the detectives go on to clarify some points, Todd just finds every opportunity to make it about himself.
Moving targets, multiple moving targets.
Big challenge, would be huge challenge. Playing some Runescape, listen to this crazy fuck.
It's not an easy shot when you got 2 moving targets running fast as they can. I may shoot somebody as one thing,
right?
But I'm not a.
I need 4 more pieces of gold. I can upgrade my shit.
Say he wasn't initially planning on shooting the mom, like that gives him some sort of brownie points or something.
I actually wasn't meaning to hit the mom.
You actually what?
I was not meaning to hit the mom. I prefer not to shoot women if I can. And I refuse to shoot a kid.
But then, Todd's dark sense of humor comes through every now and then to remind us how he really feels about his actions.
I still got the t-shirt.
They give you a t-shirt?
They did. I kept it. I'm not a trophy guy.
You're not a trophy guy? They wanted to give you a trophy?
No, sir, that was actually...
I gotcha.
I don't keep trophies.
But at this point, nothing is too shocking coming from the man famous for saying, "My golf game was weak, my kill game is strong." What might be most frustrating about the Superbike case in the end is that during the 13-year-long investigation, one asset that police gained was a sketch of a potential suspect that a witness, presumably a customer who had been one of the last people at the bike shop that day, had described. The witness remembered this man filling out paperwork to buy a particular bike. In 2012, the sheriff held up a newly revised sketch and said, "I'm going to be bold enough to say this is my man right here." This is that picture. As accurate as it may be, it unfortunately wasn't able to catch Todd before he committed his other atrocities.
Accurate. Does that look accurate, chat? A little bit. You could have changed from then.
Now, to be honest, the raw footage of Todd's whole confession was tedious to watch at times. You see, Todd didn't want to write out his statement because he said he writes for a living, and his hands hurt. And so the detectives had to stop him after every sentence and very slowly transcribe his confession. At one point even saying Todd uses big words and talks fast. Here's where things get super intriguing, though. Many people argue that this was actually a deliberate interrogation tactic, and when you think about it, it makes sense. By playing dumb and making Todd feel like he's smarter than them, they subtly encourage him to keep talking freely and bragging about his accomplishments, not to mention repeating key details over and over again. And on the same token, while some people
Tokes too good to be him,
detectives
fair.
even needed to write down his answers in the first place, since the interview was being taped, others assert that suspects often don't realize they're being recorded, and having someone write down their words in front of them would make them feel even more secure that this conversation is not being permanently taped, therefore making them feel comfortable sharing more risky details or side comments that they might not otherwise divulge. Okay, now this next part has nothing to do with crime, but it is super interesting to me because it feels like Todd is really basking in the feeling of being catered to, while trying to seem humble and friendly with the detectives at the same time. I don't know, the whole thing just gives me a weird vibe, because of how casual, unbothered, and almost giddy he's acting while confessing murders.
What do you want for dinner? You missed dinner over there. That barbecue wasn't enough. What do you want?
Whatever you have for me.
No, I'm asking you. What do you want?
I don't want to be an asshole.
Shut that door, man. You're not being an asshole. I'm asking you. What do you want for dinner?
I don't know.
We've got Bojangles around here. We've got Miami Grill around here. We've got the whatever you want, man. Boiling Springs Cookout, whatever. What do you like to eat?
Cookout will work. That'll work.
What do you like from Cookout?
Never been there.
You just never been there?
No, sir.
They have a really good. It's called a giant cheeseburger, giant fries, and a giant tea. They're really good.
Works for me.
That's what I usually get. Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
I just don't want to be the guy who goes, I want the steak lobster and then he's an asshole.
Well, I mean, no, whatever you want to eat, I'm feeding you.
Thank you. But
So, I mean, okay.
There are actually a lot of moments sprinkled throughout where Todd seems just a bit too comfortable given the subject matter at hand.
So he's going to win, Trump or Hillary?
I'm scared to know. I get you look that way.
But to be honest, there were times during the confession when I did feel like I was watching buddies talk, and it was a little surreal.
Is that good? Mm-hmm.
That's how you know they're doing a good job.
I made a joke with him. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go back to pod. I'm going to let one part loose, and I might get everybody jealous.
Take this crop dust.
So, y'all had sandwiches again. Oh, they're all back in business.
Yeah, rip those people for sure, for sure. Obviously, yeah.
Well, the thing about it is, they're kids today, they call them millennials, and they want everything handed to them. I had a buddy.
They call them millennials. They want everything handed to them.
We didn't expect it from my generation.
But if being friendly with Todd was enough to butter him up to spill the whole truth and put him behind bars for life, it was worth it. In the end, I think this
yeah, Squirt Savage. You know it's good.
Treat Todd with kindness and respect, despite the things he's done.
The thing about it is, like you said, there are cops in the world that are bad. There are cops in the world that are good. I should not like you. Mm-hmm. I should want to nail you to the cross. Mm-hmm. You know, but
I'm going there anyway.
Well, no, it's not that.
But yeah, I get it.
I want to do the right thing for you. I want to make sure the right
Ooh,
thing.
we did it, baby. Let's go. We got the 47 that we needed.
I do this job just to put people in jail and do stuff like that. I do this job because
Let's go.
That's the way I want to be.
This next part of the conversation might give us the most valuable insight into Todd's headspace. So I'll let it play without commentary.
I wonder how this is going to play out.
What do you mean?
They're either going to put me on.
Are you fucking kidding me? I need 10 more. Oh my god. Ignorant game.
That's what I'm expecting. Or they're going to put me in a little box somewhere, away from anybody and everybody, which I don't expect. I actually expect it earned.
What do you want? I mean, all joking aside, okay, what do you want?
Take me out back, shoot me back in the head?
I wouldn't. I studied psychology a little bit in college. Want me to finish, like I said, I'm working on finishing college. The people at Superbikes made you angry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, you tell me, well, people at Superbikes made you angry. And not just angry, but I mean, they belittled you, they humiliated you, they made you angry enough to do what happened. And then you had the situation this last Christmas, and then this most recent situation. The time span. What kept anything from happening? You know, because that's a question.
I don't need to kill.
Well, I'm not saying you do. I mean, you know, but that's a genuine question.
I mean, per your legal definition, I'm serial, but I'm not.
Okay.
Honestly, if Johnny he had to pull the knife.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd seen the knife, you'd laugh your ass off.
Really?
Oh, God. Black and white tiger stripe. It was one of those.
The handle? Yeah. The one kind you buy at the little convenience store? Are you serious?
I'm going, my ammo costs more than your damn knife. Are you kidding me?
It
costs me money.
If you're gonna stab me, at least stab me with a butt knife or something, you know? Something with a little history, you know?
Yo, imagine being this cop though, and you're just sitting there like fucking 60 years old, and you're talking with your son and shit, and you're just like, yeah, I sat across from this crazy fuck. Like, that'd be a legendary story. I ate a cheeseburger with this crazy cocksucker. Like, this guy clearly doesn't know what the fuck to say right now, you know what I mean? Well, he does know what to do, like a general, like, understanding of how to keep the guy, like, talking and whatnot. But, like, he's clearly, like, once Buddy starts, like, joking around like that, you can tell he's, like, disturbed.
Here's how it's gonna go. Okay. Let's dance. And the other problem is if they don't put me on the gurney, when the people inside realize the people I hunt is them,
They'll be scared to death of you.
because I know the rest of my life never hurt another person. I'm entirely okay with that.
It's just like with superbikes and with this, it's just a reactional situation. Right, that?
I would never hurt another person again. And for me to take myself, it's not hard. I mean, you slam your throat on a desk somewhere and crush the larynx, you don't die of shitty death.
Yeah.
But you can do it.
But you hurt the people.
Like, look how quick that guy's answer. Yep. He just goes straight into defense mode.
And I won't. It would cause my mother to have a heart attack and die.
He's like watching his every fucking move.
Sealing his fate, investigators were conducting a thorough search of his property. They found a multitude of weapons and ammunition, such as handguns with silencers and rifles. But as there was no record of a background check under Todd's name for firearm purchases, it is believed that he illegally obtained these, which just adds to the laundry list of his crimes. In 2017, Todd Cole pleaded guilty to 7 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of criminal sexual assault. He entered a plea bargain that spared him from capital punishment, and instead was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences without the...
How the fuck does that guy not get a death sentence? If that guy doesn't get a death sentence, like,
Plus 60 years. Relatives of the superbike shooting victims filed a wrongful death lawsuit against him, and Kayla has also filed her own civil lawsuit against Todd. She was awarded $6.3 million. However, even behind bars, Todd has not been silent. In late 2017, he wrote to the Spartanburg Herald-Journal, claiming that he had more victims who have yet to be discovered, which would go along with what he told his mother right after he was caught. When she asked how many other victims there were besides the ones he confessed to, he apparently said, "You do not have enough fingers." In the 8-page letter to the publication, Todd wrote, "Yes, there is more than 7. I tried to tell investigators, and I did tell the FBI, but it was blown off. It's not an addition problem, it's a multiplication problem. Leaves the state and leaves the country. Thank you, private pilot's license." Yes, Todd apparently earned his pilot's license at some point and could have potentially traveled to commit more unsolved murders. But he has also expressed that at this point, he doesn't see any reason to give numbers or locations of other victims. At the same time, though, Todd reassured investigators in 2016 that he hadn't, in fact, killed anyone else.
Have you...
Chat, yo. Chat. One's in the chat if I should write to this motherfucker and see if I can get him to confess to some crazy shit. One's in the chat. 2's if not.
Killed anybody else in Spartanburg?
No, sir.
Have you killed anybody else in South Carolina?
No, sir.
Other than the boy in Arizona?
I'm just trolling, by the way.
And the one
No
that we got
shot.
on the property?
I'd never do such a
Anybody
thing.
else? And this is where I ask you this.
Is that enough?
I do, but no, this is the thing. No, this is the thing. This is not to drive a nail home or anything like that, okay? You had your moment in here with your mom, and
You just say straight away?
it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's
Well,
up to
clearly
you.
not. You see, they just said he didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Way. You know, because you're going to be sitting in a cell, and there's going to be lonely times, and you're a compassionate person. I'm a compassionate person. Okay. In the heat of the moment, when somebody pisses you off, you may want to beat the shit out of them, shoot them, stab them, kill them, whatever. But when you're laying there at night, it may bother you. You see what I'm saying? And that's the only reason I'm asking.
That's all it's a shot.
That's the only one you shot. Okay.
I didn't want to have to explain numbers on the phone, and I sure didn't want to give numbers of 4.
So when you told
Yeah.
Mom she didn't have enough fingers.
Kinda.
Okay, so that was kind of not I don't want to say embellishment, but it was just something to.
Didn't want to give her phone numbers.
I gotcha. I understand.
Definitely more than one hand, but it's not really a bragging kind of.
I understand.
Some of these knuckleheads may call that, ooh, that's cool. I don't really call that cool.
Hey Todd, a while ago you made a statement that said that when you just said those are the only people I've shot. Any other means? Okay.
What do you think? On one hand, it does seem a little suspicious that there would be a 13-year lull in between the superbike shooting and Todd's next victims. But I can also see how Todd might just be showboating in a bid to get more attention now that his case has died down. But get this. Some people actually think that Todd may not have even really committed the superbike murders. All right, strap in, because now I'm going to take you through some of the more controversial internet theories and conspiracies that have arisen around this case. Just a disclaimer, I'm not endorsing these theories in any way, but I think it's really fascinating to see the information people have dug up and the wildly different conclusions they've come to. So, about the superbike murders, a woman named Pat Brown, who is a profiler claiming to have worked on this case in the past, has written about her doubts. She says a serial killer that is also a mass murderer is not what you would normally expect, because serial killers like to have complete control over their victims. She also feels that there is no actual evidence beyond a potentially false confession that Todd was the perpetrator in this case. And she even asserted that the sheriff was up for re-election around the time Todd confessed, and this may have been a convenient way to solve that cold case in the nick of time. However, a counterpoint to this idea is that Todd mentioned a detail in his confession that apparently was never released to the public before, when he said that he shot each of the victims in the forehead, so investigators feel pretty confident that he was the one behind the crime. But still, Pat refutes this claim and actually says that none of the victims were shot in the forehead. There's honestly so much to go into here, but to me, it seems like Todd's motive and explanation of this crime were clear, so I'll let you decide what you think really happened. And then another conspiracy theory people have posited centers around Kayla herself. This one is rather sensitive, and I again want to emphasize that I don't subscribe to these beliefs and would never do anything to blame the victim, as what she had to go through was undoubtedly unimaginable. With that being said, here is the theory some people propose. When Kayla appeared on Dr. Phil to talk about the case, she said that she met Todd on Facebook several years before, and they had had little contact besides a few messages here and there, where he would ask how she's doing before he ultimately contacted her about the job opportunity. However, according to the Newberry Observer, an initial interview at Todd's residence between Todd and an investigator suggested that there may have been more to the relationship. The alleged transcript of that exchange shows the investigator asking Todd if Kayla was a stripper who would also sleep with Todd for money, which Todd claims is true. He also apparently claimed that he'd taken her to dinner and that she'd spent the night at his house before, among other physical encounters. So these details have apparently led some online circles to speculate that Kayla could have known more than she was letting on about the whole situation, especially considering those letters she had allegedly written to Todd during her capture. Other updates that have added fuel to this fire include the fact that Kayla in 2019 was charged with third-degree criminal domestic violence after a fight between her and her boyfriend. Kayla claimed that during an argument, the man bucked his chest into her, then she struck him in the face with a closed fist, and then he allegedly slammed her to the ground and put her in a headlock. The charge was her first criminal charge in South Carolina and was eventually dismissed. However, people still drew attention to another tragedy that occurred in her life about 5 months before this incident. At that time, her then-fiancé shockingly died of a self-inflicted stab wound to the chest.
Drinking doesn't, yeah,
All
it
of
doesn't.
These factors have caused some internet communities to turn a suspicious eye on Kayla, but at the same time, most recognize that she is still trying to heal from the traumatic experience she endured at the hands of Todd Kohlhepp.
Yeah, chicks that lived a
agree that
fucked up
even if we
life.
don't have the full picture of Kayla's
This
life,
lady here, bro, she just lived a
she
fucked
was
up
still a
life.
victim who did not deserve any of the horrible things that happened to her during that kidnapping. And I hope she is doing well today, or at least getting
Damn.
the help she needs to work back towards a normal life. Further updates following Todd's arrest have failed to show any growth nor regret on his part. In a hearing, family members of the Superbike victims got to make statements directly to Todd, and after one mother spoke about how Todd was frustrated that he couldn't ride a bike properly and said her son would have been happy to show him how, Todd actually spoke up to say, "With all due respect, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your information is incorrect." The judge reminded him he was only allowed to speak if he had a question for the mother. Todd apparently remarked, "I want to let her know why it happened." Geez, I bet you could have heard a pin drop in that room. Todd is certainly one of the most psychologically intriguing killers I've ever heard of. According to a forensic psychologist who was interviewed about 130 serial killers, Todd wanted to believe he was a good guy. He apparently doesn't want to be associated with the worst serial killers and has said, "I'm not a bad person, but I do bad things sometimes." It seems he justifies
That's fair.
his murders in his head by classifying people into categories of good or bad. But obviously, it's a childish mindset to have when you think you can judge people's character and decide their life or death based on how it suits you. Perhaps his twisted personal philosophy.
Fruit Loops are
and
so
complete
good.
lack of
I'm telling you,
remorse
those
was
Fruit
best
Loop
summed up when he told
straws
detectives,
that you
"I've
like
never
used to
done
like
anything
drink
to
milk and
anybody who
stuff.
didn't have it coming."
I used to eat those all the
Todd
time as a
Kohep's
kid.
story
Those
is
were
especially
gas.
disturbing, I think, because in the eyes of most people who knew him, he was just a normal dude. Outgoing and charismatic even, and at the very least, successful. He's a guy you probably wouldn't give a second look if you passed him on the street.
Do we watch another one? Fuck it, why not, right? Sure.
Everything. Okay. Well, no, we have the guns because those kids are here.
Hubbada, what the fuck is going on here, boy?
Am I really gonna get arrested right now?
You know how long it's gonna take? I have plans.
What type of audiobooks do we listen to?
The serial killer ones.
The serial killer ones?
Uh-oh. Chat, look out. They're on to me, the serial killer ones. Ah. One more, bro. I got a serial killer buzz going on. What's this serial killer buzz, bro? You enjoying these, are you, Savage? You want auto? OSRS autoplay and that shit. Alright, Tokes up. Yo, I'm gonna go grab a glass of water real quick, and then we're gonna rip a toke, alright? We're gonna grab a glass of water and then the toke. Alright. I'm back, my
On the
lovely
morning of
people.
March 12, 2022,
Alright, let's do
18-year-old
it.
Naomi Irian suddenly vanished from a Walmart parking lot in Fernley, Nevada, after a strange man pacing around the corner got into her car and drove away with her. With only a hazy
hang on.
CCTV video to rely on, investigators race against time to try and identify the mystery man. When they do, nothing can prepare them for the truth
What the
behind
fuck?
Naomi's
I don't think I've seen
sudden
this one.
disappearance.
I don't think I've seen this one
This
before.
is the exact
We're not.
moment Zulema
And
Celeste
watching
realized
this,
that the truth about what really happened.
you able to turn it up on one or YouTube copyright? I'll load up a dab. You want me to turn this up a bit? You want me to turn it up a bit, Honey?
To the missing Naomi Irian had been uncovered. The following footage has never been seen before.
Let's go, chat. Cheers, everybody.
There's some Kleenex
Well, I am sorry. It is really difficult to be hearing all the stuff that they're saying about you, everything that I am remembering about you.
Put your hands behind your back.
Oh, come on, I can't. I've got wrecked shoulders.
As best you can.
On the morning of March 13th, 2022, the Lyon County Sheriff's Office receives a distressing call from Casey Valley. He informs them that his 18-year-old sister, Naomi Irian, hasn't returned home since she headed to work the day before. He explains that he tried calling her multiple times but couldn't get through. He also checked and there's been no activity on her bank account. In an exclusive interview with eWoo, Casey Valley explains the incident.
And so she would typically show up at the Walmart parking lot here in Fernley
I was
at
gonna
about 5 in the
go
morning. The bus picked up around 5:15. Between 5:15 and 5:20,
But now let's go through it. Yo, you got this. Let's go.
For 10, 15
Yo,
minutes,
Jayski, you should partner up with Alex. She's actually fire at Apex.
Scroll on her phone for a little while. And as far as I know, at that point, she went to work.
Casey went to bed before he saw if Naomi came home that Saturday night, which was typical for them.
So the next day I wake up at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. She's not home, which is not unusual, right? Because
Okay, we need 5 pieces of gold.
It did seem kind of weird to me because, I didn't really see a whole lot of evidence that she had been home that day. But that wasn't really super unusual either.
But I can tell it just pisses off real criminals. Well, watching this guy break it down?
I wasn't hearing anything back.
After not hearing from Naomi all day, Casey decided to wait up on Sunday for her to come home again. But when she didn't, he called his mom and Naomi's friends.
I didn't get a single piece of gold from that. Suck my left fucking nut, Sally. Suck my left nut, Sally.
And so I called the police and I attempt to make a missing persons report. The dispatcher said that the deputy was going to come to my house and take the report in person. Rather than that happening, the deputy calls me 2 hours later. He calls me at about 11:30 at night. And I tell him what's going on, and he's like, listen, I'm not going to put out a missing persons report on this. 18-year-olds. She's 18. She can do what she wants. You don't have really any evidence to show that anything happened, blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, this isn't normal for her because if she didn't come home today, then she probably wasn't even at work today. I don't know what happened. And she's not answering any of her friends or anything like that. And all of her
because real criminals, the smart ones try to beat the guy.
She Snapchat a lot. All of her Snapchats from everybody were, not delivered and stuff like that. So it just seemed completely a red flag to anybody.
Sitting here taking notes.
Yes. Now.
And this deputy refused to make a missing persons report.
Stunned and disheartened by the complete absence of assistance from the authorities, Casey takes it upon himself to find his younger sister.
Good man. I like that guy.
Are you bullying Teddy? Are you bullying Teddy? He's so little.
Oh, look at little boo boo.
So little, look at him. You can't bully him.
Look at little boo boo. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you can't bully the baby.
What was the best solo queue legend? False.
He's just a baby.
Revenant.
No. Anyways,
Revenant dog.
100-pound pit bull sitting on my lap, and this thing licking my arm for some reason, and he's eating his own ass.
The deputy kind of got in my head a little bit, kind of gaslit me a bit about, she's probably fine, blah, 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 all this stuff. My girlfriend at the time, Nikki, she and I were talking, and she had the idea of, well, we should just go to Walmart and see if they'll let us look at the security footage and just see if she even showed up to work on Saturday.
If only Rev could craft
that's what we
banner.
did. She and I went over there and tracked down the security people who were.
I forgot the crafting of banners. Bro, I haven't played Apex in a hot minute. I forgot how the gameplay
What the
works.
situation was, and they were pretty sympathetic. So they for
I'm
us
too
to get
used to
there in the
mining.
security shack. It took us like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to just find the right footage, the right angle where she normally parked.
What he sees in this surveillance footage from Walmart makes his blood run cold. Casey knew where Naomi parked because he often saw her car in the same spot whenever he would go to Walmart.
That's
Video
fucking
quality wasn't great, but I
crazy.
could recognize her car. She was driving a 1992 Mercury Sable. There's not a whole lot of those left on the road these days, but it's pretty distinctive even in a grainy video.
I agree,
And
Alex.
the time matched up with when I thought that she would be showing up, and I saw the car pull in there. And we're watching this at like 4 or 5x speed. So we watched the car pull in. I was like, oh, that's her car, almost for sure. And before we get the video stopped in order to slow it down, the car leaves again. And I'm like, what the heck?
At 5:09 a.m. on March 12, 2022, Naomi pulls over in the Walmart parking lot and waits inside her car. A few moments later, a strange man appears on the other side of the lot. He stares at her car for a few minutes. Soon he begins to walk towards the vehicle and reaches the driver's side. Almost in an instant, he slips into the driver's seat and drives out of the parking lot. Disturbingly, Naomi doesn't get out of the vehicle at any point in the footage. Utterly consumed by panic, Casey immediately calls the sheriff's.
Yo, what the fuck? How does he just like sit on top of her?
Office once again and informs them about the surveillance footage.
At that point, I called the dispatcher again, and I tell them that I have, potential evidence of kidnapping of my sister.
Yeah, with the crafter
They
change
send the
especially.
same deputy that I talked to.
Yeah, I agree.
And he shows up about 20 minutes later, and at this point, we have some more video identified, and we have video of the guy standing there looking out from the sidewalk and circling around and going into her car. The police officer sits there and looks at it, and he says, I don't know, this looks like a drug deal to me. I was like, my sister did not do drugs, and he was just trying to cover his own ass, right? Because he didn't take my report the night before. Basically, he tells me, well, I'm not going to file a missing persons report right now still, but we'll put out a bolo and be on the lookout for her car.
What?
I was like, okay.
What the?
I'm not really happy with that, but if that's what you're going to do.
What the fuck, dude? I would be fucking screaming, bro. If that was one of my siblings, that cop would have a fucking broken jaw, bro. I'd be punching that cocksucker right in the face. I'd be going to jail. Like, I'd be like, motherfucker, do you see this motherfucker just hop into my sister's car? Like, are you watching the same video I'm watching here? Like, come on.
Despite finding compelling
What
evidence
the
that proves
fuck?
his sister
That's
is in grave
crazy.
danger, Casey's repeated pleas for help are not taken seriously.
Bro, that should be like a
leaving him
lawsuit.
in absolute despair and isolation.
That should be like a lawsuit. That's
Basically,
crazy.
I felt so alone, I felt so isolated. I felt like kind of betrayed by the sheriff's department. I felt very scared about what happened to my sister, and I just really couldn't process what was going on at all.
On the other hand, Naomi's and Casey's parents, who were in Africa at the time, struggled to cope with the news. In an exclusive interview with Iwu, Naomi's mother, Diana Arian, shares how they tried their best to help Casey find Naomi.
Early Monday morning, before even it was light, my husband came upstairs because he was getting ready to go to work. My husband came upstairs in tears, and he said that Naomi...
What they should do is just up the make it so that every character can open like the supply bin, and that just be their thing.
Had been kidnapped.
And then have every character class,
and
every support character be able to open the supply bin. That's good enough. And then you have the character class.
What are you talking
Every
about?
character class be able to craft banners.
And he said Casey just called. He saw on a surveillance video someone take Naomi in her car. And then we were holding each other and we were crying and we were asking each other, what do we do? What do we do? Because we're in Africa. We're halfway around the world. And one of my husband's coworkers, one of our friends, is an FBI agent. And my immediate instinct was to call him. So that's what I did. I immediately got on the phone and called our friends, and I was not in a state to be.
You know the perks of living in a fucking white neighborhood. My friend's an FBI agent. This happens in the hood, yo. My friend's an alcoholic. You know what I'm saying?
So I handed the phone to my husband.
Naomi and Casey's father
Damn.
went to the U.S. Embassy in Pretoria.
Hang on. You guys know who that looks like? Carry on.
South Africa, where he was working at the time and was able to get an emergency flight to the United States that day. As Casey's father flies into the country, his conversation with the FBI reaps some positive results, as they seem to be taking the case quite seriously.
So the next day, I get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I just and I have like a spotlight, and I'm just driving all the roads out in the desert near Fernley, just looking for any trace of her car. And about 9:30 in the morning, I get a call from Lyon County Sheriff's Department.
Dude, I got
Detective,
0 gold
he
again.
assured me that they're taking the matter very seriously. The missing persons report has been filed at this point, and they have every spare person on the force out looking for my sister's car.
2 days after Naomi went missing, the investigators finally take up the case in earnest. They begin with the video Casey found at Walmart. After carefully examining the surveillance footage multiple times, a triangulation and recreation method is used to determine that the person getting into the car with Naomi is between 6 and 6 feet 3 inches in height.
Bro,
they also identify that the suspect was wearing a pair of blue jeans, a light-colored hooded sweatshirt, and a face mask that morning. However, since he stood on the other side of the camera, they're unable to see his face or many other details. Naomi's phone number is run through the police database, but there aren't any location pings as it had been turned off. With only one hazy CCTV video footage and a suspect they're unable to identify, the investigators...
No, what about other cars? Is there anybody else in the car? You know what I mean? But like this car, like these cars over here and shit.
Begin by running a thorough background check into Naomi Arian's life. Casey assists by sharing everything.
I'd be
about
contacting
Naomi
those people,
with
seeing
family.
who there's around there.
Including Naomi, he has 6 siblings who moved to the United States only a year ago
See if
after
they see
living in
anything.
sheltered communities in Russia, Germany, and South Africa as a result of their father's job with the State Department.
So she kind of just wanted to come over here and get a feel for what it was really like to be in America.
She got the American
what it was
experience,
like
alright.
to be
Jesus
an
Christ.
adult.
I was gonna like move out, but then my brother was like, "Oh, what if you just pay me and like rent out the rooms in the house, and then you can live here?"
She's got a really
Ooh,
sexy
like,
voice.
that
Jesus.
actually sounds pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. And I would get to stay here. It's a place where I'm comfortable, a neighborhood that I know, easy to get to my work. You know, it's a pretty good deal. It'll be interesting.
You know, kind of get away from the parents, have a little bit of freedom. And the first thing she did when before
Like if
she
she
even
changed her
moved out
vocal,
here,
she'd be a
actually
great
was get a
singer.
job.
She's got that voice, you know?
She started working for Panasonic.
Bro, I got 2
To
gems
find out
again.
more, the
No way.
investigators dispatch some officers to mark out her regular work route. They examine the surveillance recordings from various stores along the route, hoping to identify any peculiar incidents. Although they observe no apparent suspicious behavior, they make a significant discovery while reviewing the footage from a gas station where Naomi had stopped by to purchase snacks on her way to work. In the footage, she's seen wearing a gray sweater paired with a blue Panasonic t-shirt and gray joggers. The officers take a screenshot of Naomi from the store and submit it to the investigators. This picture potentially marks the last time she was seen before the kidnapping. The investigators release Naomi's details with the picture to the media and request everyone to be on the lookout for the missing 18-year-old. As word of Naomi's kidnapping spreads, Casey sets up several search parties to help find her, and the community in Fernley steps up to assist the family.
The ladies in the local area in my son's neighborhood established a meal train. So we had meals made for us. So our job was to find her, and that was our full-time job. And my husband was out there with the FBI every day, and my son was out there searching the desert every day. You know, we didn't stop.
Despite releasing Naomi's picture and
It's
details,
alright.
the
I already
investigators
did.
failed to discover any substantial leads. That is, until they combed through the devices she used. Here they find the first hint of a lead. Naomi went on a date with an unknown man a day before she vanished. Naomi had told Casey that she'd visited a thrift store with the man and everything seemed normal, but maybe it hadn't been as innocuous as she thought. Investigators also find out that Naomi had previously complained about being harassed at work. Managers from Naomi's workplace state that they knew about her allegations and had resolved the matter internally. Eventually,
Positive
it's
is all that
concluded that
matters.
this line of inquiry is another dead end. It's around this point that the Lyon County detectives drop a bombshell.
Let's hear it.
So I went up to it just to make sure nobody was in it, and that's it.
All right. Did you see any shoe impressions?
No, so I did walk around it just to look at all angles, make sure nobody was in,
Okay.
like tucked in or anything. But I was like just driving all over looking for it, and as I was getting off here, I saw it sitting there.
They'd found Naomi's car abandoned in a dirt lot near a paint manufacturing company, just half a mile away from the place of her
Huge.
kidnapping. While this was a huge discovery, there was still no
Know
sign
that
of
chokes
Naomi
exist in this
or her
game?
abductor. Still, hope is not lost.
And
as
not
the
the
area
fun
where
kind?
Naomi's car
Oh,
was
God.
found had several stores with CCTV. The detectives request surveillance footage from all nearby businesses and begin to review hours of footage from the day of Naomi's kidnapping. They soon find that some of the surveillance had actually captured a spine-chilling incident from the afternoon following Naomi's kidnapping. Naomi's car can be seen on the road nearby and later parked in the dirt lot at 3:30 p.m., 10 hours after her kidnapping. An unknown suspect gets out of Naomi's car and walks on the road. A short time later, at 4:12 p.m., a gray, bluish truck drives by the same road and parks close to Naomi's car. The driver gets out, goes back to Naomi's car, and shifts it to another spot in the dirt lot. Then the driver leaves the car, gets back in his truck, and drives away. Investigators are still unable to identify the unknown driver at that distance. And even more concerning is that they don't see Naomi anywhere in the footage. Perhaps
Yeah, obviously
moved her
she's
to
dead.
another location
Like, come
by
on.
then. There's also another possibility. Is this man the same person as the one they saw in the morning, or were more people involved? Screenshots of the suspect's truck are released to the media, along with a plea asking the community to keep an eye out. What could be seen in the footage, though, helped to identify the truck as potentially being manufactured by Chevrolet. With little else to go on, the investigators visit multiple Chevrolet dealerships in the area to learn more about the vehicle. Every Chevrolet dealership identifies the vehicle as a 2020 to 2022 Chevrolet High Country 2500 or 3500 model, with possible color variations in either a metallic blue or metallic gray. The Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles
That's
then
pretty hard
sent
to
a list
tell.
of the same make and model of the vehicles
My eyes
that
aren't good
requested
like
Nevada.
deciphering colors.
Though at first disheartened to see the list contains hundreds of trucks, an
Obviously, my
analysis
glasses are
team soon
super thick.
eliminate vehicles
Chat,
that
have you guys
don't
ever
match
seen
the
how
foot-
thick my glasses are? Look at these bitches. Look at these bitches. I hope you seen that. I couldn't tell because I'm blind as shit.
footage. As the list of the trucks grows shorter, the investigators start verifying where the license plate numbers are registered. One of these addresses piques the investigating team's interest. As compared to the other addresses, it looks run down, leaving the investigators to wonder how someone from the residence could afford a $60,000 to $80,000 vehicle. They soon find out that the truck is registered to Troy Driver, and a search of his name through police databases reveals a daunting array of information. Troy Driver had a substantial criminal history that dates back to 1994. It started with animal cruelty at age 14 and turned into a 15-year jail time
How old are
for
you,
assault,
gamer?
burglary, and armed robbery in his later years. He was also a suspect in an assault case out of Elko County in Nevada. Moreover, his height aligned with the potential range of the suspect's height in Naomi's kidnapping case. Based on his criminal
13,
history
that girl's
and
gonna have the
truck,
glow up of a
Troy
lifetime.
Driver immediately becomes a person of interest in the case. He lives with his girlfriend Zulema Silas
you
and her
wait.
children and works at a mining company. Checking his girlfriend's Facebook, they find pictures of Troy, including one of him wearing a pair of brown hiking shoes that looks similar to what the suspect wore in the Walmart parking lot footage. With no other leads, investigators strategically place patrol officers near Troy Driver's residence to keep a close watch on him.
Only got one
The
gold
next
for that.
step is acquiring a warrant to inspect Troy's phone records to determine his location on the day of Naomi's kidnapping. Troy Driver possessed 2 phones, one for work and the other for his office, and an astonishing revelation emerges. The location data for both phones indicated that he was nowhere near Naomi. In fact, he'd remained at home throughout the day. However, undeterred by this setback, the detectives explore a different angle by reviewing the activities on both devices. Their suspicions are confirmed when the report reveals concerning evidence. Despite the location data suggesting Troy's presence at home, there was a suspicious absence of any activity on either phone. This was inconsistent with how Troy normally uses his phones. All of this was still fairly circumstantial. There was no clear link between Troy Driver and Naomi Urian, but the pressure was on to find Naomi. While the focus was on Troy, another breakthrough emerges from the surveillance footage. The same truck seen near Naomi's car
Did
is
I
spotted
win
on
yet?
the highway,
Yeah.
and on the opposite side of the Walmart parking lot on the day of Naomi's
Did you win yet?
abduction.
We winning,
The
son.
truck
I
owner had been parked in
need
the dirt area of the
what?
Walmart
4 more
parking lot
pieces
at
of gold
4:22
nuggets,
a.m. that morning.
and then we won,
But this
son.
isn't the most chilling part. Not only were they there before Naomi arrived, the person could be seen pacing around as if waiting for something, as if expecting Naomi's arrival. Since investigators already knew
That's
where this
maybe how
person
we
had
got.
left Naomi.
That's how he got in, probably so easy, you know. Told her
Naomi's
just
car
move
on
over,
the
I'll
afternoon of
drive.
her abduction. They then establish a route from that location to Walmart's
That's
dirt
crazy.
lot, where the individual had parked their truck. Footage showed them walking back to their truck. And not only that, when the suspect strolled from Naomi's vehicle to his truck, he inadvertently passed right in front of the CCTV camera. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the entire investigating team. It was Troy Driver. On March 25th, a full 13 days after Naomi's kidnapping, the investigators take Troy Driver into custody.
Damn. Gotcha, bitch.
Just so we don't have to switch. Don't move.
Another dope.
Yes. You have anything on you that's going to poke, prod, stab me?
I've got a pocket knife in my front left pocket.
Okay, aside from that?
No.
Okay, I'm going to roll you over on your right side, okay?
Yep.
All right, put your knee up this way. Whoever's going up to that building, tell them I'll come up with the warrant here shortly. Okay. Will you take a photo of that and then send that to Ty? Say, let him know one's in custody. let's roll you over to this side. Is someone calling you Nick? Probably.
Try to answer on your phone.
You want to finish searching? Okay. Boss speaking. Hey. We just got him in custody. Yep. Did we get the keys to this vehicle?
You nap when you got up earlier? No, I was hanging out with Crooks.
You don't have keys to this vehicle?
I do. Somebody took them.
Okay, but you did have them on you?
You had like the 2 bags with you? Where are the keys?
You guys took them.
Well, yeah, but are they in one of those bags or where?
No, they were on my belt clip. You guys took the keys.
Okay. He's pretty calm for having a...
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. I was gonna say that too. I was like, that guy is extremely calm. Like he just doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like he already knows he's fucked. He just doesn't care.
Told him not gonna tell him at this time, but you are under blah blah blah.
Like,
and he said okay,
he's already making up the excuses in his dome. You know, you can already tell.
Yeah,
He's just sitting there like, that's crazy.
He was.
Most people like
for sure.
Most people would be like freaking the fuck out, like, why are you arresting me? You know, like this guy's just sitting there chilling.
Abruptness of it, but not.
This guy's just chilling.
Not his first rodeo.
Me, I'd be freaking out, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Get the fuck off me. This is police brutality, motherfucker. That's what I'd be saying and shit.
Okay. So I go to.
It's the chip for the office door.
To get in the office door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did you take your camera off and go into that truck over there a minute ago?
I didn't take my camera off.
Your camera was sitting on the top of the hood right here when you went over into that
That was
truck.
to crawl back under and grab a tracker.
Okay.
I couldn't fit with my gear.
Is he surprised?
I mean, I think element and surprise, but not overall. He's very calm demeanor. All right, due to the long drive, we're going to get you out real quick. We're going to set you into 2 cuffs, okay? So I'll separate your shoulders a little bit.
After arresting Troy and bringing him to the station, the officers get warrants to search Troy's residence and his mother's, and she's none too happy with this development.
Hello? Yeah. I'll let you get the dogs locked up, and then we'll have a conversation real quick, please.
It takes all this to have a conversation.
And then this is Detective Pointer. He's got a search warrant for your residence. So who else is inside besides you 3 and the other little girl?
That's it.
Just the 4 of you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
How's it going, guys? Can we come on in?
Wait, being a cop would be the worst job on the planet. I agree. Have you heard the detective had to hear also? What do you mean? I don't understand.
Yeah. Sir, could you come over here with me?
Yeah.
Rhonda, what do you...
I have a gun on. Do I need to take it off to make you guys not shoot me?
Come over here, please. Come over here, please. We'll secure it real quick while we're talking, if you don't mind.
Just leave it.
Put your hands behind your back.
Oh, come on, I can't. I've got wrecked shoulders.
As best you can.
That's it.
Are you good with them?
Yeah.
I have a CCW.
We know you have a CCW.
Do you not have any weapons on you, did you say? Sure. Do you have any guns or anything on you?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Rhonda, can we go talk, where's a good place where we can talk outside for a minute?
The back porch, I guess.
Well,
In the beginning, he made that seem so much worse, bro. In the beginning, that guy made it seem so much worse with the editing. I thought they were gonna like be tackling this bitch.
Okay,
come on over here. As soon as we get somewhere, we're gonna
Like these shit detectives have to hear. Yeah.
Trailer.
Yeah, man. That shit probably keeps him up at night. You know, when they get so emotionally involved in the case and
We
stuff.
have to be safe.
Probably feels like they're missing a family member. You know, they got the other people's family calling them all the time. I'm like, where's my baby?
So do I need to
You
say
said you would find him. It's been 10 years and you still haven't found him. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that.
You're not under arrest. You're not a suspect of anything.
And keep me up at night.
Oh, we know. I talk to my son every morning.
This is not even talking to the fucking killers. That's just like the
Let's just stay
family.
down here for a minute until they get the house cleared. So here's the situation. We have a search warrant signed by a judge that allows us to look for firearms, okay? And we're going to seize firearms from this residence because we have probable cause to believe that Troy has firearms in this residence.
Oh, not at all. Okay, just shut up. They can
Okay.
go. They're not gonna. They don't believe us. Nobody's in there. You think you're gonna believe us that Troy has no firearms here?
Hey, can you hang out too?
I'm throwing this away.
Okay. After that, we need you to stay somewhere with us. Okay? Can you keep the two children occupied on the side for a few minutes?
Quick question, I want to
Sure.
know. Why do I take in our firearms?
Well, we have probable cause to believe that Troy has firearms over here.
But you don't. I
If
mean,
they're registered to us, you're gonna take them.
Well, we're going to take him to the lab and see if there's any DNA or fingerprints that belong to Troy on any firearms in this
there ain't.
residence.
Okay.
So if there is some, and you would tell us about it now, we don't have to search the house and tear everything apart looking for anything.
There isn't.
What do you mean? Tell you what?
Well, how many firearms are in the residence?
Altogether, counting the 22.
Yeah.
I mean, we got the rifle, the shotgun, and
we put them all locked up because we had the kids here. We didn't want
Okay.
guns out when the kids were here.
Okay.
And that's it. We have the one you took. We have your 44,
yeah, and the
a shotgun, and a 22.
You have any
Bro,
firearm
how
details?
many?
No.
You're welcome to look. Just
Okay.
don't trash my house.
Well, we're going to search outbuildings, trailers,
Have at it.
everything.
Okay. Well, no, we have the guns because those kids are here. I got the shotgun, the 22, and
I
a
need
gun
4
that
more,
doesn't even
man.
work in
Got
the
380.
2-horse trailer.
Okay.
It's locked up there.
Okay. Is there any other firearms here?
We answered that.
I'm
There
just
are no other firearms.
asking. I know you're not happy with the police
Okay,
and
but
about this whole
can I just
situation.
answer a question once? I mean, do I have to be?
Yeah.
I'm not unintelligent. I understand what you're saying to me. I
Okay.
answered.
And you have to
what
understand that people are dishonest with us all the time. So
Well, I'm
forgive
not-
us if we ask the
Guaranteed
question
I'm
more
not
than once.
dishonest.
Okay. Well,
And you're more than welcome to go search our house, but please don't trash it.
well, we don't want to.
There's no need to.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Did Troy bring firearms over here in the last 2 weeks?
No.
No.
Okay.
I haven't even seen him. That way. When
No,
I
he
seen him?
came over.
Well, I was shooting horses. So
Yeah.
I might have missed him.
He came over and helped me with something. I can't remember something I needed help with. And that's it.
Okay.
He rarely comes over here because he's working all the time.
Okay. All right. Well, let's have a seat up there on the
Something
porch
that-
next to mine, and we'll let
she
you guys take
helped.
pictures, and then we'll grab the guns and we'll be on
No
our way.
shot. The mom helped.
After looking through his mother's residence and seizing his car as evidence, investigators bring in Troy's girlfriend, Zalima, and her children for interviews. To their utter dismay, though, there's still no sign of Naomi
What?
anywhere.
So we're gonna go to the second patrol car here, okay?
Are we like in trouble or something?
No way, this guy didn't do it, right?
Yeah, I wasn't, but I had my phone was connected to the speaker, so I was playing music, and like I thought it was just me and my brother home, and I thought I heard a bunch of yelling, and I was like, let me check just in case, and I opened the door, and they were all standing outside the bathroom, and I was like, what the heck? And they were like, get on the ground. Yeah. No, I'm just bored. No, I want my phone.
Bro, I swear to fucking
You know how
God.
long it's gonna take? I have plans.
2 gold. We need 2 more pieces of fucking gold. Ooh.
Gonna get arrested right now? I'm really getting arrested right now. Wow. Wow. I don't know if it's anything worth checking, but I cleared it. There was no visible bodies. Yeah. Nobody armed.
No visible bodies.
I understand that. We're going to have one of the investigators come speak with you right quick, okay? Yeah, they'll bring him back here, ma'am. Just wait back here, please.
Get over here.
Okay, just wait back here. It's not the reaction from her that I expected if she didn't know anything. Correct. Was she angry? Oh, yeah.
Ballistic? I don't know. His
Hey, what's up, sir? My name's
charge.
This is Mike. We work for the White County Sheriff's Office.
What the hell am I doing here?
Well, that's what we'd like.
They need to have his like Q last longer. You know what I mean? Activate quicker, last longer. When I say activate quicker, I mean you shouldn't have to shoot as much. It should be like you shoot a few bullets and then it activates and then like yeah. Nemi, put it 3 times on the Nemi and I'll just one burst in kids.
Talk to you about, explain to you everything that's going on, okay?
Swear to God.
Your legal name is Troy. And what's your last name? Driver.
One Megan, I guess.
We're gonna get to it. Well, yeah, I'll explain to you. I gotta fill this thing out. Where do you work at right now?
I work at Leadcore, but
okay.
People just saw fit to pull guns on me and throw me on the ground in front of my office.
Results nice? Yeah, results alright.
Probably not looking at
Talking about the vid?
I really would like to know why I'm
No.
here.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll explain. How long have you worked at Liquor?
The Nemi can suck it? Damn. The Nemesis does more damage.
Didn't throw me on the ground. I was told to get on the ground in front of the office in Reno.
Reno. Okay, so you work like at Liquor in Reno. Criminal record? Have you ever been arrested before?
Yes.
What's the worst that you've been arrested for?
I was arrested when I was 17 for armed robberies.
Did you go to prison for that?
I did.
How long?
15 years.
Holy where at?
California.
Damn. 15 years in prison in California?
Yep.
That's
Do you
crazy.
need anything to eat or drink?
No, I want to get going.
It's good hip fire. It's way better hip fire
Can
in
you tell
the.
me about any
No,
vehicle
I'm
registered
locked
to you?
now.
I have a Jeep, a 95 Jeep.
What color?
Black.
Is it like a
Hemlock's
Wrangler or,
fucking hip fire used to be so much better, but now
Wrangler?
it's just trash.
I have a 2020 Chevy.
I've died to it so many times. I just fucking
A 2020 Chevy 3500?
lose my money.
What color is that?
Nemi all day.
And I have a 1980
Nemi and then flatline. That's like my go-to combo this season.
81 or 82.
On God.
What color is that?
Nemi flatline. 3 times flatline,
are
3
you currently
times
on parole
Nemi,
or
2
probation?
times. Don't matter. Either or, either or.
All right. So while we're in here, you understand you have the right to remain silent, and you understand that you have anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand you have the right to an attorney, and do you understand you cannot afford an attorney won't be appointed for you?
The
understand all
havoc.
that
He
stuff?
used to have like no recoil in
so
like season
have you been
6.
paying attention to the news lately the last couple days?
Not really. I haven't been paying attention.
Messes with you, it messes with me too. The only time it actually
Are you
like
aware of
benefits
the,
me is like long
kidnapping
range.
case involving Naomi Irion?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me about that?
I'm gonna keep grinding, keep going.
A Facebook thing on it, and I read that she was kidnapped and a truck that looked a lot like mine.
Okay. Are you aware of the kidnapping case involving Naomi Irion?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me about that?
My girlfriend sent me a Facebook thing on it, and I read that she was kidnapped and a truck that looked a lot like mine. They said they were looking for. Is that why I'm here?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, you just said it, right? You have a truck that looks just like it.
Because I have a truck that looks like that. Am I being charged with this?
Yes. Yeah, you're being charged. Okay. All right.
That's no. I want a lawyer.
Troy Driver protests his innocence and invokes his right to a lawyer, blatantly refusing to speak with the
Damn.
investigators.
Smart.
Still, they uncover that his girlfriend's family had a gathering on the weekend of Naomi's kidnapping. But Troy didn't attend as he said he was at work. To find out more
wasn't
about
at
Troy's
work.
absence and his whereabouts, investigators interview Zalima herself.
Dudes and dudettes. He said to find out more about Troy's whereabouts, I was expecting subscribe to my Patreon. I was getting ready just to be like, yo, fuck this shit. I ain't never watching another one of his videos ever again.
When
Should have
she's
known
told
there was
about the
another hour,
seriousness of
half
Troy's
an hour
past
video,
crime in
40 minutes of video.
California, she shares that he and his
Oh, yeah,
mother
all the
described it
deeds.
to her as something much less serious. Investigators are hoping that Zalima can help them finally find Naomi, as at this point they still have no idea where she is, or even where to look.
I like
It's through
that.
this
Oh
interview that
god.
they discover even more disturbing revelations.
But you know what? His mom stuck behind him after everything that he did in California. And he did tell me about that, kind of. I didn't know all the details. He never was, he just said, so they involved me and convicted me in murder. Like sounding, trying to separate himself from like the main thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, they involved me and people told on me and, you know, people like, you know, and that's why I was convicted.
Yeah.
And then his mom, you know, she relocated and everything for him. And then, you know, she
Sounds like he's
told
just a
the same
predator.
story. Like, oh, like he's a great kid, but you know,
It's
like,
crazy to me how these fucking people can have like families and shit and be perfectly fine with their families. Like the BTK killer, you know, bind, torture, kill killer, had a family and he was like a minister and shit at a church. Like, what the fuck?
with the wrong people. Yeah. But then the more I remember, like all the things, like I told you, that he says and laughs about, like, you know, all the stuff that he had done. And then all the things that he used to tell me that he used to do when he was in prison too. And he's like, oh, you have no idea. I have painted in the blood of men, you know, and it's like, yeah. And I was like, it's things that give you chills.
In reality, Troy had an accessory to murder charge. When he was 17 in 1997, his girlfriend at the time shot and killed someone, and Troy pleaded guilty to helping dispose of the body. But this isn't the only disturbing case Troy was allegedly involved in. In March 2021, a year before Naomi went missing, Troy was also a suspect in accusations of abuse and inappropriate touching involving his 16-year-old stepdaughter. While talking about the family gathering from the weekend of Naomi's kidnapping,
And this chick's letting like her
Zalima
kids around.
explains that following the death of her son's child, she'd wanted her son and daughter-in-law to get a break from everything they'd gone through and had organized the big dinner to lift everyone's spirits. However, Troy had a different plan for them.
When Troy got home on Thursday night, he said, oh, so tomorrow, he goes, so tomorrow, he's like, are we going camping? And then, because we had planned on going the weekend before that, but I can't remember what happened that we definitely couldn't go. And he's like, oh, but we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks. And then I go, I know. And then I go, but they're going through something. And then I go, and I want to be there for them. And he's like, well, they can come too. And then I said, I don't think they're going to want to do that. And I go, they just, you know, and I go, and then Travis is coming so he can spend time with Jose. And then he said, well, they can all come. Like, we can take everyone. And I go, yeah, this is like very short notice. I don't think so.
A day before Naomi's kidnapping, a deputy had visited their house to serve them with some paperwork regarding her son. And Zalima says that Troy had been quite rude to the officer.
And then she was walking over there to, you know, talk to him, to give him the summons. And he lowered his window and she's like, Troy Driver. And she just went like this. And she's like, oh, here's the summons. And he started pulling up the window. Like, she was still talking to him. And
The window to the wall.
he started putting the window up. Then he opened the door and she just left. Like, he didn't even let her finish talking. And she left. And then he got out of the car, out of the truck, and then he walked in, and I was like, oh, and I go, sorry for the welcome home. And he's like, oh, it's fine. And then he just went to where we have our desk, and he put his summons on top of mine, and he went to the room without saying anything. I walked in, and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, and he had a plastic bag of Boot Barn, and he had already put a pair of insulated pants in there, and he was getting something else, and he was putting it in there. And I go, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm going camping, he said. And I was like, oh, and I was like, the kids are coming tomorrow. He's like, well, I'm going camping. And I was like, okay. I turned around and I got out of the room, and I was a little bit upset that he would leave.
Yeah.
And because he's always has been so supportive and like with anything like that, he always wants to do whatever he can to make everyone feel like better or fix it for them or whatever. And the time it was just not, no, like he didn't care.
Since Troy had presumably left for camping alone, he had no verifiable alibi. But that wasn't all. Zulema also shared a chilling story. The couple had a surveillance camera in their garage. Zulema's son had apparently boasted about catching a drink without spilling anything off the tailgate of the truck in their garage, and she'd reviewed the footage, but when she went to see it again, it had been erased. The only person who could have erased it was Troy.
No.
However, he'd forgotten to delete one clip when he returned from camping.
And that video, for some reason, he didn't delete it. It's right there. I was looking at it. He gets home at 7:55 on the 12th.
Okay.
Exactly 7:55.
Okay.
And something that he never does, and I went through all the footage and everything. He has always told me that wherever we are, he never walks with his hands in his pockets because he says, in prison, you always have to be ready for someone to attack you and to defend yourself. So he learned not to,
This is a true thing.
He gets out of his truck and he's walking when he gets home, and he has his hands in his pocket and his head is down. And when he gets in front of my Subaru, he starts turning, and then he
It's a telltale sign. That's a true thing in prison, though,
goes
for
like
sure.
this. And he looked like really sad, really worried, like really. I've never seen him like that. Like his body language is like so. And you can see him when he's coming up. Oh, I'll show you if you want. When he's coming up the steps of the house, he looks like he's having trouble, like he's very tired.
But there was more. For the first time since they'd been together, Troy had showered by himself after returning home that weekend.
And then he got up and he said, I'm going to empty out the truck, all the camping gear. And I was like, it's Sunday. And I was like, we can leave that for later. We have all day, I told him. And then the next day, he didn't have to go to work because we were going to go to Alonso's court. And I was like, we have like all this time. In the
Oh my
day.
god, we finally did
And
it. Thank
me
fucking
and him, we
Christ.
watched a show together, a series, Walking Dead. And we watch an episode in the morning and one before we go to sleep. And I told him, I go, let's watch an episode of Walking Dead. And he's like, no, I gotta clean out the truck. I was like, okay. And you can see him in the video going to the truck, and then he forgets the keys, then he comes back, then he goes back, and he unlocks the truck and whatever, but he doesn't take anything out. He doesn't do anything with it.
Soon after, Troy deleted all the videos that would have shown him cleaning the truck, something which left Zulema confused. When they'd recovered Troy's truck as evidence, they noticed that he suddenly had new tires, something that they asked Zulema about.
How long have you guys been talking about replacing the tires?
Since he got the truck, since last year.
Okay.
He didn't like the tires.
Okay.
So you guys have been talking about replacing the tires on both vehicles with your tax return shipment.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So when it was time to do that, who called to ask about the truck tires? Did he call or did you
He
call?
called.
Okay.
He called.
So he called. He told you that he called down here.
He said he called, yeah, and
Were you present when he called or no?
no, I had walked inside because he told me I'm gonna call and see if they have them, because he wanted to do it right there. It was Friday when we came back from the dentist. It was around 3 something, and he replaced the tires.
Fuck
And
yeah.
that's another thing.
I'm gonna see what date that was.
Friday the
The
18th.
18th. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck
And
yeah.
he deleted all the videos too of him switching the tire with the spare. All of those are deleted too.
And yet another shocker, it had come to light that Troy had insisted on changing the tires after complaining that the truck had a flat one. But Zulema claims she never noticed that, despite driving the vehicle for the previous week. His claim wasn't helped by the fact that all videos that would have shown the flat tire had been deleted. This pattern of deleting videos was certainly alarming. Troy was hiding something, but what exactly? Zulema had also revealed that Troy claimed Le Schwab, a tire-changing company's outlet in Fallon, near their home, didn't have the tires for his truck in stock, but the one in Winnemucca did. He insisted on getting them replaced immediately, and they made the long trip, just under 2 hours, to Winnemucca for it. Eerily, Zulema wore a sweatshirt that day that read Serial Killer Documentaries and Chill, which represented Troy's obsession with crime and killers, something that would come up soon in the interview. With all of this suspicious behavior in mind, detectives finally bring the real reason
You can't
they're
tell the
all
difference
there,
between 4K
still
and
missing Naomi, and the hope
probably
that
not.
Zulema can help finally find her.
Bro, that's
So,
crazy.
when the media hit with this kidnapping, how close were you following it?
Not that close. I saw like 2 different posts, and out of the 2 different posts, the last one, the second one that I saw, I sent it to him because I think that's the one that had the picture of the truck. And I sent it through Messenger, and he didn't reply there. He called me back actually. Because it was like 4 something, and he was leaving the office, and then he called me back. And then he's like, "What is that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's that girl that's missing." Apparently, I told him, and I go, "Did you see?" And I go, "It has a truck that looks like ours." And then like he's like, "No," he's like, I can't see it. I can't look at it because I'm driving. So when he got home, I opened the thing, the post, and I showed him, and I go, "Look," and then I go, and then because I had been driving the truck that week, I made the joke, and I'm like, "Did I kidnap this girl?" And he's like, "Don't be joking like that." He goes, "Don't even be saying that." And I was like, "Okay, I'm sorry."
Was it like a serious reaction?
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, sorry," you know. And then when I showed him the other one where the suspect is seen, you know, when he's walking back,
Yeah, Mr. Cook.
and you can see his face that is black, and that's when he made that joke. He's like, "Oh, it looks like it's one of your people." And I was like, "Oh God, I hope not." And then I go, "Cause you know this is like really bad."
They never spoke about the kidnapping after this incident. Zulema shares that once the pictures of the truck had started circulating in the media, she noticed Troy had become nervous about driving it and had asked her to drive instead. It seems like Troy may have gone to Winnemucca to replace the tires because of his fear of being identified in connection with the circulating truck images.
No way,
But
really?
Zulema still isn't quite done. She shares that Troy had a strange conversation with her stepdaughter. The stepdaughter works at an automobile company in USA Parkway.
What's the other thing
and
that I
actually
need?
took the
Fuck.
same bus route as Naomi.
How'd that conversation go?
He was asking
Hammer.
how is work going, how does she like it, and he's like, "Do you like better driving or taking the charter?" And she's like, "I think she's like, I would like
You got
to
the
be
same
driving. I
team.
don't like being around
That's why
people."
sometimes if I get cooked teammates, I just like,
He
you
goes,
know,
"But it costs too
wait.
much." She goes, "It's especially now." She goes, it costs too much." And she's like, and he's like, "Oh, is there like a lot of people?" And then, he had asked, "Do you guys have?" Because
Oh,
for
what the
some
fuck?
reason they leave the Panasonic charter parked there at the Safeway, but the Tesla one, it drops them off and it goes back. But the Panasonic, they leave it there. Yeah. And then he goes, "So wait, do you take the Panasonic or you take a different one?" And she's like, "A different one." He's like, "It's just not there."
Did he ask anything else about him?
No.
Okay.
Or not that I can remember. I was
When did that conversation take place?
about a month ago, probably.
It was evident now that Troy had been planning this for a while, but what kept nagging the investigators was that it still wasn't clear if Troy knew Naomi or how he would have come across her. The
Tinder or
realization that the
whatever,
man
wasn't
she
it?
loves might have committed the heinous act overwhelms Zulema, and she breaks down.
Well, she's got a kind soul.
Do you need a minute?
Yo, look, guy. Hold up, pause. I know this is like a serious documentary and shit. Watch this. Watch this. Watch. Hold up. Hang with me now, okay? Pause.
Zulema
Just
then went
wait.
on to share a story about how she met Troy on the Ashley Madison
Wait,
website,
what?
and it once again confirms detectives' suspicions of him.
He asked me if I wanted to meet in person, and I said yes. And
Oh, well, that bald officer kind of looks like me if I was bald.
he told me that he was gonna stop at Taco Bell, and he asked me what I was driving, and then he told me that he was driving a lead core truck, and I met him there.
And that was where?
In Winnemucca.
Winnemucca.
In Winnemucca, and we drove out to Rose Creek.
To Rose Creek? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you know where that is, but it's outside of Winnemucca, and it's like the rural area, like past where all the ranches are. We went out there where there was cattle was grazing out there, and there was no water trough, and we sat right there, and we were just talking, and then we went like we were just talking and getting to know each other, and then we went back to his truck, and he told me if I wanted to go to Lovelock with him, and we can go, I don't know, have dinner or whatever, because he was staying in at the Royal Inn. That's where Leadcore employees stay all the time when they had the Relief Canyon project. The company put all the Leadcore employees there. We got into his truck, and when we got in,
Oh,
he
go back to
told me,
sleep,
he's like,
baby.
you know, I could have killed you, and no one would have known. And I thought it was a joke, and I was like, yeah, and I go, but Canyon project, the company put all the Leadcore employees there. We got into his truck, and when we got in, he told me, he's like, you know, I could have killed you, and no one would have known. And I thought it was a joke, and I was like, yeah, and I go,
That's
but you
wild.
didn't, so I'm good. And we left it off.
Do you hear it?
No. You.
I hit it that time. You can see where I hit it.
Safety.
So these ones here, with the revolvers here, yeah, you still got more.
I had also heard from Joyner that he liked to listen to podcasts.
Audiobooks.
Audiobooks?
On Audible. Yeah.
Okay. What type of audiobooks do we listen to?
Fuck, I'm not paying attention.
The serial killer ones?
And the psychology of lying. And the how to beat interrogations, like CIA, and like you know about the psychology of how when the CIA or FBI are interrogating you, and or
That's not
and how to
suspicious or anything.
spot people that are lying, like stuff like that.
Okay. Did you ever listen to any of them with them?
Yeah, I did. Like I was telling
Yo, how
you,
crazy is that?
like that's something that even the kids, like, you know, he would put the books, and the one that we actually listened to the whole book all together as a family was the one of Daniel Keyes.
Daniel Keyes?
Yeah, he's a serial killer from Alaska, and he thought it was so cool that he kidnapped a girl, killed her, but he kept her in ice, and she was in such good condition. And
What the fuck? Here. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, boy. Alright, I need to see how many legs I got. What's the potential? What's the potential? 300. We're gonna do it. 300. Yeah, that's more than enough.
That she looked alive. And
These
he
guys
took
are so
pictures of
cooked
her
on
and she looked
crying. That's
alive.
funny.
So he thought that
That's
was
funny.
really cool.
Do you
This
remember
was
hearing anything about that one? If there was like ever money involved or anything like that?
Yeah, like he wanted ransom.
Ransom?
Like that, yeah,
Okay.
and then he, he post that girl in a way like she was holding a newspaper
Mm-hmm.
and took the picture and did her makeup and everything, and that's what he thought, that it was so cool.
Okay,
that
baby,
the
come on.
girl actually looked alive.
Give me
He went online
750.
trying to find the picture so he can show us, but I didn't want to look at it, and the kids didn't want to look
Oh,
at it.
yeah, we got that easy. 750
So
easy.
yeah, I was like, but
Yeah,
he's like,
that
no, but look at
750
her. She doesn't
easy.
look scary. She's alive. It's really cool. This guy was really smart.
As she continues to share more concerning details about Troy's behavior, police finally get an idea about how Troy may have seen Naomi.
When he worked in Utah, he stayed out there for a while. He had a couple of women that he was with out there.
Okay. Did he ever say who they were or anything like that? Or
No.
I don't know about social media. Did he ever have them on social media?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Not that I know of, but he did tell me that he met them on Ashley Madison, that one where I met him, that one website, and
I bet you she'll never
he told me that
fucking.
he had met a bunch right there. I don't know that he went out with all of them.
I bet you she'll never fucking
Say that the two in Utah.
go Daniel guy off of that shit.
Now when we met, and then he,
Ever.
we actually started getting serious. After I met him, like I think a month after I met him, I deleted completely my Ashley Madison account.
You didn't pick Revges for
And I
me?
learned about
Yo,
that
absolute
from
go.
my cousin in California and my sister. They told me about that, and then when I got separated, that's why I got into that app. And then
Absolute
my
fucking
cousin and
go.
my sister were still on it, and I was with him for about 6 or 8 more months after. And my
Rev's
brother,
just too
my
broken
sister,
not to
and my
play him right
cousin,
now.
they sent me a screenshot of him still being on the app.
Now, did it show if he was active on the map? Or
It
just,
did. It did. And I asked him about it, and I go, why? Because we had said that we were going to be exclusive. And he told me, like, yeah, that was it. And I asked him, why did he still have the app? And he said it was just for fun. He said it was.
It's for fun. Leave his ass,
the
honey.
kind of women that wanted to be with him.
These
He's like,
chicks, bro. You kind of deserve what you got with that guy if
Troy
you stay with his
Driver's
ass after
profile
that.
was active on dating
Dumbass.
apps. The detectives already
For
knew
fun.
that Naomi used dating apps to meet new people. Perhaps this was how Troy came to know who Naomi was. As the detectives question Zulema further to understand Troy's disturbing interests, they find even more reason to believe he's involved in Naomi's kidnapping.
did he ever talk about if he would have done something, how he would do it?
Oh my God.
All the time.
When I lived in Winnemucca, I had 2 clients that I used to clean their houses for. Those were the clients that I had for the longest time. I cleaned their houses for almost 7 years.
Yo, this chick's super sick. I actually like this chick. She seems super humble.
She owns a in Winnemucca, double check. And her daughter is, and her husband, they owned
Fuck,
a
dude, I
crushing
gotta step it
business
up
in
here.
Winnemucca.
Speed.
In December, they said that she committed this past December. Her mom, my boss, she believes that he killed her because he asked her for a divorce. And when I was going through my divorce, had told me get your part, like get your half. So I was very upset when they said that she committed. When I called her mom and she told me, no, I think killed her because she was gonna get half of the business and he didn't want to share the business. And then she started telling me how I was telling her that she was scared and gave her different type of documents about how she was found and everything. And he told me, if that was me, I would have done the same thing. And I can tell you that he's not gonna get arrested. And he's like, because they're not, you know, because I would have done the same thing. So that is the only time that he has told me, and that upset me. And I was like, don't tell me that.
Before the interview wraps up, Zulema shares one last damning detail. The camping gear was unused from the weekend Troy had apparently left for camping alone. The same weekend Naomi went missing.
That's crazy.
You know, when we were in California, because the ones in California, there was one that we went 1,000 feet underground. And that one, he said, like, my God, you can hide a body here and no one will ever find it.
While every lead reinforces their suspicions against Troy, none of it leads them to Naomi Irian. It's now over 2 weeks since Naomi was last seen, and the situation soon evolves into a desperate race against time. In a bid to gather any information that could lead to Naomi, Troy Driver's arrest is released to the media in the hopes this will urge any witnesses to come forward. Soon after, the investigators start receiving tips from several callers. They receive a call from a woman informing them that a man resembling Troy Driver allegedly followed her to the same Walmart parking lot a month earlier. The woman said that she was walking her dogs near a highway outside of Fernley in February when she noticed a car pull up next to hers off the road in the dirt. The driver then tailed her car to a Walmart. If this was Troy, then it established a disturbing pattern of behavior for him. They also receive a call from an employee at the Relief Canyon mine who had been a co-worker of Troy Driver. He informs them that a month before Naomi was taken, a heavy equipment delivery driver arrived at the mine with an excavator that was requested by Troy Driver.
Fuck,
This
dude, you kidding
employee
me?
spoke
That's
with
so
Troy and
bad.
noted down the address where he wanted the excavator to be delivered. This address was about 16 miles away
That's
and
such
led
bad
to the
rewards.
Buena Vista iron mine. The investigators
dog
pay a
shit.
visit to the mine, diligently tracing the excavator's path, which ultimately leads them to an unsettling discovery: a shallow, unmarked grave. On March 29th, over 2 weeks since Naomi's kidnapping, the hollow grave is exhumed and human remains are found. 2 days following this grim revelation, the medical examiners identify the remains as Naomi Irian. Initial findings from the autopsy suggest that Naomi was shot in the back of her head and subsequently shot in the chest after her body had been moved into the grave. An autopsy revealed that she had also been assaulted. The tire impressions discovered
pretty
at the
obvious.
scene aligned with the set of tires on Troy Driver's truck, the ones he had before they were replaced. And yet another shocker, numerous witnesses come forward to attest that they had seen Troy Driver operating an excavator in the mine's remote vicinity all by himself about a month before the kidnapping. Chat records from Zulema's phone throws more light on this appalling twist. This revelation that Troy discussed the excavator with Zulema solidifies the fact that the crime was premeditated, with Troy having orchestrated every detail a month in advance. It's unclear how much Troy told
It's
Zulema,
crazy.
beyond the fact that he needed the excavator, and it's unknown if she knew why. Yet Troy Driver didn't know Naomi Irian. Instead, it seemed that he had meticulously plotted his crime and was actively searching for his victim. Investigators reasoned that he might have selectively targeted certain individuals and tracked their routines to gain knowledge about them. This theory held merit, especially considering that he'd arrived just a few minutes before Naomi on the morning he kidnapped and killed her. In the following weeks, detectives collaborate closely with Zulema to collect evidence against Troy. Despite still grappling with shock and the dramatic upheaval in her life, Zulema assists the investigation to the best of her ability. During one of their meetings at her home, Troy calls her,
fuck.
unaware that the detectives are listening in on the conversation.
And I don't know if you can respond to me, but are you being honest with me? It's like I've been going through the past 2 weeks, 3, a month. What?
These calls are recorded. They're going to portray me as guilty, and I'm never going to get out of prison.
I mean, how can you say that? Like, if you're innocent, like, I'm pretty sure it can be proven.
You are what I have for strength right now. Hearing you say that you don't know whether or not I love you, that's really difficult.
Well, I am sorry. It is really difficult to be hearing all the stuff that they're saying about you, everything that I am remembering about you. And I want you to know that they've been asking me to talk to them, and I'm sorry, but I am going to talk to them about everything that I have experienced with you. Okay?
Shouldn't they get in? Get in! Fucking light. Oh, come on. Come on.
In April 2022, Troy Driver was charged with murder,
We did
robbery,
it.
vehicle
Let's go.
burglary, and destruction of evidence. It was confirmed that his DNA was found on and inside of Naomi. He was additionally charged with assault. Further investigation proved that after assaulting and killing Naomi, Troy had burned her clothes, some of his own clothing, and other pieces of evidence. The case doesn't end here, though. About 4 months later, Troy carefully snuck a letter out of prison to his now ex-girlfriend Zulema and her children, hidden inside a deck of cards. Allegedly in the note, he admitted to all the allegations against him and stated things like, "There's always been a terrible darkness inside me. Neither this situation nor any other was sexually motivated. Something happened that I can neither justify nor explain." And even more chillingly, quote, "The guilt is crushing. I didn't know anything about her until it was too late." He also stated in the letter that he wanted to end his life. Troy Driver was put on a watch, though he still made 2 attempts. Finally, on August 6, 2023, Troy Driver made a 3rd attempt and succeeded.
Oh, he's dead?
Casey Valley and his mother, Diana Irian, both shared with us how they felt about the conclusion of Naomi's case.
To me, the trial was, in some ways, it would have been some closure. In some ways, it would have been some vindication. In some ways, it would have
What a
been,
fucking pussy.
closure for the community. But at the same time, I did
Yo,
not
props
know
to
they
this
thought
guy for actually caring about his sister and knowing something was wrong.
dragging
And,
my
like,
whole family,
bringing
especially my mother,
proof
through
to
that.
them.
As far
And
as
being
I,
like, nah, fuck your shit, dog. Like, I know I'm right. You know? Fucking A+ for that guy. Get the fuck out of here. Crazy, man. Crazy. Fuck's sake. Okay. Stop. Get the fuck off the screen. Notification. Let me do what I gotta do. Alright. 435. Come on, my dude. Let's go throw that little bit of kindling in there. Well, that's enough Apex. You just got ratted on? Yeah. Dude, I got ratted on the other day and it just killed my whole fucking mood. Can totally relate. Can totally relate. Oh, well. I guess we have how many points? 475 points. We're just gonna go like this. Well, mom discovers every worst parents.
Where's my kid? I don't care. Where's my kid? Is she in the house? Is she in the ambulance? Is she in the fucking hearse? Where the fuck is my kid?
He says, I'm home. I've got Libby's keys. Where is she? You say. He replies, dead. You need to be honest. You need to be completely honest. You've got 2 kids to worry about. If you know more, if you were there, you need to tell us now because your life's about to change, I'm telling you.
In the early hours
Dun,
of
dun,
October
dun.
31st, 2020, Lily Hudson, a Hemp Hill resident, was driving to
Hemp
meet up
Hill.
with a friend when she noticed both a Honda Accord and a Ford F-150 pulled onto the side of the road. Worried that this might be the result of Halloween drinking gone wrong, Lily pulled over and inspected the Honda. However, to Lily's shock and horror, she didn't just find an unfortunate drunk driver. When she stuck her head inside the Honda Accord, she was met with the dead body of a young woman. Terrified, Lily made a
Jesus.
call to 911, and in this never-before-seen
Pretty
footage,
crazy.
you'll see how this unimaginable case unfolded. The following footage and never-before-seen exclusive interviews have been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
Yeah, his name's Jack.
Who was the one that actually drove by? You saw it first? Can you?
Bro, I
know you
want
had to explain it a
Pat,
bunch of
man.
times. Can you do it just
What?
one more time? Because I got to take the statement, okay?
Look, he's gonna video it too.
So you won't have to write nothing down, okay?
All I know is I was gonna go that way, but I was like, I don't think I'm gonna make it, so I went to go get gas.
Okay.
I seen that where her thingies were on, and I was like, well, maybe she's just having car problems. So I pull over, and I seen throughout my passenger seat, and I was like, she must be just slumped over. Maybe she's just drunk.
So you know her.
I didn't know. I thought I knew. I thought it was Kanisha.
Okay.
The person that I knew. So I'm literally like right here. Like I'm like you can see my tracks right there.
Okay. So you said you thought it was your friend Kanisha.
Yeah,
you saw her hazard on.
So the door was already open. I was like, hey, like I shook her, and I was like, hey, and I was like Kanisha, and nothing. So I looked at her. I was like, no, that's not Kanisha. So I like made sure pulse because I work for Burton. I was like, I already know.
Mm-hmm.
I touched her and I was like, there's nothing. That's when I called 911. And then I seen her face and I was like, that's when I just started like going in shock. I was like, there.
Oh my
I
gosh,
didn't
you're
know
really
what else
dead.
to do after that.
As the police investigate the scene,
XP
they're
an hour,
shocked to
200k
discover that
XP.
Lily wasn't the only living person there. Behind the Honda Accord, they found an unresponsive man curled up in the fetal position. As he was rushed off to the hospital, the police took note that he'd been lying next to a pair of boots, a baseball cap, and a black rifle. Through a wallet found at the scene, the police were able to determine that the deceased young woman in the car was 19-year-old Livy Lewis.
Hey, I don't know if dispatch has notified her next of kin or not. I know who it is, so that's not a problem. I think they should have a phone number for it to SO. I was waiting for you to decide if you wanted to do that or not yet.
let's at least get her out of here first.
Okay.
I mean, that, technically, I mean, it's y'all's scene, but however y'all want to do it.
Sound like a guy was gonna be sick.
Yeah, I agree.
Hoping to process the scene without any disruptions, the officers decide not to notify Livy's family until their work is done and her body has been removed. Unfortunately, with word of the crime spreading like wildfire, this plan quickly falls apart. Darcy Bass, Livy's mother, soon arrives at the crime scene.
No way. Oh, I guess that'd be in the beginning, yeah.
Where's my kid?
Where's my kid?
Where's my kid? Oh my God! You're gonna ask me that stupid question right now? Where's my kid? Who's my kid? Where is my child? Libby Lewis. Where is she? Where is she at? Y'all won't tell me a goddamn thing?
After several minutes of begging for information, Darcy Bass, Livy's mother, is finally able to pry some information out of the stony officers.
Y'all can be straight up with me and y'all can tell me. Y'all can be straight up with me and y'all can tell me instead of having me running around here looking crazy. Y'all won't answer my questions.
As of this point, we do not know.
Don't know what if she's alive or dead. You couldn't tell me that.
She is not alive.
Okay, well you could have told my. What the? There's an investigation. If y'all, okay, there's an investigation. This is funny to you? Is this funny to you? Is this funny to you? Huh? Yeah, he was. I saw his fucking eyes.
I saw in his
tense
fucking
situation is
eyes.
exactly what officers were hoping to avoid. As some of the officers deal with containing Darcy, the rest of them continue to process the crime scene.
I'm sorry, that's a little fucking mean, but like I saw in his fucking eyes.
Exactly what happened to her. However, they could see that there was a large amount of blood around Livy's face and all around the car. Upon further inspection of the outside of the car, it was clear that someone had forced their way into the vehicle. Damage to the rear passenger window suggested that someone had tried to use some sort of object to break through it. After that was unsuccessful, they eventually began kicking and striking the driver's side doors. Eventually,
Fucking
this
put 'em
individual
in.
must have been able to pry open Livy's door, leaving her
Okay.
vulnerable to their attack. As the search of the car continues, police eventually find a crucial piece of evidence that points them towards Livy's cause of death. What appeared to be a bullet hole was found in the dashboard of Livy's car. The size and shape of the hole
That's a good
matched
box.
that of a .308, the exact type of rifle found on the scene of the crime. Based off this bullet hole and the blood found in the car, it was eventually determined that Livy had been killed by a bullet wound to the neck. Desperate for more answers, the officers began looking into the other vehicle on the scene. While the truck didn't reveal as much as the officers had hoped, they were still able to glean some useful information from it. Not only did they find identification for Matthew Edgar, the unresponsive man found on the scene, but they also found 2 phones in the car, one belonging to Matthew and the other belonging to Livy. As the police searched the area for anything else that could point them towards the truth, Darcy tries to find out what the officers know, and more importantly, what information they might be keeping from her.
So the investigation, her and one other individual
Possible.
were in the car.
We don't know yet. What happened? We're in the middle of the investigation.
Well, can you tell me some information about what happened to my kid and why she's dead in her car?
All we know is right now that she's deceased in the car.
Whose gun is it? Run the numbers on the gun. Was it Matthew's gun?
Don't know yet. We have not.
Well, if you were to come up with a conclusion right now, what would you say?
We don't make conclusions. We don't make assumptions.
Alright, fucking now, she said.
But what the evidence has for us, we don't have all the evidence yet.
Holy shit, she's hysterical.
I'm trying to protect. Y'all trying to protect somebody. They're trying to protect somebody.
Hey, you can't go over that. They got these people that go over.
Oh, that's my kid! Well, my baby just did.
I know, but you can't come over here.
Why? Because y'all trying to protect somebody?
Oh, this is a crime scene.
My child, so you just leave my kid just out there? Y'all cover my kid up. No, y'all gonna just leave my kid in the car?
Right now, we have two, that is, standard operators.
Then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Doing the investigation so my kid get off the side of the road and be late? I mean, just, what the?
It's not long before Darcy finds out that not only was Matthew Edgar the one found at the crime, but he was rushed to the hospital.
May I ask what Mr. Edgar's injuries was? They teach y'all a lie like that?
Everything okay, Buster?
Who can tell me why he went to the hospital? Why did y'all take him to the hospital? Why did y'all take him to the hospital?
He was leaving the hospital when I arrived.
Okay, well, who was here before you?
He was gone when I got here.
Okay, well, who was here before you?
Just the ambulance. I'm not.
What was his injuries? What was wrong with Mr. Edgar?
That ambulance is already gone. These are just the ones that are here for now.
How do you know if they was here or not?
Because I was here when that ambulance. I passed the ambulance when I was turning on to this road, going back into Ridgeville Hospital. We have a sister named Tanya. Okay, Tanya's up here at the top of the hill, and wants to know if you'll come up there with her. Like it's Tanya.
No, I'm not going up there with them.
Despite several attempts from the cops to remove her from the crime scene, Darcy is determined to stay right where she is. The longer Darcy stays on the scene, the more tense the situation gets, and it's only a matter of time.
Wouldn't she figure she's being more of a nuisance?
What was that together?
I'm here.
You're him? Damn, you're 3 hours. How long? When did this happen, Mr. Maddox? When did this happen?
I've been at the hospital, young lady. Hey, I'll answer your question.
This is my daughter.
Right now.
This is my daughter. This is my daughter.
Right now.
You can't answer my
I
question.
know who it is, but anyway, if you would, if you're way back up yonder, the thing would be up there.
No, I'm not going way up there.
Yes, ma'am, you are. You're either gonna go peacefully or we're gonna put you in the car. All right. It's just up to you.
I'm not leaving my kid. You're gonna force me to go up there.
Yes, ma'am, I am. Because we've got to process this thing, and I'm not gonna be sitting here talking to you while I'm doing it.
I won't talk to you.
All right, get up, back up there.
I've never been.
Come on, fellas.
I'll go.
I got her.
Oh, damn it. Golly, I wouldn't even be in.
Get gone.
Y'all, this ain't gonna treat a mother that just lost her child. You treat a mother that just
77, let's go.
I sympathize with you, but hey, we've got a job to do.
With this, the investigators
I mean, he ain't wrong.
back to the task at hand, finding out
Back is top left your HP. Top left is the HP of the boss I'm fighting. I'm playing against the boss. That was the health of the boss. My HP is up in the top right. You can't see it.
the hospital for an interview.
Can't see it because of my camera.
Can you tell me a little bit about what happened while we're waiting on that camera to?
I had no clue what happened.
No clue. So what happened? Do you remember what happened earlier in the evening?
Last thing I remember is I put my kids to bed and I was on my porch.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last thing I remember.
I guess
Okay. Been drinking in this evening? How much?
Bottle.
Not much of the game. Oh, wait, no, you're good.
Anything else?
A few beers earlier in the day.
Okay.
Oh.
So you just woke up and here you are at the hospital trying to figure out what the hell's going on?
Woke up in the ambulance.
Woke up in the ambulance? Okay.
Oh, fuck, I'm a little behind. No.
How'd you get all the blood all over your face? I don't know. Because the hospital said you don't have any injury. Don't know. Okay.
Hospital say he doesn't have any injuries. Lol, you too? Alright, chat here. Let me fix it. Let me fix it real quick. I'm put this down here. Alright.
All right, Matthew. You don't mind if I call you Matthew? You call me JP.
You can see up in the
just call me,
top right.
I'm gonna take some pictures of you. Okay.
If you look up in the top right, it shows my health. This is my prayer points. Prayer points
Well, there's
will
another vehicle
protect
parked
me
in front of
against things like magic,
Inside that vehicle is a
physical
dead vehicle.
attacks, shit like that. This one's my stamina, and then there's my
I don't
specialty.
know. I have not made it out there yet. So we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. In dealing with me, Matthew, you're going to find out. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be flat out honest with you. But unfortunately, there is a deceased female in that vehicle that's in front of yours. And my job is to find out why she's dead.
Although Matthew doesn't seem to remember anything revolving around Livy's death, JP is still determined to get some useful information out of him.
You have a girlfriend?
Kinda.
What's her name?
I got an ex-wife. Her name's Montana. Got an ex-girlfriend named Livy.
He's doing this to make sure that he's cognitive. Calling him, yeah. My dog's barking on the other side of the door, that little rascal.
Yeah.
Fucker.
When's the last time you saw Livy?
If I die because of you, you
Tonight?
little shit.
What was that about?
Come on, let's go.
Okay. What house was that?
The things I do for you, Rocky, I'm almost
Bobby
fucking
over there,
dead, you
like
little
on
bitch.
944?
And that's in the boot stamina, yeah. The heart's HP, and then the like the cross is prayer.
Any kind of arguments with anybody going on over there while you're over at Bobby?
While appearing groggy, Matthew shakes his head before answering not really. Not only is this a qualifier, and it isn't a clear no, but there seems to be a delay in his verbal and nonverbal sync.
Bro, I swear to God, I totally scuffed this one. I don't think I have enough time to get
You say
500.
ex-wife and ex-girlfriend. What's your relationship like with both of them?
Awesome.
Okay, so it's not a typical,
No,
I hate your
hell
guts.
No. Hell no.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Okay.
My ex-wife and her, they're big buddies.
Mm-hmm.
How much do I need?
My youngest son
25,
was today.
and then 250, 275.
That's why she came over to bring him back to me.
Mm-hmm.
This is my weekend.
It was your weekend?
Yeah.
So who brought the youngest one?
Libby did.
Libby? Okay. Is she the mother?
No.
I don't got this.
Okay.
There's no fucking shot.
Yeah, we all got a relationship.
Come on, baby. Come on. Carve those fucking pieces of wood, you stupid
No, I understand. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. It's the man thing to do. Raise your boy, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Try my best.
JP tries to find out more about the last moments Matthew remembers before waking up in the ambulance.
Okay, so you're at Bobby Ozan's. What else can you tell me of what happened last night?
Me and the boys went to the house. We got home.
Oh, I got a crate? What the fuck?
Fletcher in his room. I put Cooper in my
How did I get a
room,
crate from
TV
that?
for him.
No way.
I sat down.
Dude, that's insane. That's crazy. I can't believe I got a crate
Oh,
from
you
that.
remember.
That's all I remember.
He seems to shake his head no when he says, "That's all I remember," which is a mismatch between his words and his movements.
Okay. Everybody over there drinking? Yeah. Okay. What kind of car you have?
I have a 2007 3/4 ton Dodge Cummins. And I got a 2018 Dodge Journey SUV.
Okay. You know where those vehicles are at right now?
My house.
Your house?
Although Matthew may not realize it, he's just given JP crucial information. Neither of the cars that Matthew listed as his matched the Ford F-150 found at the crime scene. Could there have been someone else there? Even with that possibility, there's no denying that Matthew looks suspicious.
It's not looking good for you, Matthew. Because I still don't know what's going on. You don't remember nothing, which is fine. But the cause of death for that girl is not natural. Well, it looked like she got shot. That's what I was out there talking to some of the deputies that are out there. Now, I don't know that for a fact, Matthew. I'm not.
Did
out
just
there
enough
yet, but I know
damage?
you
Yeah, just barely.
gotta wait for the
So if you
autopsy
look
and
up in
all
the
that
top
stuff,
left
and all
right
the
here,
things, just like
up in the
I
top
told you.
left, you got the health bar of the boss, and then you got points. Every 500 points I get, the
because they want to keep
every 500 points I get, I essentially
something that only the perpetrator would know.
get
All right.
like so up in the top left, right?
I will tell you
Up in the
flat
top
out
left, I got
what's
my
going on.
inventory, so I have the potential to make 475 points off of this inventory.
Did they tell you a name?
So I gotta get 475 points, and if I get 500 points, I get a crate. If I get 750, I get 50% chance of getting a better crate.
I will tell you flat out what's going on.
And now I want to see what this kid just
Did
did.
they tell you a name? Did they tell you a name?
Libby. I'm sorry for your loss, Matthew. All right, Matthew. I'm gonna take you over to the jailhouse now. Okay. At this point, I'm gonna place you in custody. Okay. Charge is gonna be homicide. All right.
It's certainly interesting that Matthew isn't showing any anger or emotion at hearing this. We would typically expect to see some kind of reaction, but his face is oddly blank.
Now pay attention to me. I want you to understand why. Okay. Okay. You were found behind the vehicle.
And like this guy just died, so we can't light the brasher.
A family relationship, meaning there was some kind of relationship between you and her, past, present, future. You know. All right. There is a weapon laying on the ground.
Oh my god, that's so scuffed.
Behind the vehicle, close to where you were found. Okay. Based on that and a few other things, I'm gonna place you in custody right now for homicide. Okay. So we're gonna take you over to the jailhouse. We're gonna get you some regular clothes. Your clothes are gonna be with me. There is blood stain on the clothes. Okay. Which will be indicative of, they're basically what we call transfers. Okay. In other words, you were in contact with somebody bleeding. Okay. Obviously, the amount of blood on the clothing is not sufficient for your injuries because the only place you're injured is a little bit right up under here. Okay. You had no open cuts, no open other than your hand. Okay. Here again, that's another reason I'm going to go ahead and place you in custody right now for homicide.
Although Matthew was taken into custody for Livy's murder, there was a lot of investigation to do to prove that he was their killer. It's believed that he refused to talk to police, maintaining that he didn't remember anything. While Matthew wasn't able to give the investigators a lot of information to go off, they knew a good place to start would be everyone who was at Bobby's party on that fateful night, starting with Montana and Bobby.
Fuck, dude, these kids are...
Y'all went to a party last night?
These kids aren't fucking...
Did you go by yourself or did you...
I was by myself. Yes.
Okay.
They aren't healing the fucking guy.
Everybody left, and then all that was
These
left
kids aren't healing the guy.
Me, Livy, and Bobby, and
Oh my god, I swear to god, if that shit goes up.
Well, during the party,
Ooh.
what was going on?
Nothing. Everybody was having a good time. Everybody was getting along.
Fire. Come on.
Bed about 1
Oh!
that night. I just left everybody else outside doing, their thing. They come in there and woke me up.
They being
A decent 4 Metro 11U. Fuck, man. I'm getting like such shit drops right now.
And I told them, I said, y'all can go and stay here if y'all want.
It looks like half of them are AFK. We do. I'm AFK.
There had been a party hosted by Bobby. Later into the evening, Matthew got mad when he heard that Livy was going to spend the night.
I was in there for 5-10 minutes maybe, and then she said that she was going to stay the night there. And that's whenever I was like, well, if you're staying, I'm going to leave. I'm going. I don't have no reason to stay. I got up and I walked out. And when I walked out, Matthew was standing in the doorway. So he heard her say that.
You think he heard Livy say she's going to stay the night?
Oh, I know he heard her because that's what made him so mad.
Based on Matthew's statement to JP, Livy was his ex-girlfriend, and they had a great relationship despite being broken up. If that were the case, why would hearing this make him so upset?
Wait.
Relationship with
what?
Matthew and Livy.
They were dating.
What's
they
wrong,
are.
Super?
They've been split up for a month or so.
When was the last time they was together, to your knowledge?
Dating wise, her birthday weekend, beginning of October.
Oh, no way.
He's standing there. What happened then?
I turned around and I opened Bobby's door, backed up, and I was like, Matthew's here. I just didn't.
1 year, my guy. Fucking put her there, buddy. Oh. I just give you a hug, my man.
I tried to walk past him to leave, and he wouldn't let you. No, he tried to choke me.
He what?
He tried to choke me, and then that's when I went and got Bobby.
Montana and Bobby's version of this party is a far cry from the harmless, peaceful party that Matthew described earlier.
Well, when I go out there, he's over there kicking her car and beating her car and all that. Well,
Bro, you're amazing, Super. You're a great kid. I love you, buddy.
Against the car.
God bless.
And scream at him, quit, whatever. Well, he's just yelling top line, he's gonna kill us and all this other stuff. And about that time, Livy comes behind me, headed toward her car. Her car, everybody had a car. He had a vehicle. Montana had a vehicle. Livy, they all three had their own vehicle.
3 or 4 months, amen. So 3 or 4 amazing months, bro.
Car, and he took off after her again. I took off after her. So I got him and strained him up against the car again. And she come shooting out of the driveway, turning up the road. And then Montana got to her car and got back in it. And then as soon as I let him go, he tore out and got his car.
God bless.
And chase. And I figured that was the end of it.
Although they may have escaped from the chaos at Bobby's house, this night of terror wasn't over for Montana or Libby.
And then once I got to town, I called Libby to check on her and asked her if she was okay. And she had turned, like going toward Matthew's house.
She said she was okay when you called her?
Mm-hmm. She kept going past the houses. I don't know where she went.
She drove by Matthew's house?
Matthew's house and his grandparents' house where I stayed at. I pulled in at the brick house, and I never heard from her after that.
Did he stop behind you?
Yeah, he pulled in.
450, I need 300 worth.
I went to get it, or he was kicking my door again. I went to get out, and he started choking me again. And I was honking the horn so somebody would come outside.
What was he saying?
Threatening to kill me.
What?
Threatening to kill me.
What, you don't remember what he was saying specifically?
I will kill you. I will kill you.
Did he say why, or just that's all he was saying?
Why? Bro, this detective could have been a voice actor.
That Livy was going to stay the night at Bobby's, and that's why he was so mad at me.
Did his mother or grandmother, anybody come outside?
Oh my god, dude. That voice is fucking sex.
Got out of the car, went in the house. Did he try to come in or anything?
He's meant to be in a Disney movie that stars like a cowboy. Unfucking god.
Okay. Did you tell Cindy what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What'd she say?
She just told me to calm down because I was upset. And I just finally fell asleep. And then I woke up at 6-something this morning to them crying on the back porch because the first story that we got was that Matthew had gotten in a wreck. We didn't know anything.
But the first thing, you just woke up the next morning, Cindy's on the back porch crying. Mm-hmm. Were y'all all intoxicated?
Who? All who?
You and Libby and Matthew.
Yes, sir.
What were you drinking?
They were drinking whiskey.
Well, thank you for being there for me whenever I need an escape, man.
When did y'all find out, and how did you find out?
You know, I'll probably do this for a long ass time, bro.
I didn't find out until after.
Always be around.
It was 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Montana's story out in the open. It's time to dig a little further into the details.
Whether people stick around or not, brother, you know? Yo, what's good? October Breeze, my man.
Has Matthew ever been assaultive towards you before this?
Mr. Breezy.
Not. The whole time we were together, he never put his hands on me. Ever. Never once laid a finger on me.
How you been, brother?
And a couple months ago is the first time he ever put his
was good, just chilling, just
Montana delays
living
for a long
life.
time before answering the question, followed by a slight stumble in her words.
Not.
It appears that she's thinking a lot about her answers. However, what she says next makes it clear that something changed recently.
With the whole time we were together, he never put his hands on me, ever. Never once laid a finger on me. And a couple...
Just living? That's what I'm saying right now, man. I don't know whether I'm living or just living to die.
This morning, Cindy went down and got the boy, but you don't know how, if he called her or she just decided to go or
Mama
what.
went and got him, I think.
Who did?
Mama.
Kind of just coasting right now, bruv. Not really doing anything special in life.
Cindy's mom.
But you don't know.
Just waiting for work to pick up.
Or she just went.
And then once that picks up,
You don't know why she went and got him.
Probably worried about him.
get me a car and then we the fuck out of here, bro.
Been heavy-handed towards his mother.
Gonna go to bed. Yeah, you have a good night, Supum.
She makes another
Appreciate
very
you, brother.
careful statement by saying, "Not around me," once again making it seem like she's being cautious about what she's sharing.
Have you ever seen a Matthew be rough with Livy?
I haven't.
Have you ever heard it? She complained to you?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
They both complained about it. She'd hit him and he'd hit her.
Montana's interview was certainly enlightening. However, the investigators still had questions. What had happened between Matthew and Livy after Montana had left them? Desperate for answers, investigators searched Matthew's home. Not much of use was found in the house. However, it was lucky that investigators searched it when they did. Just a few days after their search was completed, Matthew's house burned to the ground.
What?
While Matthew's mother Cindy claimed the fire was started by a gas leak, many around town felt that someone had burned it down in retribution for Livy's death. Despite the strangeness surrounding the house fire, no one was ever found
Salmonella? How was that?
and it was ultimately written off as an accident.
How was that?
Still, investigators began to feel the pressure.
What did it
They
feel
had to
like?
solve this case before someone burned down more evidence, or possibly even attacked someone involved with the case.
Shit was deadly.
Unexpectedly, one of the biggest pieces of evidence was found at Matthew's grandparents' house. In the afternoon of October 31st, Zachary Hogan, Matthew's cousin, discovered Livy's key fob in the front lawn of the house. How had Livy's keys ended up so far from her car? This wasn't the only shocking discovery Zach made that day. While out on the lawn, he realized that his prized vehicle had been stolen, his Ford F-150.
So at any point in time, did you give Matthew permission to operate your vehicle? No. Has he ever operated your vehicle before? Yes. Right, and he knows.
Yeah, Diar's constant man was fucking out of commission. Man was hugging both ends of the bowl.
So what was your reaction when you found out your truck was not there? I was mad. Okay. Did you have a assumption of who took it? Yeah. And who was that? Matthew. Did you know where your truck was when you saw it missing? Yeah.
It's clear that at some point in the night, Matthew drove back to the brick house to swap cars, although his motivation behind this strange decision isn't clear. Is it possible that when Matthew swapped cars, he may have been seen by someone at the house, someone who might have been willing to help him?
The police were already over at Matthew's, and you were walking out just to see what's going on? Yeah. And you found these keys. Yeah. Tell me about these keys you found. They were just laying in the rocks right beside the driveway. The little white rock, blue rock, what? It's like gravel, blue rock, kind of like blue rock. Yeah. Next to the driveway, on the right side of the driveway. Pulling in from the highway. Yeah. It's on the right. It's on the right. So about halfway down the driveway. And they were just laying there. Yeah. And that's not where they normally stay. No. Where do they normally stay? I mean, I imagine with her in her car. Sounds like a stupid question, but I gotta ask. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I understand.
And 16 ounce Jabba.
All right, so you pick up these keys. You realize that they're not yours. Yeah, I thought they were mine. I was making sure they were Montana's, so I was going to tell Montana, here's your keys.
Damn, son.
And I realized it wasn't hers, so I was like, I just set them down.
A little too rare.
Under the carport on the little brick.
Rip.
I don't even know what you call it. The little brick ledge? Yeah.
Montana also had some intriguing information for the police about Livy's keys.
But the key fob for Livy's car was found.
Rip.
In the driveway.
In the driveway. Who found it?
Matthew's mom.
Matthew's mom. What did she say?
She took it into the house and put it up, and whenever the Texas Rangers come, she did not want to give it to them, and that's when Matthew's uncle walked in there and told her that she had to give it to them, that they were going to cooperate through the whole investigation, and then she gave it to him.
Where was the key fob? Were you there when she found it, or?
I was in the house with Matthew's cousin Macy, talking to her, and they come inside talking about that they had found it. And I want to say she put, like, when you walk in the brick house, there's like a big china cabinet, and it has dishes and everything in it. And I want to say she put it in one of those little bowls that has extra keys and everything else in it.
Bro, that's crazy. Making me not want to eat steak now. I love steak.
Investigators had noticed that
Just gotta cook it
Montana's
yourself.
claims about the key fob being found were very different from Zach's. Would Cindy really go to extreme lengths to cover her son's tracks? Or was Montana trying to make Cindy look suspicious for some reason? Investigators were going to get an answer to this question sooner than they expected when a woman contacted them and explained that she'd driven by the crime scene before Lily Hudson, the woman who called 911, had ever arrived. The information given to them by this unexpected witness was so shocking that 7 months after her initial interview, Montana was called in for another.
At any point after the party at Bobby Rose's, were you ever on the scene where Levy was killed?
No.
No.
Montana makes a strange headshake here that looks more like a yes than a no. She's completely closed off her nonverbal, and it's as close to the wall as she can get. It appears that she's even more detached from this interview than the last one. It's also noteworthy that in short time between her
completely
interviews,
different. Ban,
Montana
damn,
has
bro,
dyed her
you're
hair
lucky.
darker.
People can die from
This
that
will
shit.
come up later on.
I did not even know Libby was killed until 8:30 or 9 o'clock the next morning.
She doesn't provide any more information about being at the scene of the crime or not. Rather, she shifts to when she found out Livy had been killed, which is a very clear deflection.
Now, you said you called at some point, Levy?
Yeah, it's off, man. No, it probably was the
When we were
food, bro,
driving to
honestly.
town, I called her.
Did she answer?
Yes.
Unless you had your tongue down her throat, you know what I mean? There's always a chance that you could have got something from her if that was the case.
Please go home. I said, I can't because he's rear-ending me right now. I want to go somewhere where there's.
She has a cyst on her pancreas? No way. That's not good.
She had lost signal. And then that's the last time I heard from her.
That's terrible.
In the span of a few seconds, Montana has made some odd remarks. She said that Matthew rear-ended her, but didn't clarify if he hit her.
I said, I can't because he's rear-ending me right now.
There's a chance she meant to say tailgating, and her anxiety is affecting her ability to think of the right words. Similarly, she says that she hung up or lost signal.
And I hung up. Or she had lost signal.
Which are two very different endings to the call, and it's strange to get them mixed up.
Can you supply these text messages to the text ring?
Yes.
Now,
That's crazy, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucked. That's crazy, man.
The last message you sent them is, WTF are you doing?
Yes.
What was that about?
I don't know.
Enjoy life when you're young,
You never
man.
left the house.
No.
Never went outside.
No.
Because that text message, that indicates that you were outside of Wi-Fi when you sent that text message. So that implies it's a whole. All your other messages were Wi-Fi messages, so you had internet service, you had Wi-Fi, whatever.
I've been in the hospital. Amen. All you can do is, support her.
Wi-Fi coverage.
But I never left the house and I never went outside.
On God.
Though it's hard to see because of the table, it seems like Montana is displaying some anchor point shifting and leg fidgeting. Either way, it's clear she's experiencing increased discomfort about that text. She's pushed herself up against the wall, trying to put as
Gamer
much
Cal,
distance
make
as
you a
she
mod
can between
in the
her
Discord
and
for
the
sure.
detectives. Despite Montana's insistence that she never
For
left
sure.
Cindy and Sandra's house, it's clear that the
You got it.
investigators have information that makes them suspect otherwise.
And one of those text messages Edgar told you, you asked where's Libby? What was his response? Did he ever tell you Libby was dead?
Yes.
And that was during those reports of those text messages you supplied to the
Yes.
text line.
Yes.
What do you think?
I didn't believe him. I just thought he was talking out of his head. He was drunk.
And you've seen Matthew drunk before?
Yes.
How drunk was he that night?
drunk. He'd been drinking whiskey.
Just a whiskey or?
Yeah, just whiskey. He hadn't been drinking no beer. Or it was mixed. It was a mixed drink, I think.
Montana's body language isn't aligned with what she's saying, and she corrects herself after she's shaking her head no. She's clearly really nervous, which could be because she's just lost her best friend and the father of her child appears to be involved in some way. This would shake anyone.
You love these videos? Yeah, man, same.
Not that I know of.
Have you ever known him?
They're great for fucking...
Yeah.
Just chilling.
He just can't handle it. Like,
what do you mean can't
Yeah, Discord's crazy.
like mad. Like he got mad easier. Got drunk faster.
You've been with him.
Reminds you how crazy people are? Yeah, it makes me never want to go outside again.
Okay, he's gotten drunk. What does he do when he wakes up?
It makes me never want to go outside ever
Not
again.
remember? Does he ask you what happened? Nothing like that. Anything like that? No.
Not really is an interesting answer here, perhaps indicating that sometimes he has memory loss, but not as much as he's acting like he has now.
Is he normally able to recall events after having breakfast?
Some long ass grind indeed.
It's certainly convenient that Matthew would have mysterious amnesia on the night that his ex-girlfriend was shot and killed. While Montana has been providing the investigators with plenty of useful information about Matthew, she's not out of the doghouse yet.
Why?
The dog.
Why would a witness who had driven by the scene prior to the 911 call about the accident, if you will, put your car at the scene of that?
My car?
Yes, ma'am.
Repeating back "my car" is a technique to give herself a moment to think.
I don't know because my car never moved until the evening after everything had happened to come to go stay at my parents' house.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so your car was never there?
No.
Even though I got a witness that can say that. The car, because this witness sat behind your car for 2 minutes before you or somebody, a female, waved her on to go around.
My car, as far as I know, my car never left.
Mm-hmm.
And if it did, I was not driving it.
Montana makes a qualifying statement here by saying, "as far as I know." This gives her a chance to adjust her answer later if more evidence is presented to her. It's also interesting that she clarifies, "if it did, I wasn't driving it." She hasn't ruled out the possibility
Objection?
that someone else took her car.
You wouldn't have been driving.
I don't know.
Who else has keys to your car?
Nobody. I had one set of keys. That's it.
And they were with you?
They were, I don't remember if I took my keys out of my car and put them on the counter at the grandparents' house or if I left them in the car.
We've got a lady that's willing to step on the stand and put your vehicle there. Just want you to hear me.
How many campfires I make? I don't know, too many.
I'm trying to box you in. I need you to be straight. I know you got kids and you're probably trying to stay out of it as best you can. Okay? Don't answer me. Okay? Just listen to me. If you were there, okay, for any reason, just because you're scared or you're trying to help.
She's got back from Pearson?
We need
Nice.
to know about it, because if you're lying about it, okay, for any reason, like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I mean, people get like that. I need to know if you were there or if you were called down there for any reason to help him or whatever. Like,
That's what's up.
what have you done or whatever, you know. I need to know, because this ain't done. And if we put you there, like we already got one witness, put your car there, okay. There's a difference between being a witness, okay, and being a suspect. You understand? You need to be honest.
Oh.
You told me that, you told him that you had no idea that she was dead. Well, he texted you clear as day. Let me see your phone again. I'll show you the text. You know, he clearly says, "I have Livy's keys." So let me read it out to you, that way you know. Going to get Livy. Where is she? I'm pulling out of the driveway. So you'll
Mom, put the fucking logs in the fire, bro.
I've ever seen. He left his kids there. London.
As he was, I think as he was going out.
There we go. 750.
I'm home. This is all at 3:23 a.m. He says going to flip. That's where that conversation. So you with me?
Yes, sir.
Then you call him a sort of 3:28 a.m. Quick trip apparently, because at 3:34, which you're awake, okay? He says, I'm home. I've got Libby's keys in her phone. Where is she, you say? He replies, dead. All this goes down within simply
Magic logs. I got like 300k worth of magic logs. That being said, I'm doing a
you're dead. That's 3:30.
boss. I'm playing against a boss.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Montana. I'm gonna tell you right now. You need to be honest. Okay. You need to be completely honest. You've got 2 kids to worry about. Okay. If you know more, you were there, you need to tell us now because your life's about to change. I'm telling you.
It appears that Montana never told the police that Matthew texted her saying that Livy was dead. Instead, they had to pull out her text messages and confront her. Even if she thought Matthew was speaking figuratively because he was so upset with Livy, you'd expect her to mention this text to detectives after Livy was actually killed. At the very least, most people in her situation would be upset about the possibility that Matthew was being honest when he texted, especially after allegedly choking and attacking her. Things aren't looking good for Montana, and they're only going to get worse.
I'm not holding anything back. I've told y'all everything that I know. I never left that house once I got there. Never. Not till the next day whenever my mom come pick me up and we went to my apartment to get diapers and I come back.
You mean to tell me less than an eighth of a mile while you're awake? And how many minutes is that? A 10-minute span?
You still play Apex? Oh yeah, bro.
11 minutes, and you're still talking to it. You never heard your uncle?
Okay.
I did not. No, I did not hear nothing. I never heard nothing. I never went down there. Nothing. I never
did anybody in that house go down there and use your car?
Not that I know.
I need you to think. Put that thinking cap on, girl. I'm telling you, because your car.
Put like thinking cap on, girl.
Though she repeats, I never left the house several times, she doesn't seem to be getting angry about being accused. We would normally expect an innocent person to be showing some kind of irritation by now.
I want them to just like to use all this like profiling against someone one time and just like, you know, it ends up not being them.
That you're in possession with. You with me? I'm using your words, not mine.
I'm with you, but I never got. Once I got there, I never got in my car.
Would his mother have went down?
She could have. If she did, I was asleep.
Oh, dude, I got a PS5 recently. I want to play Packers, but I can't figure out how to log in because my thing is expired, but it doesn't let me do anything after. Contact EA maybe.
Look at her face and couldn't possibly identify her. Still, this leaves an intriguing question.
Almost died.
If Montana is being honest and the witness is correct, could another woman have driven her car to the scene?
Okay, you're texting this gentleman. Why he's in the middle of a homicide?
Okay, but I was awake. His mom never left.
No, we said.
Correct.
I know there's something you holding back.
There's nothing.
Ma'am, I'm just telling you, like I said.
There's nothing I'm holding back.
Montana has been repeating "not that I know of" and has her palms up in a non-confident position while making her statement.
Yeah, accounts expire. They shouldn't.
A lot of self-soothing. This is completely understandable given the accusations, but again, innocent people are going to start being really irritated that they're being accused. And so far, she hasn't been showing much anger or frustration.
Nothing. I'm telling y'all everything I know. Everything. I understand I have 2 kids. This is why I've agreed to do everything that y'all have asked me to do. Everything. I'm not holding nothing back. Libby was my friend. She was my kid's stepmom.
Despite Montana's emotional pleading, the investigators still think there's something she's holding back. Determined to get the answers they're looking for, they hook her up to a polygraph machine. It's important to note that polygraph machines are not admissible in court and have been known to be inaccurate.
Well, have you ever had a polygraph before?
No.
Okay. A little nervous coming in, worried about it?
Yeah.
Are you?
A little bit.
Most people are, and I'll tell you my experience with that is the nervousness comes from one of 2 or 3 different areas. One, just unknown, never having done it before. It's a little nerve-wracking.
Part of
Well, no, I've done it
down for
before.
the
I'm
test
notified
also
people.
included her once again going through the events of the evening that Livy died. This time, her story includes an interesting detail. She explains that she went to the brick house where Matthew's mom lives after Matthew had allegedly attacked her at Bobby's house and followed her with his truck.
And as I go to get out, he's at my driver's side door and starts choking me again. I start honking the horn, hoping somebody would hear me and come out there and get him off of me and get him to calm down or something like that.
Oh, I was so close to beating my personal best. I was 10 off.
To his house.
Oop.
And then I go in through the back door of the brick, that we call it the brick house. Go in through the back door of the brick house, and his mom is sitting in there watching TV. I guess she never heard me. And I just start crying, and I hit my knees telling her what was going on because I was so upset, plus being drunk. It was just a mix of emotions running through me. And she gives me...
You're so drunk, got a boy.
And I lay down on the couch, and I was going through my phone, and I seen where Matthew had commented on something on Facebook that I posted earlier that day. We had our work Halloween party at work that day, and we were all of the employees were the emojis or whatever, and I was the cowboy emoji or whatever.
Your friends blacked out. Shocking. What's new?
Straw hat, and he commented on it and said it's felt season, talking about a felt cowboy hat. I never commented back or anything. I text him, and I said, "How are you going to threaten to kill me?" and then comment something on Facebook, because the whole time he was choking me, he was threatening to kill me and all that. And that's when he starts texting me. We were exchanging messages back and forth, and he told me to come get the kid because he had the kids at the time. He told me to come get them because he was about to leave to go pick Libby.
327.
Well, his
320,000. Sorry.
So the grandma goes in
XP.
there and gets the boys, and she brings the boys.
Like what? 9 minutes? Yep.
And we exchanged a few more messages, and I went to sleep. Woke up.
What was the content of those messages?
Oh.
Yeah, for the first time, how was that? You popped your weed cherry.
He said he had Livy's keys in her phone or something, and
You fucking stoner now?
He said dead, and which I never thought anything of it, because when he gets drunk like that and gets mad, he always says stuff to that extent. So I never once thought that he was actually going to do something like what he did.
I hurt your head?
Montana
You're hurting
mentions
my
that she was
head.
given a pill to calm down, and this could perhaps explain why she can't be sure of things like where her keys are, and if someone may have borrowed her vehicle that night. She also finally clarifies why she didn't take Matthew's message about Livy being dead serious, though it's still odd she didn't originally bring this up to investigators herself.
What's your opinion of what happened that night after you got home? What's your opinion? What do you think happened?
I'm sorry if I get emotional.
I wouldn't expect.
Been waiting to get high for a few days. So I went, yeah, fair.
It's not fair. Elaborate just a little bit for me.
Good luck.
Livy didn't deserve what happened to her. She was young. She got a whole life ahead of her.
You believe Matthew did it?
Hey man, what's up?
How do you feel about Matthew?
So much anger built up toward him.
Because of this or other things?
This and just being irresponsible and stupid and leaving his kids behind.
Any love left between you and him?
I'll always have a special place for him because he's the father to my kids, but no.
After After getting Montana's insight on Livy's death, the officer runs Montana through a practice
Leads
test.
the game.
One
You
with
just probably had
interesting
some fucking
results.
bush swag bullshit.
Oh, just to let you know, your body did respond the way that it should when you tell the truth and you tell a lie. You are a terrible liar.
You just never had the good shit, bud.
During a polygraph exam, the individual being questioned is asked some easy questions with obvious answers.
Come smoke a toke with me up in Canada. We'll see that. We'll see then.
To answer each question, Montana is instructed to tap once on her leg for yes and 2 for no.
We got this in the bag.
Livy's death, do you intend to answer truthfully each question about that? Did you shoot Livy? Did you participate in shooting Livy? Were you
Friends with responsible
for Livy's death?
I was burning your girl's throat last night.
It looks like it bounces out 3 times. Given how clear her other taps were, this is strange. As well, her eyes shift, indicating that perhaps her thoughts are racing in that moment, causing her to tap more than twice. Something about being asked, "Are you covering for the person responsible for Livy's death?" seems to have rattled her. There are major problems with the polygraph. For one, the pneumograph sensor is to monitor the breathing and should be attached around her ribs. The examiner should have been paying attention and noticed if she is an abdomen or chest breather. Either way, the lower tube should be placed above the belly button. He has this placed down too low, near her waist. People don't breathe that low. As well, the cardiovascular sensor, or cardio cuff, should almost always be placed over the brachial artery, the upper portion of the arm. It also is on the opposite arm as the GSR, sweat sensors on her fingertips. In a rare event,
Someone gifted, not someone, let me correct that. Ward of the Gamer gifted 150 members earlier today. I've listened to this sound so much. It's unbelievable.
There are many other
I
issues
wouldn't
with
change
this.
a goddamn
One
thing.
quick one would be the size of the cuff. The calf muscles are also slanted.
Wouldn't
During
change
the process
goddamn
of inflating or
thing.
deflating the cuff, it may slip and won't be secured tightly. There would also be a lot of interference around the cuff. It doesn't make sense it was placed on her calf instead of her arm.
All right, Montana, I explained to you early on before we started, 3 things have to happen to pass the test. 100% truthful. Entirely truthful. Second thing was your body needs to respond the way it should when you tell the truth and you tell a lie. Your body did that. Third thing was to follow instructions. Yes, no. You had one little hang up, no big deal. You failed that test miserably. Terribly. So what does that tell me?
But it tells you I'm not telling the truth, but I'm telling the truth.
This is kind of
Tells me I'm not telling the truth, but I'm telling the truth. Bro, it's gonna be faded? Dude.
You're probably holding something back.
Montana begins showing some ventilating behaviors, pulling at her collar, which is where the term hot under the collar comes from. She's showing her increased anxiety due to being called a liar.
I ate 3 of these
although
today.
It looks like she's about to start crying.
I know you don't know anything about
I ate
polygraph.
3 of them.
And I don't normally do this with a lot of
The
people.
fuck on my level, son? You ain't me?
See this highlighted area right here?
You ain't me?
You see this highlighted area right here? You see this right here? Along with your cardio going up, all that is a significant sign of deception. When I'm asking you, see that little red right there? That's me asking you a question about Livy. Okay? Let's go down here. Here it is again. Look, same thing. This one flattened out a little bit. There's still one. Now I will tell you, a lot of times on the first charts that we run, the response is maybe a little bit more higher just because the person hadn't really settled down. You know what I mean? But on the second one, look, there it is again. There's asked a question about Livy. There it is again. Asked you a question about Livy. I mean, it's just every question. When we score these charts, there's a scoring system used, and if you score a -4,
She started doing strange things with her mouth, including lots of lip licking, compressions, and tongue jutting here. She doesn't like that she's being called out. However, it's important to note that none of these things specifically indicate
Bro, am I gonna
deception.
make it?
Rather, they're negative responses to what's being said and signs of increased anxiety.
or less, which would be -4, -5, -6, -7. A -4 or less, you fail. What do you think you scored? -19.
We need 200 worth.
Terrible.
The police seem convinced that there may have been a woman helping Matthew cover his tracks that night. Despite the mounting evidence showing that someone was helping, Montana maintains her innocence, and there simply isn't enough
You're my
evidence
bitch.
to confidently make an arrest.
Alright.
One thing to consider,
You're real
though,
faded,
is that
homie.
if Montana was there on the scene, why would Matthew text her and tell her that Livy was dead?
You just
Unfortunately,
relax
there's
and
nothing
go
else the
suck on your
police can do
soother.
to get that information out of her. So they're forced to turn to the gossip train of Hemp Hill for more answers. One intriguing theory police are told is that even if Montana wasn't involved in what happened, she may have been jealous of Livy, despite them getting along so well. The key to this theory, Montana's choice to dye her hair dark like Livy's so close to her death. It certainly wasn't anything concrete, but this theory exemplified the complex nature of the case, and it was only going to
I'm
get
gonna level
more
up right here.
convoluted.
Okay, what do you know about Matthew? You said you don't
I'm leveling up right here, baby. Let's go.
He's just, you know, cocky, always wants to run his mouth and
Cha-ching.
everything. I know he was crazy and his family's crazy and everything, and
78.
For yeah, I don't like Matthew. I think before all this, I never liked him. I mean, I just think, you know, I don't care for him.
Have you ever known Matthew to threaten to kill anybody?
Frozen Coors Light, nah, it's just gross.
Somebody else, it just pisses him off, and he's like, "I'm gonna kill him," or popping off like that. Yes, I've heard him say it.
Have you ever took those threats as being serious or just?
UC, yo, that's fire. It's like, oh, it's 30K. It used to be 60.
Montana still, even though they're ex-wife, doesn't know him. Runs around with Levy. And then we have the third girl that these two don't even know about. And yet he's jealous because they're seeing.
That's kind of.
Is that Matthew or is that?
That's kind of him. Like, I hate to say that, but that's the way I see it.
Can you tell me, Matthews, was he aggravated? Did he seem aggravated that night? Was he happy? Was he?
And for
Never tried Coors, not good.
there and everything, just being Bobby and him. I mean, he'd been drinking whiskey for like 3 weeks straight, and he was been acting different from what he normally acts. He'd been waking up like at daylight, starting drinking whiskey and drink all day long and all night.
So Levy's told you in the past that Matthew would threaten. What would he threaten to do?
Well, I mean, like, she's told me, like, there's been times where he's, like, threatened to hit her or whatever, and then one day, they had gotten into an argument, and she came to Taylor's house, and I went over there with her, and we were all just laying in Taylor's bed, and she was telling us about how, I don't remember if she said that Matthew threatened to, or if he really did, but she said something about how he had, threatened or either did pull a gun on her.
Have you ever known Matthew to be violent towards Livy?
Alberta Pier his ass. Yeah. Don't think I've ever had it.
I've seen bruises and cuts and all that. And he's told me he's done it before on his own mouth.
You've seen bruises and cuts on who? On both Livy and Montana?
In an exclusive interview with
Jack and Coke right now? Yeah, that actually would be good.
A friend of Matthew and Livy gives more insight into the tumultuous relationship hinted at by the residents of Hemp Hill.
When they first got together, it was a toxic relationship to start. Me, Kaylee, Matthew, and Livy used to hang out together, drinking in my garage, having fires. Me and Matthew hunted, fished, stuff like that together. I didn't have any real feelings about it until he started getting physical with her, and then I did have some feelings about that. Livy would tell Kaylee, and Kaylee naturally would tell me. My buddy that I've known for forever, and he's not doing the right thing, but they're just gonna get back together next week, and then I'm gonna look like a bad guy, and I really wish I'd navigated it in a different way. It was a rocky road. I've came to terms with it. I don't think that I would have ever changed anything, no matter
No, definitely not.
I would have got physical with him, and
You could have just
shown
ended
him
up
how I
dead.
felt, or that's what I really wanted to do. I mean, hindsight, I wish I would have, but it wouldn't have changed anything. I think it just created more drama, and
Jack and Coke, yeah, it sounds good. Sailor Jerry's and a Coke. It's kind of like a vanilla rum.
Alleged abuse. Colby says he had a first-hand experience.
me and Kaylee were in bed one night. Livy called Kaylee and said that she was walking down 944. Matthew had beat her up and kicked her out of the truck. Me and Kaylee get up and we head out to 944, which is just right up the road. Taylor, neighbors, Livy's best friend, had beat us there and picked her up. Livy and Matthew were living at Taylor's house at this time. So we get the call from Taylor that she's picked her up and they're back at Taylor's house. Matthew is supposed to be coming to get all his things from Taylor's house because, you know, they're breaking up again. So me and Kaylee decided to stay, you know, just in case things got physical again. I never personally, with my own two eyes, seen it. But that night he had drug her out of the truck by her hair, and she like had hair missing where he had like pulled it and drug her out of the truck. He showed up, got all his stuff, and I sat in the car in the driveway until he got there. And I didn't want it to be known that I was there. I was just hanging out just in case anything got crazy. He started getting pretty loud and acted like he was going to get violent again. And when he did, we had really dark tinted windows on Kaylee's car. That's what we were in. He was like right outside my door in his truck, and he started getting loud because Taylor was being loud with him. So when that happened, I stepped out. And when I stepped out,
You're on the alt and the man at the same time? Hey, what did
all
you...
this, oh, she hit me first, yada, 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 whatever, and kind of got him calmed down a little bit and was like, man, just, you know, let's just get your stuff packed, get out of here. You know, you should probably go.
What a G.
That night. I remember that.
Appreciate you, gamer.
Really good.
Matthew's alleged treatment of Livy is nothing short of horrific. In another exclusive interview, Ty Pearson, Colby's brother, talks about Matthew's alleged conduct towards other women.
There was his ex-wife. She had told a few people about the abuse, the situation that she was in, and she actually left and got away from it. But yeah, that's probably the point where people started seeing his aggression towards women was with her.
The people of Hemphill were clearly eager to tell the police what they knew and had heard through the grapevine. Through this information, the police were able to put together most of the events leading up to Livy's death.
Dun, dun, dun.
Following his breakup with Livy in early October,
Time is at 4:10.
Matthew had
Holy
been on
shit.
a downward spiral. Weeks of constant drinking had turned him into a shell of the person he was, and it was only a matter of time until he snapped. Driven by jealousy, Matthew attacked Montana at Bobby's house and eventually chased her to his grandparents' house and damaged her car. Eventually, he must have gotten back in his car and searched for Livy. Although they had little information about what might have transpired between the two that night, investigators were able to determine that Matthew ran Livy off the side of the road before kicking and hitting her car. Eventually, he grabbed his rifle and shot her. It's believed that he took her keys and stole his cousin's car sometime after Livy had died. What still isn't clear, though, is exactly why he then decided to curl up into the fetal position near Livy's car and wait for someone to discover him. Even though the police now had a better idea of what really happened October 30th, there was still plenty of drama for them to deal with, because this case was far from over. Ranging from conspiracy theories involving the cartel to a prisoner on the run, and more than one arrest. When prosecutors failed to indict Matthew within 90 days of his arrest, he was out of jail on a lowered bail of only $50,000. Having Matthew back on the streets was a recipe for disaster, and tensions were high all throughout town. While Matthew's mother, Cindy, may have been spamming local Facebook groups with messages about her son's innocence, most people in town fully believed he was guilty, including Darcy Bass, Livy's mother. Things turned ugly when Darcy and Matthew ran into each other at a gas station, and there was a heated exchange. Luckily, the two were separated before either of them could do any damage to each other, but it was clear to everyone that the town was reaching a breaking point. However, before things could boil over, more charges are soon brought against Matthew by Montana, leading to his second but not final arrest.
First one is for the criminal mischief to Montana's vehicle. And the second one is for the assault on Montana. It's occurred over at Bobby O's house. Okay? I don't know if your attorney told you this information or not. I just want to make sure you understand. And I'll make sure she understands after I get you inside. I'll come back out and talk to you.
You guys are just casually smoking a cigar.
take him from me.
I have no choice, man. He's under indictment.
You know, JP, she's a liar.
For a brief moment following Matthew's arrest, it seemed as though things might calm down. But later that very same afternoon, Darcy dropped by with issues about this case, this time surrounding Cindy.
You want me to show you something about Cindy? And that's going to be my next thing. And she might be thinking she's out there helping. What she ended up doing is she's going to end up hurting. So this is what I said to her. I said, look,
Holy
it's starting
fuck.
to bother me that you keep repeating it. Like she screams at me all these words, like, but she's being nice, okay? My son, I know my son is innocent. We want the truth as much as anyone does, okay? So I said, can you please stop? How do you know that, Cindy, if he doesn't remember? He said he was going to kill her and she's killed. Please tell me how you know he is innocent. But look at this before. This is how much you, just look at this, okay? It's very...
This officer's like, I don't give a fuck.
No, look at these. No, just watch. Look at this.
What the fuck?
This is, I mean, it was extreme. It was a lot. You know, she got me with the little boys, you know.
Well, they all say the same thing, pretty much.
Oh, no.
No?
Holy fuck. Look at the size of those messages, dude. Holy shit.
And which I didn't, you know. She's saying that, oh, my daughter would like to fight and all this stuff.
Based on Cindy's alleged harassment of Darcy, it's clear that she's willing to do a lot if she thinks it's what's best for her son. But just how far would Cindy be willing to go?
Oh, that was a lot of that
Cindy
stacks.
wasn't the only one who believed in Matthew's innocence. Within a Facebook group known as the Matthew Edgar Case, Hemp Hill, Texas Unfiltered, a conspiracy began to spread that Matthew had become $30,000 in debt with a drug cartel. The theory then claims that members of this cartel murdered Livy, staged the crime scene in order to frame Matthew, and then injected Matthew with unknown drugs to erase his memory. Despite how outlandish and ludicrous this theory is, the Facebook group is still active, with select members still posting evidence that supposedly backs up their claims.
People are
This
smoking
evidence
crack.
usually consists of text messages about local drug dealers or posts tearing apart the information provided by the police. On January 25th, 2022, Matthew Edgar's long-awaited trial finally began. Still claiming that he had no memories of the night in question, Matthew entered a not guilty plea. The first 2 days of the trial proceeded normally. However, one glaring issue halted the trial on the third and final day. Matthew Edgar was nowhere to be found.
What?
It appeared that while out on bond, Matthew made a run for it, hoping to escape his inevitable conviction.
Come to the trial, day one, everything was, they didn't really lean either way. And day two, it started leaning more towards he was going to prison. And I believe that's when he was like, he's got to go. He got to get out of there. It was
This guy bounced.
His grandparents' house. And we got there and we all went looking for him. I mean, everybody. From that day, from what I understood, from what I talked to everybody that was there, they turned dogs loose on his trail, and they made a circle through the woods, came out to the highway, and lost his scent. So somebody picked him up at the highway.
Matthew's disappearance
Mom.
came as a surprise to many, as there had been no signs that he was planning something so daring. Rumors soon began to surface about the morning of his disappearance.
This is the story that was told when law enforcement got there, is that he was on the phone with his lawyer. He got mad. He got a gun out of the house, and he took off walking, is what they told law enforcement. He did have an ankle monitor on, which obviously doesn't do any good when they expect the fugitive to charge the ankle monitor.
Despite his absence, it was eventually decided that his trial would continue without him. In absentia, Matthew was found guilty for Livy's murder and was sentenced to 99 years in prison. While Matthew's sentencing might have brought Livy a sliver of justice, the community of Hemp Hill wouldn't be satisfied until her killer was behind bars.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, It would
It
be
was a
quite
long
some
text,
time
yeah.
until that became a reality. It was believed that Matthew was hiding out somewhere in Sabine County with the alleged assistance of his family. And
Yep.
on December 29th, 2022, after over 11 months of being one of Texas's most wanted fugitives, Matthew was finally caught.
I bet it probably wasn't an hour after they found him that Sabine County posted on their Facebook page
We got
his
the
apprehension
bastard.
photo. From what I understand, they were tipped off that he had come back around for the holidays because it was around Christmas that he was caught. From what I understand, they were tipped off and nobody was told anything. They just kind of moved in and waited and watched.
Few details have been released about the apprehension, but it was announced that Matthew was found in a small house near his grandparents' home in rural Sabine County. According to the federal agents who captured Matthew, he was out smoking a cigarette on the back porch of the house when they pulled up. Although the citizens of Hemp Hill could breathe a sigh of relief with Matthew's capture, there was now a new worry for them. Who had helped Matthew escape?
It's the grandparents,
Matthew's
obviously.
proximity to his grandparents' house led many to believe that his family may have been involved. And in November 2023, it was announced that Cindy Edgar, Matthew's mother, had turned herself in and was charged for hindering the apprehension and
Okay, the mom
prosecution
saw
of a
his
known
rape first
felon.
time.
She's not been found guilty, and the results of this charge are still pending.
I think she needs to be the first of others.
With his third and final arrest, Matthew is finally facing justice for the terror and suffering he wreaked
99
on Libby
years,
and
yeah.
her loved ones.
Peace, bud. Damn. I expected him to like commit suicide or some shit. You guessed right the first time, I did indeed. Alright. I'm fucking going to bed. It's like what time? 4:10 in the morning. Going to sleep. Appreciate y'all. God bless. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace. Peace, peace.